Now we get you this report from the rolling coverage on the Saif stabbing mystery. Take a look.
Hours after the investigating officer in the Saif stabbing case was replaced, the probe gathered fresh momentum. With questions being raised over the conduct of the probe and myriad theories floating around, Mumbai police took the suspect stabbing accused out of the Bandra police station. The lone accused was brought to a pond near the Bandra police station as they hunted for a crucial piece of evidence. The police believed that the accused dumped the broken piece of knife with which Saif was stabbed in a trench by the pond. Visuals picked up a ring of police personnel near the pond as the hunt for the missing piece of evidence was underway. Earlier, a leader from the ruling Mahayuti flagged several glaring lapses in the probe into the Saif stabbing incident. Speaking to Republic, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam also questioned Saif's recovery in 5 days after receiving 6 stabbing wounds, one of which missed his spine by a whisker. As the probe picks up pace, will the broken piece of knife be the clincher in the case?
And viewers, let's also tell you that the Mumbai police has found several fingerprints of the accused in Saif Ali Khan's residence in Bandra. Meanwhile, let's go across to Akil, my colleague, who is joining us live on the bulletin. Akil, a very good morning to you. Tell us about the broken piece of knife that has been recovered and how are the police proceeding their investigation so far with this evidence and the fingerprints that have been collected.
Good morning, Kriti, to you and all our viewers. See, Kriti, what has happened last evening that the Mumbai police took the accused from Bandra police stations towards the Talao side, and there he basically threw that knife which he used to attack Saif Ali Khan. So Mumbai police has been constantly questioning the main accused in this case for the last 4 days, and then they identified that the attacker had used a knife which he threw in the Bandra Talao. So that knife was recovered by the Mumbai police team. Apart from that, what we have seen that last evening the Mumbai police team arrived at Saif Ali Khan's residence, and after that what we have seen that the two mates in another different car from Saif Ali Khan's home were taken, and it was likely that they were called for the questioning. So at this point in time, if you see what has happened, that Saif Ali Khan has been discharged from the Lilavati hospital after 5 days, and he is recovering well on health front. But on the investigation part, at this point in time, if you see, the Mumbai police has nabbed the main accused, and tomorrow he will be produced before the court, because earlier, if you see, the Mumbai police has demanded 14 days of police custody, but the court granted the Mumbai police team for 5 days of police custody of accused Mr. Mohammad Shahzad. So at this point in time, what we are learning from our sources that there are other important evidence which needs to be collected in that direction, because earlier, if you see, when Mumbai police team which is basically handling the entire case of Bandra police and a specialized unit of Mumbai police, which is a crime branch team, both of them have found out fingerprints at 19 different spots. So the forensic team has basically located that mark, and right now the forensic team is basically figuring out whether the person who has been arrested by the Bandra police team is the same person or not. So once that forensic report will come out, then things will be more clearer in that direction, Kriti.
All right, well, thank you, Akil, for joining us for now and sharing those updates. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you to get more updates as the probe proceeds into the attack on Saif Ali Khan. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus to another tragic news that has come up from Jalgaon. Now, the tragedy unfolded when several passengers of Pushpak Express deboarded on railway tracks following a fire alarm and were mowed down by Karnataka Express, another train that was plying. Now, the horrific accident in Jalgaon has claimed the lives of at least 13 people and 10 others are seriously injured. Prime Minister Modi has also extended condolences, and the Chief Minister has announced an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakh for the victims. Take a look at our report.
At least 12 people were killed after being hit by the Bengaluru Express in Maharashtra Jalgaon district on Wednesday. The catastrophic train accident occurred at 4:19 p.m. on Wednesday. The tragedy unfolded after passengers aboard the Pushpak Express feared a potential fire after smoke emanated from the train's wheels. Scared, the passengers deboarded the train following alarm chain being pulled. Just at the moment, Karnataka Express was passing by and it mowed down some unfortunate passengers.
कुछ यात्री जो है वो ट्रेन से नीचे उतरे थे, उसी समय अपोजिट डायरेक्शन से आने वाली जो कर्नाटक एक्सप्रेस है उस गाड़ी की वजह से कुछ यात्रियों को इंजरी होने की जो घटना है वो हमारे सामने आई है। उन यात्रियों को हम लोग मेडिकल मदद पहुंचाने की प्रयास कर रहे हैं। स्थानिक प्रशासन है उससे भी मदद ली जा रही है। उसी के साथ में रेलवे की जो एक्सीडेंट मेडिकल रिलीफ वैन होती है वो भी भुसावल से ऑलरेडी निकल चुकी है और वहां पहुंचने में है। हम लोगों का प्रयास चल रहा है कि जिन यात्रियों को ये इंजरी हुई है उन यात्रियों तक जो मेडिकल हेल्प है वो हम जल्द से जल्द।
The train was travelling from Lucknow towards Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. The grievously injured passengers were rushed to hospital. Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis announced ex gratia of rupees 5 lakh for family of the deceased.
काही लोकांना ट्रेनमधनं धूर येतोय असं वाटल्यामुळे किंवा त्या ठिकाणी आग लागली आहे असं समज झाल्यामुळे त्यांनी ट्रेनमधनं उड्या घेतल्या आणि समोरून येणाऱ्या दुसऱ्या ट्रेननी त्यांना उडवलं आणि मोठा अपघात त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आहे। सर्व जखमींची व्यवस्था ही करण्यात आलेली आहे। माझं जिल्हा प्रशासनाशी बोलणं झालं आहे, पोलीस प्रशासनाशी बोलणं झालं आणि मंत्री महोदयांशी बोलणं झालेलं आहे। ज्यांना जे त्या ठिकाणी मृत आहेत त्यांच्या कुटुंबाला 5 लाख रुपये मदत ही महाराष्ट्र सरकारच्या वतीनं आम्ही देणार आहोत।
As the injured are getting treated in the hospital, there is a possibility that the death toll may rise.
Let's go across to Satyaprakash now. Satyaprakash, a very good morning to you. How far have the rescue operations and the restoration work of the tracks proceeded so far?
देखिए कीर्ति, रेलवे प्रशासन और लोकल प्रशासन लगातार जो घायल हैं उनको कल शाम को ही 5:30 बजे उनको हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती करा दिया था। 13 लोग की मौत हुई है जबकि 10 लोग घायल हुए हैं। कल शाम के 5 बजे घटना जब पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस जलगांव के पड़ारा एक स्टेशन के पास से गुजर रही थी, उसी समय यह ट्रेन जो है वहां पे जो है एक बोगी में एक डिब्बे में वहां पे फायर अलार्म बजता है और जिसकी वजह से एक अफवाह फैलती कि ट्रेन में आग लगी है। जिसके बाद जो ट्रेन खड़ी थी और लोग डिब्बे से कूदना शुरू करते हैं और उतर के नीचे खड़े होते हैं और जब पीछे से आ रही जो ट्रेन थी और वो टक्कर मारते हुए निकल जाती है। तो ये हादसा जो है कल शाम को हुआ था और इस हादसे में 13 लोग की मौत हुई जबकि 10 लोग घायल है। रेलवे की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि इस मामले की जांच किया जा रहा है, लेकिन जिस तरह से हादसा हुआ है, इतना बड़ा 13 लोग की मौत हुई है, ये अफवाह की वजह से इन लोगों की मौत हुई है। जी
सत्यप्रकाश, धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए जानकारी के साथ। Viewers, we'll come back to this tragic news to get more updates as rescue works proceed. With that, let's move on to another big story that we are tracking for you now. Just hours away from Manipur, Myanmar's Kampat lies in ruins, devastated by a deadly airstrike. The aftermath, hundreds of Myanmar nationals are fleeing, seeking refuge in the bordering villages with India. Now, as tensions escalate, Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh sounds the alarm, raising critical concerns over unchecked influx and accusing Mizoram of defying the Ministry of Home Affairs biometric guidelines. Here's a detailed report.
अभी जस्ट 2 मिनट पहले हमको गोली चलने की आवाज़ वहाँ पर सुनाई दिया।
Volatility continues to prevail on the Indo-Myanmar border. Watch how Myanmar's Kampat, which is hours away from Manipur, is in complete ruins as an aftermath of the deadly airstrike.
Right now we are standing in Manipur and hardly 1 kilometer away from this Indo-Myanmar Friendship Bridge is the city of Tamo, which is now the last stronghold of the Myanmar junta army in Myanmar. As the situation has turned upside down in Myanmar, a lot of people from Tamo and Sagaing area are now fleeing for safe places. Kampat is the location in Myanmar where regular bombing is taking place. From this place, it is hardly 35 kilometers away, a drive of around 50 minutes, where today morning also Myanmar junta army and the Myanmar Air Force carried out multiple number of strikes.
यहाँ पर जो बर्मा का जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, यहाँ पर कल परसों में बर्मा जुंता में एयर स्ट्राइक किया खम्पत पर, बहुत आदमी घायल हुआ है और घर भी कितना बर्न डाउन हुआ और कितना बर्मा का जो हमारा बहन लोग भाई लोग है यहाँ में आके मोर देन 300 जैसा इधर में आया। CSO मोरे HTC का ब्रांच के नीचे में सब वो लोग देखभाल कर रहा है। अभी बर्मा का सिचुएशन बहुत ख़राब है, यहाँ पब्लिक इसे जाना बहुत डेंजर हो रहा है और यहाँ में पब्लिक का सर्वाइवल भी बहुत मुश्किल है। डे टू डे खाना पीने का डेली ढूंढने का बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है।
As an aftermath of this attack, at least 300 Myanmar nationals are seen taking refuge close to the Howling Phai village near Manipur. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has raised serious concerns over the influx from Myanmar into Manipur.
Since 2021, the unrest happening in the Myanmar, and because of that, many refugees coming inside. We are also providing shelter for them in some areas in consultation with the Home Ministry, and we are providing their food and shelter homes like this, but we could not provide for as a whole.
Watch how biometric registration of these illegals has gathered pace in the state of Manipur. However, the governor of Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity iterated on the importance of the NRC to prevent the influx of illegal immigrants.
In order to help resolve this crisis, we have been demanding the exercise of NRC, because we have to identify by individuals, not by community, not by particular ethnicity or community. We don't say that. The state government already has its own list of recognized ethnic communities and tribes list. It will help the state to understand the actual demography of the state, to understand the genuine population, to understand the migrant population, which will also help in making the administration convenient and much better.
The question, however, remains: will the northeastern states be able to battle the challenge of rising influx from a war-trodden Myanmar?
And now going to news from Jammu and Kashmir, where the death toll from the mysterious illness is 17, and in the latest 4 more people have been shifted to the hospital, and these include 3 sisters in the Badhal village which has gripped this mysterious illness. 17 lives have been claimed over the past month and a half. Now 4 more have been moved to hospital. 3 of them are sisters. Let's go across to Gursimran, who is joining us live from Jammu to get us more on this. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. Has the cause really been established so far? What is this disease that's claiming the lives of people there in Badhal?
See, it still continues to be a mystery, the unsolved mystery that continues to take the lives of the people in the Badhal village of the Kotranka subdivision of the Rajouri district. Adding to the list, there was a piece for a couple of days after the 17th death that took place at the SMGS Jammu. But after that, once again, the locals have started falling ill to this mysterious illness. 4 is the number. 1 has already been flown to the Chandigarh PGI, while 3 others are being treated at the Jammu medical facility. But what we are picking up that despite the administration going full war mode against this mysterious disease, there is no end to it, because they have done, that they are providing the food to these people on their own, so that there is nothing that has some pesticide or insecticide in it that can lead to this situation. But this is not coming to an end, and 4 new patients have been now taken to the medical facility. That means that this is unending, and what the administration has done, that they have declared the entire area as the containment zone. Now all the family members of those who have died, they are taken to the medical facility. They are being kept under regular monitoring. There have been 3 containment zones. The second one is the isolation, and third is that the people, those who have come in their contact, they have also been kept under watch by the administration. But nothing is coming out that what could be the reason. This is the high-level ministerial, interministerial team formed by the Ministry of Home Affairs that is also camping in the Rajori's Badal village, but they are yet to find any trace that what is leading to the brain-dead situation of those who are losing their life. So this is really very concerning for the authorities, because the lives are being lost, and now the people are in fear, because after the 17th death we have seen that there was a calm prevailing. There was no one that was ill due to this mysterious disease, but then all of a sudden in last 24 hours what we are witnessing, that back-to-back patients are being reported to the medical facility, which clearly shows that this is unending, and now it has to be seen whether they will be able to contain this. Reason being that what is happening, that once a person is reportedly ill, with a couple of days time their health degrades to such a level that their brain stops working due to the presence of a neurotoxin, which is really a serious concern, not only for the medical authorities, but also now it is turning out to be that the locals are saying that this is not a medical issue but a law and order issue, because someone is involved in the slow poisoning. That has been the allegation by the locals. The police has formed a special investigation team also into it, but it has to be seen how things pan out from now, because yesterday evening it was yesterday afternoon it was the Divisional Commissioner Jammu and the ADG Jammu Zone, those who went to the village where these incidents are being reported, so that they can also have a word with the locals. But they are getting nothing. The administration is now looking for the alternatives, that what can save the life of these people, because the Badal village mystery still continues after 45 days of the first death.
All right. Well, thank you, Gursimran, for sharing that update with us. We will continue to track this development. For now, let's shift our focus, viewers. Let's tell you news from West Bengal in connection to the RG Kaur rape and murder case of Abhay. Now, as the Supreme Court deferred the crucial hearing in the case, a day after lone convict Sanjay Roy was sentenced to life by a lower court, Abhay's parents have spoken exclusively to Republic, and they expressed their disappointment by the turn of the events in the case, but still expressed hope for justice. Reiterating their demand for a fresh probe in the rape and murder case, they said that there were more people involved in erasing crucial evidence. Take a look at our special report.
The Supreme Court yesterday deferred a crucial hearing in the RG Kaur rape and murder case, dealing another blow to Abhaya's parents in the quest of justice. Speaking to Republic, Abhaya's parents said, while disappointed and hurt by the recent turn of events in the case, they remain hopeful of justice. Her parents, who have little else to live for than bringing their daughter's culprits to justice, asserted that there were more people involved in erasing and eliminating crucial evidence in the case.
हारो जैसा हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? संजय रॉय अकेला जिम्मेदार है इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बहुत आदमी है, और टेम्परिंग के लिए, एविडेंस टेम्परिंग के लिए तो बहुत आदमी है। सब सामने आएगा और सबको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगा। हम लोग इसके लिए सारे जिंदगी, बाकी जिंदगी यही काम करेंगे, और कोर्ट जितना दिन हमको ऐसा करेंगे, हम उसका पीछे पीछे भागेंगे।
They said they were prepared to go to the whole hog till all the other conspirators in the case are identified and brought to book. On refusing the court's offer of a compensation, her parents said that they went to court in the hope of justice, not to receive a check.
आप लोग कंपेंसेशन नहीं लेंगे क्या?
नहीं, हम तो कंपनसेशन के लिए कोर्ट में नहीं गया, हम गया है जस्टिस के लिए। हम खड़ा होकर जज को बोल दिया हमको कंपनसेशन नहीं चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस चाहिए।
Elaborating on their khele ho raha hai charge at the Mamata administration, the parents said that the Chief Minister has been treating the case casually, like a game from day one.
आप बोल रहे थे खेला हो रहा है, खेला होच्छे 9
ये
तारीख
तो हमारा जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है हर बात में तो खेला होबे करता है, इसलिए यही है, इसको एक खेला मानकर ही चल रहा है। ऐसा उनका जो सोच समझ है इसलिए बोला है।
Claiming that the government did not bother informing them before challenging the lower court order in the High Court, her parents said they were yet to receive answers to 54 questions on the lapses in the probe into the rape and murder case.
आप लोगों को कोई नोटिस मिला था इसके पहले?
नहीं, नोटिस नहीं मिला। फिर भी हमारा जो आईओ है सीबीआई का, उसको फोन किया था, उन्होंने बोला हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं। लेकिन आज जब लिस्ट आया हमारा पास शाम में, तब देखा है सीबीआई ने पार्टी हुआ है इस केस में। सीबीआई और स्टेट के वर्सेस ये मामला चल रहा है। उन्होंने हमको झूठ बोला, हमको लगता है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी अधूरा है, आपको कहीं से भी लग रहा है?
पूरा अधूरा है। जो हमारा 54 क्वेश्चन आपको आंसर नहीं मिला है, जितना दिन ये क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं मिलेगा उतना दिन तो हमको तदंतों का जो हो रहा है उसके ऊपर फंसा नहीं आएगा।
On whether they were pushing for death sentence for Sanjay Roy, Abhaya's parents said they want everyone involved in the case to face the gallows.
And time for a very quick break on the bulletin, but stay tuned. We're coming up with some more international news after the break. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has joined mourners of the victims of the fire tragedy whose bodies were laid to rest on Wednesday.
Hi everybody, this is Kushbu Sundar and I'm truly looking forward to be part of Republic India Women's Summit 2025. This is a great opportunity for us to celebrate and acknowledge women who have always inspired us to do better and aim at greater heights. I am really looking forward to be part of this and you can always watch me live on Republic Media Network.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
Sajam Al-Islam, India's first and youngest vice world kickboxing champion from JNK, India. I'm thrilled to share that I'm a part of Republic India Women's Summit 2025. It's going to be an incredible and an amazing event celebrating the phenomenal women who inspire and uplift our nation every single day. You can be a part too by watching me live only on Republic Media Network. See you then.
At least 13 dead and 10 seriously injured after they were hit by the Karnataka Express in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. Chief Minister announces ex gratia of Rs 5 lakh for the family of the deceased. Mumbai police finds several fingerprints of the accused in Saif Ali Khan's stabbing case at actor's Bandra residence. Battle for Delhi Assembly election intensifies. UP CM Yogi Adityanath to hold 14 rallies across Delhi starting today.
Are very much supportive of legal mobility because we do believe in a global workplace. We want Indian talent and Indian skills to have the maximum opportunity at a global level.
External Affairs Minister S. Shankar in a press conference at Washington, D.C. said that India bats for H-1B visa and it stands strongly against illegal immigration. And the Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of the Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. And viewers, getting in some news from Germany where 2 people were killed, including a child, in a knife attack. Take a look at this report.
Two people, including a 2-year-old boy, were killed and 2 others were severely injured in a stabbing incident in Bavaria. Police said a suspect was detained in a knife attack, which occurred in a park in southern German town.
Gegen 11:45 Uhr hat es einen Messerangriff hier im Park Schöntal gegeben, bei dem 2 Personen tödlich verletzt worden sind. Ein Tatverdächtiger, konnte kurze Zeit später, der zu Fuß in Richtung Südbahnhof unterwegs war, festgenommen werden.
Police told that they did not immediately know the motive for the attack because the investigation was still at an early stage.
Über Motiv und Hintergründe müssen wir derzeit noch jetzt ermitteln.
Train services in the town was temporarily interrupted as the suspect tried to flee along the tracks. However, the accused was quickly detained. Police asked possible witnesses to come forward where they said the second victim who was killed was a 41-year-old man and the suspect was 28-year-old Afghan citizen. The nationality of the 2 people who were killed was not given.
And moving on, viewers, the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has joined the mourners of the victims of the family who died in the fire tragedy. Now, their bodies were laid to rest on Wednesday. The blaze at the Grand Kartal Hotel of Bolu province killed 76 people and injured 51. Now, the president attended the funeral of the mourners and the members of the families who have died. Take a look at this report.
Turkish President Erdogan travelled from capital Ankara to northern Bolu province to attend funeral of ski resort fire victims. Erdogan attended funeral of family members of his party colleague. 8 members of the family were killed in the tragic accident that took place on Tuesday night.
Bir felakete maruz kalmak suretiyle şu anda ebediyete uğurlamakta olduğumuz 8 kardeşimizi Rabbimden kendilerine rahmetiyle tecelli etmesini niyaz ediyoruz.
Mournings also continued in Istanbul, where the family members gathered for the last time to bid farewell to their loved ones.
And now moving on to news from Japan, where another knife attack took place in which one man was killed and 2 others were seriously injured. Now this happened in front of the metro station at the Nagao city of Japan. Now as police continue to investigate the case, the attackers' whereabouts are still uncertain. Take a look as we bring you this report.
In a tragic incident, 1 person died and 2 others were injured in a knife attack outside a train station in central Japan. Local police said a man in his 40s was stabbed and later confirmed dead at a hospital. As police continue with their forensic investigations, the assailants' whereabouts remain unknown. The attacker was described as an unknown middle-aged man by the victims.
And now viewers, 5 weeks after Mayotte was devastated by a cyclone, teachers and staff are getting ready to reopen schools for children to return. Now as the debris clearing operations continue in full swing, firefighters' efforts are underway as this happened in the French territory battered with severe cyclones. Here's a report, take a look.
Amid piles of rubble, locals and firefighters were seen clearing the debris in Mayotte after Cyclone Chido ripped through the French territory. They were seen covering the gaping holes in the roofs with clear tarpaulin as the students and teachers in Mayotte are getting ready to reopen schools.
Alors on a purgé tous les éléments de tôle qui pouvaient tomber sur des enfants ou sur les enseignants. Nous avons également nettoyé tout ce qui était tombé dans les salles, les faux plafonds mouillés qui étaient sur le sol. Et aux endroits où nous pouvons, nous recréons de la charpente et nous mettons de la bâche pour éviter que les pluies puissent atteindre les locaux intérieurs.
With Cyclone Chido devastating the French territory, it remains unclear how many students will have a table and chair to sit when they head back to the school. The start of the new term was pushed back a week because of the threat of the cyclone. As Chido swept through the city, many still live without shelter, water or electricity. As debris clearing operations continue in full swing, schools are preparing to welcome back lakhs of students.
Alors l'établissement a été impacté, notamment on avait construit une superbe MDL pour les élèves qui est malheureusement détruite en grande partie. Après, globalement par rapport aux autres, non, les dégâts sont minimes. On a 12 salles à peu près qui sont inutilisables, ce qui est quand même relativement peu par rapport à l'ensemble de l'établissement.
With just 5 weeks since the deadly cyclone, is it the right time to reopen the schools?
Moving on now, viewers, civilians were seen fleeing from eastern Congo after tensions between the rebels and the Congolese armies intensified. Now, as locals seek government's help, back-to-back attacks by rebels signal towards the world's most alarming yet underreported humanitarian crisis. We bring you this report. Take a look.
Civilians fled from eastern Congo's Nzulo IDP camp after weeks of intensified fighting in the ongoing conflict between M23 and the Congolese army moved closer to the provincial capital Goma. Several displaced after rebels bombarded and seized major towns of Congo.
Kia M23 imeshafika hapa Ngwiro, sasa tunajideplace masasi kuna piga ovyo ovyo tunakimbia. Na mabomba tufuatia kuna mabombi.
M23 or the March 23 movement is a militant group composed of ethnic Tutsis who broke away from the Congolese army just over a decade ago. M23 is one of the 100 armed groups that have been vying for a foothold in the mineral-rich eastern Congo since the conflict began. Due to clashes between the rebels and Congolese army, more than 7 million people have been displaced. With M23 making significant advances in eastern Congo in recent weeks, locals seek government's help.
Natoka Minova, mimi nakimbia adui wa M23. Na yewe government tusaidia, tunafika Nzulo nako anatuambia tutoke twende huko tuko naelekea tu wapi tuko naenda. Sasa tutajua tuko naenda wapi, ni watu tuko nao hapo tukufia kwa njala. Sasa tushakoza tufanye nini? Tunasaidia government tutoshele adui yuko pale Minova, Weremana, toka sisi tushakimbia na Kitembo.
Escalating tensions between the non-state armed groups and the Congolese army continue to intensify one of the most alarming yet underreported humanitarian crises.
We slip into a quick break now, viewers. Stay tuned. We're coming up with some business news. HDFC Bank Limited, India's largest private lender, reports a net profit of over rupees 17,000 crore for the third quarter of financial year 24-25. More details after this short break.
Hello everybody, I'm Lara Balsara Vachivdar from Magazine World. I'm delighted to be coming to the Republic India Women's Summit 2025 on January 23rd. This is a special opportunity to celebrate and acknowledge the extraordinary women who inspire us to aim higher and do better. I look forward to being a part of this event. You can watch me live only on the Republic Media Network.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Hello everyone. It's a privilege for me to be part of this Republic India Women's Summit 2025. I look forward to sharing my views with you on 23rd January 2025.
And tracking some business stories for you now, viewers. HDFC Bank Limited, India's largest private lender, reported a net profit of rupees 17,656.61 crore for the third quarter of financial year 2024-25, marking a 2.2% increase from rupees 16,372 crore in quarter 3 of financial year 24. HDFC Bank reported consolidated net revenue of rupees 65,280 crore for the quarter ended December 31, 2024. Net interest income grew by 7.7% year-on-year to rupees 396.5 billion for the quarter, with a core net interest margin of 3.4% on total assets and 3.62% on interest earning assets. Hindustan Unilever Limited announced the acquisition of Minimalist, a fast-growing premium beauty brand, as part of its strategy to strengthen its presence in the high-growth masstige beauty category. The company will acquire a 90.5% stake in Minimalist, with plans to acquire the remaining 9.5% within 2 years. Hindustan Unilever Limited will acquire its majority stake through a cash consideration of rupees 2,670 crore, valuing the company at rupees 2,955 crore. Additionally, a primary infusion of rupees 45 crore will be made to support future growth. Minimalist's current team, led by its founders, will continue to manage the brand in collaboration with HUL. The acquisition aligns with HUL's beauty and well-being division's focus on high growth and evolving consumer demand. And we slip into a quick break, but sports news on the other side. The BCCI has made a fresh demand regarding both the captain's event as well as the opening ceremony of the ICC Champions Trophy, asking the ICC to shift both the opening ceremony and the captain's meet and create out of Pakistan. More details coming up next.
Hi everyone, I am katenge and I'm thrilled to share that I'm a part of the Republic India Women's Summit 2025. It's going to be an incredible event celebrating the powerful women that inspire and uplift our nation every single day. And you can be a part of it too by watching me live only on Republic Media Network. See you there.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Hi, this is Nimrut Kaur and I will be coming to see you on the 23rd of January at the Republic India Women's Summit 2025, where we are going to celebrate all the amazing women who continue to inspire and empower the nation. I'm very excited to be a part of this event and I can't wait to see you all there.
newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad, and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there, and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
And welcome back, viewers. Let's track some top sports and news stories for you now. The BCCI has made a fresh demand to the ICC to shift the venue of the opening ceremony as well as the captain's meet and greet events of the Champions Trophy out of Pakistan. Take a look at this report.
In the wake of the row over whether India captain Rohit Sharma should go to Pakistan for the special captain ceremony or not, the BCCI has made a fresh demand regarding both the captain's event as well as the opening ceremony of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The Indian board has asked the ICC to shift both the opening ceremony and the captain's meet outside of Pakistan and let it take place in Dubai instead. The Indian cricket team would be playing all of their Champions Trophy matches in Dubai due to the hybrid model being in place. Hence, they want the captain's meet and the opening ceremony to be held in the same city to avoid travelling to Pakistan. The usual practice in such matters is that the host nation will be handling both events, but the unique nature of this arrangement has led to there being even more logistical issues. It is the latest issue to plague Pakistan ahead of the tournament after news came that Team India's official jersey for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 may not even sport the host Pakistan's name. It is a norm that teams print the name of the host in any ICC tournament that takes place, though in the BCCI's case, they are not at all keen to do so. India, it is worth noting, will not be playing any of their matches in Pakistan, and with the Emirates Cricket Board being co-hosts of the tournament, the BCCI have decided to not engrave Pakistan's name on the team's official jersey. This has angered the PCB, who have been left to resort to using the media in a bid to play to the gallery. BCCI is bringing politics into cricket, which is not at all good for the game. They refuse to travel to Pakistan, they don't want to send their captain for the opening ceremony, and now there are reports that they don't want the host nation's name printed on their jersey, a PCB official said. It was yet another setback for the PCB as, ahead of the tournament, Pakistan were once again brought to their knees after the crippling conditions that their stadiums were in was exposed by the media. The PCB is in a scramble to complete the renovation work of the stadiums ahead of next month's Champions Trophy. The National Stadium in Karachi is scheduled to play host to the opening match of the tournament between Pakistan and New Zealand on February 19th. But whether or not Pakistan are able to even host the twin opening ceremonies as planned in their own nation is something that is now very much up in the air.
And it's time for a quick break on this bulletin, but stay tuned, viewers. We're bringing you news from Jalgaon, where 13 people have lost their lives and 10 others are seriously injured after being mowed down by a train.
Hello everybody, I am Smita Barua and I'm heading to the Republic Women's World Summit 2025, which is going to be held on 23rd of January. This summit is special as it celebrates extraordinary women who have inspired us. You can watch me live on the Republic Media Network.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
लखनऊ से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज टर्मिनस की तरफ आने वाली पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस इस गाड़ी का अलार्म चेन पुलिंग की घटना माहेजी और परधाड़े इन दो स्थानकों के दरमियान हुई थी। अलार्म चेन पुलिंग होने के बाद में ये गाड़ी रुकी थी। इस गाड़ी के रुकने के बाद इसमें से
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, today Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of the Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. This summit shines the spotlight on the remarkable women from diverse domains like governance, business, technology, entrepreneurship, politics and thought leadership. As we honor the women pioneers and visionaries at the Republic India Women's Summit, join us live only on the Republic Media Network. At least 13 people dead and 10 seriously injured after they were hit by the Karnataka Express in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. CM announced a ex gratia of ₹5 lakh for the families of deceased. Mumbai police find several fingerprints of the accused in Saif Ali Khan's stabbing case at actor's Bandra residence. Battle for Delhi Assembly elections intensifies. Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath to hold 14 rallies across Delhi starting from today.
We're also very firmly opposed to illegal mobility and illegal migration, because you also know that when something illegal happens, many other illegal activities get joined onto it.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar in a press conference at Washington DC said that India bats for H-1B visa and it stands strongly against illegal immigration. The Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of the Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. Viewers, we're live this morning. We bring you the volatile truth from the Indo-Myanmar border, where chaos and destruction reign supreme. Just hours away from Manipur, Myanmar's Kampot lies in ruins, devastated by a deadly airstrike. The aftermath, hundreds of Myanmar nationals fleeing, seeking refuge in India's border villages. As tensions escalate, Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh sounds the alarm, raising critical concern over unchecked influx and accusing Mizoram of defying the Ministry of Home Affairs biometric guidelines. The question looms, can our northeastern states withstand this unprecedented challenge from a war-torn Myanmar? Let's have a look at this report as we get you the biggest updates.
अभी जस्ट 2 मिनट पहले हमको गोली चलने की आवाज़ वहाँ पर सुनाई दिया.
Volatility continues to prevail on the Indo-Myanmar border. Watch how Myanmar's Kampot, which is hours away from Manipur, is in complete ruins as an aftermath of the deadly airstrike.
Right now we are standing in Manipur, and hardly 1 kilometer away from this Indo-Myanmar Friendship Bridge is the city of Tamo, which is now the last stronghold of the Myanmar junta army in Myanmar. As the situation has turned upside down in Myanmar, a lot of people from Tamo and Sagaing area are now fleeing for safe places. Kampot is the location in Myanmar where regular bombing is taking place. From this place, it is hardly 35 kilometers away, a drive of around 50 minutes, where today morning also Myanmar junta army and the Myanmar Air Force carried out multiple number of strikes.
यहाँ पर जो बर्मा का जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, यहाँ पर कल परसों में बर्मा जुंता में एयर स्ट्राइक किया खम्पत पर. बहुत आदमी घायल हुआ है और घर भी कितना बर्न डाउन हुआ, और कितना बर्मा का जो हमारा बहन लोग भाई लोग है यहाँ में आके मोर देन 300 जैसा इधर में आया. CSO मोरे HTC का ब्रांच के नीचे में सब वो लोग देखभाल कर रहा है. अभी बर्मा का सिचुएशन बहुत ख़राब है. यहाँ पब्लिक इसे जाना बहुत डेंजर हो रहा है, और यहाँ में पब्लिक का सर्वाइवल भी बहुत मुश्किल है. डे टू डे खाना पीने का डेली ढूंढने का बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है.
As an aftermath of this attack, at least 300 Myanmar nationals are seen taking refuge close to the Howling Phai village near Manipur. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has raised serious concerns over the influx from Myanmar into Manipur.
Since 2021, the unrest happening in Myanmar, because of that many refugees coming inside. We are also providing shelter for them in some areas in consultation with the Home Ministry, and we are providing their food and shelter homes like this. But we could not provide for as a whole.
Watch how biometric registration of these illegals has gathered pace in the state of Manipur. However, the governor of Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity iterated on the importance of the NRC to prevent the influx of illegal immigrants.
In order to help resolve this crisis, we have been demanding the exercise of NRC, because we have to identify by individuals, not by community, not by particular ethnicity or community. We don't say that. The state government already has its own list of recognized ethnic communities and tribes list. It will help the state to understand the actual demography of the state, to understand the genuine population, to understand the migrant population, which will also help in making the administration convenient and much better.
The question, however, remains: will the northeastern states be able to battle the challenge of rising influx from a war-trodden Myanmar?
And we was facing many unanswered questions. The Mumbai police moved through the gears for this probe into the stabbing of actor Saif Ali Khan. The police brought the lone arrested accused to a pond near the Bandra railway station, where he is suspected to have dumped the broken part of the knife with which the actor was stabbed. We get you this report where we highlight the biggest findings of the investigation into the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case.
Hours after the investigating officer in the Saif stabbing case was replaced, the probe gathered fresh momentum, with questions being raised over the conduct of the probe and myriad theories floating around. Mumbai police took the suspect stabbing accused out of the Bandra police station. The lone accused was brought to a pond near the Bandra police station as they hunted for a crucial piece of evidence. The police believed that the accused dumped the broken piece of knife with which Saif was stabbed in a trench by the pond. Visuals picked up a ring of police personnel near the pond as the hunt for the missing piece of evidence was underway. Earlier, a leader from the ruling Mahayuti flagged several glaring lapses in the probe into the Saif stabbing incident. Speaking to Republic, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam also questioned Saif's recovery in 5 days after receiving 6 stabbing wounds, one of which missed his spine by a whisker. As the probe picks up pace, will the broken piece of knife be the clincher in the case?
The Supreme Court deferred a crucial hearing in the Rajikar rape and murder case a day after lone convict Sanjay Roy was sentenced to life by a lower court. Abhaya's parents told Republic that they were disappointed by the turn of events in the case but still have hope of justice. Reiterating their demand for a fresh probe into the rape and murder, they said there were more people involved in erasing crucial evidence in the case. Take a look at this special report.
The Supreme Court yesterday deferred a crucial hearing in the Arjikar rape and murder case, dealing another blow to Abhaya's parents in the quest of justice. Speaking to Republic, Abhaya's parents said, while disappointed and hurt by the recent turn of events in the case, they remain hopeful of justice. Her parents, who have little else to live for than bringing their daughter's culprits to justice, asserted that there were more people involved in erasing and eliminating crucial evidence in the case.
खड़े हो जाते हैं, लड़ाई आगे बढ़ा, हारो जैसा हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? संजय रॉय अकेला जिम्मेदार है इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बहुत आदमी है, और टेम्परिंग के लिए, एविडेंस टेम्परिंग के लिए तो बहुत आदमी है। सब सामने आएगा और सबको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगा। हम लोग इसके लिए सारे जिंदगी, बाकी जिंदगी यही काम करेंगे और कोर्ट जितना दिन हमको ऐसा करेंगे हम उसका पीछे पीछे भागेंगे.
They said they were prepared to go to the whole hog till all the other conspirators in the case are identified and brought to book. On refusing the court's offer of a compensation, her parents said that they went to court in the hope of justice, not to receive a check.
आप लोग कंपेंसेशन नहीं लेंगे क्या?
नहीं, हम तो कंपेंसेशन के लिए कोर्ट में नहीं गया, हम गया है जस्टिस के लिए. हम खड़ा होकर जज को बोल दिया हमको कंपेंसेशन नहीं चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस चाहिए.
Elaborating on their खेले हो रहा है charge at the Mamta administration, the parents said that the Chief Minister has been treating the case casually, like a game from day one.
आप बोल रहे थे खेला हो रहा है, खेला होच्छे 9
ये
तारीख
तो
रात में.
हमारा जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है हर बात में तो खेला हवे करता है, इसलिए यही है, इसको एक खेला मानकर ही चल रहा है. ऐसा उनका जो सोच समझ है इसलिए बोला है.
Claiming that the government did not bother informing them before challenging the lower court order in the High Court, her parents said they were yet to receive answers to 54 questions on the lapses in the probe into the rape and murder case.
आप लोगों को कोई नोटिस मिला था इसके पहले?
नहीं, नोटिस नहीं मिला. फिर भी हमारा जो आईओ है सीबीआई का उसको फोन किया था, उन्होंने बोला हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं. लेकिन आज जब लिस्ट आया हमारा पास शाम में, तब देखा है सीबीआई ने पार्टी हुआ है इस केस में. सीबीआई और स्टेट का वर्सेस ये मामला चल रहा है. उन्होंने हमको झूठ बोला, हमको लगता है.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी अधूरा है, आपको कहीं से भी लग रहा है?
पूरा अधूरा है. जो हमें 54 क्वेश्चन हमको आंसर नहीं मिला है. जितना दिन ये क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं मिलेगा उतना दिन तो हमको तदंतों का जो हो रहा है उसके ऊपर फंसा नहीं आएगा.
On whether they were pushing for death sentence for Sanjay Roy, Abhaya's parents said they want everyone involved in the case to face the gallows.
UP CM Yogi Adityanath will start electioneering for the 5th as Delhi Assembly polls from today. CM Yogi will address 14 public meetings in various assembly constituencies of Delhi. The BJP has planned its meetings in the constituencies dominated by the voters from UP and Bihar. Again, in the upcoming assembly polls, he's likely to raise the issue of migrants as well as neglect of the areas dominated by the people from UP. CM Yogi is also likely to highlight the successful conduct of Mahakumbh and Prayagraj. Death toll in the Jalgaon train accident has risen to 11, with 6 others injured after the Karnataka Express hit passengers of the Pushpak Express today. The incident unfolded when the passengers of the Pushpak Express stepped out of their coaches due to suspected fire, and the Karnataka Express coming from the adjacent track hit them. Soon after the incident, ambulances, railway rescue vans and fire tenders were rushed to the site.
कुछ यात्री जो है वो ट्रेन से नीचे उतरे थे. उसी समय अपोजिट डायरेक्शन से आने वाली जो कर्नाटक एक्सप्रेस है उस गाड़ी की वजह से कुछ यात्रियों को इंजरी होने की जो घटना है वो हमारे सामने आई है. उन यात्रियों को हम लोग मेडिकल मदद पहुंचाने की प्रयास कर रहे हैं. स्थानिक प्रशासन है उससे भी मदद ली जा रही है. उसी के साथ में रेलवे की जो एक्सीडेंट मेडिकल रिलीफ वैन होती है वो भी भुसावल से ऑलरेडी निकल चुकी हैं और वहां पहुंचने में है. हम लोगों का प्रयास चल रहा है कि जिन यात्रियों को ये इंजरी हुई है उन यात्रियों तक जो मेडिकल हेल्प है वो हम जल्द से जल्द.
4 people, including 3 sisters, have been shifted to hospitals from in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri district, where a mysterious illness has claimed 70 lives over the past 1.5 months. As concerns grow over mysterious deaths, a senior doctor, part of the investigations, informed that over 200 samples have been sent for testing to different institutes. During his visit to the United States with Donald Trump's inauguration, Jaishankar highlighted the strong and growing relationship between India and US after a high-level meeting with senior Trump administration officials. Jaishankar emphasized that the US administration is clearly prioritizing its ties with India. Jaishankar noted that the very high degree of trust that exists between two nations and described the special treatment extended to him as a clear sign of the Trump administration's commitment to strengthening bilateral relations.
Trump administration was keen to have India present at the inaugural itself, and they're clearly prioritizing the bilateral relationship, that they would like to build on the foundation of the relationship, a foundation which the first Trump administration also contributed a lot to building. Between us and the Trump administration, we approach the world both with a clear-eyed sense of our national interest.
Former MLA Anand Singh was attacked during a visit to the Hemja village in Bihar's Mokama Assembly constituency. Singh, who was addressing public complaints in the village, came under fire from local criminals believed to be linked to the Monu gang. Despite the sudden attack, no injuries or fatalities have been reported due to the presence of security personnel who ensured safety of Singh and others in the convoy. According to the ASP Rakesh Kumar, the police reached the scene after the attackers had fled. Authorities have recovered a shell from the location and an FIR is being registered to investigate the incident. In a major update in Saif stabbing case, Mumbai police have recovered the weapon used to attack the actor from the Bandra Talao, where the accused threw the knife after the attack. Additionally, the police recorded the statement of the barber who cut the accused's hair at a salon in Worli. Now, the accused had gotten a haircut to change his appearance and it dodged the police. Police have also been investigating the case and have collected evidence, including 19 fingerprints from the crime scene, which matched the accused's fingerprints. A clash broke out between two groups of youth Congress members over the allocation of party posts. Our long-time members expressed frustration after key positions were given to new leaders from the Kota Gudem district who recently joined the party. Tensions escalated into violence, with both sides clashing before police intervened to restore order. Several workers were injured, though the extent of the injuries remain unclear. Kerala Congress MP Francis George announced his support for the proposed Buff Amendment Bill in Parliament, pledging to take a positive stand on the matter. Speaking at the 100th day of the Munambam land struggle, George emphasized his commitment to justice and fairness, declaring that his party is ready to cooperate with anyone to uphold these principles. His statement was met with jubilation by the people of Munambam, and Francis George has also urged the centre not to succumb to pressure and to move forward with presenting the Buff Amendment Bill.
One of the indie partner, Kerala Congress Joseph Group leader and Kottayam MP Francis George has announced support to Waqf Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha. Congress always says Waqf Amendment Bill against Muslims. We are happy to hear this announcement. We always with the Munambam people.
Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar criticized the state government's rush to move to Calcutta High Court regarding the Ajikor Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case verdict. Majumdar raised concerns over the urgency, suggesting that the West Bengal government's actions aimed at silencing key witnesses, including Sanjay Roy, whose testimony could implicate high-ranking officials. Majumdar alleged that Mamata Banerjee's government is trying to protect those involved.
देखिए, पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार की तरफ से बहुत जल्दबाजी दिखाया जा रहा है और ये जल्दबाजी बहुत डाउटफुल है, क्योंकि सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी है, सीबीआई के पास भी मौका है हायर कोर्ट में जाने के लिए। लेकिन जिस तरीके से पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार जल्दबाजी कर रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जैसे भी हो संजय का मुंह बंद हो जाए, वो चाहते हैं।
All right, getting some big breaking up is coming in. Actors Rajpal Yadav, Remo D'Souza and Sugandha Mishra have received threats through email, and Amboli police have registered cases based on complaints from the actor and launched an investigation into the matter. Threats to Kapil Sharma, Rajpal Yadav, Remo D'Souza, all these updates are coming in right now, viewers. And we'll try to get you some more updates as to what other information is coming in terms of who could have possibly sent these threat mails. But this is a big update coming in after attack on Saif. More actors are getting death threats. BCCI has made a fresh demand regarding both the captain's event as well as opening ceremony of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, asking the ICC to shift both the opening ceremonies and the captain's meet and greet out of Pakistan and in Dubai instead. Here is a special story by our team at SportFit, getting you the updates.
In the wake of the row over whether India captain Rohit Sharma should go to Pakistan for the special captain ceremony or not, the BCCI has made a fresh demand regarding both the captain's event as well as the opening ceremony of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The Indian board has asked the ICC to shift both the opening ceremony and the captain's meet outside of Pakistan and let it take place in Dubai instead. The Indian cricket team would be playing all of their Champions Trophy matches in Dubai due to the hybrid model being in place. Hence, they want the captain's meet and the opening ceremony to be held in the same city to avoid travelling to Pakistan. The usual practice in such matters is that the host nation will be handling both events, but the unique nature of this arrangement has led to there being even more logistical issues. It is the latest issue to plague Pakistan ahead of the tournament after news came that Team India's official jersey for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 may not even sport the host Pakistan's name. It is a norm that teams print the name of the host in any ICC tournament that takes place, though in the BCCI's case, they are not at all keen to do so. India, it is worth noting, will not be playing any of their matches in Pakistan, and with the Emirates Cricket Board being co-hosts of the tournament, the BCCI have decided to not engrave Pakistan's name on the team's official jersey. This has angered the PCB, who have been left to resort to using the media in a bid to play to the gallery. BCCI is bringing politics into cricket, which is not at all good for the game. They refuse to travel to Pakistan, they don't want to send their captain for the opening ceremony, and now there are reports that they don't want the host nation's name printed on their jersey, a PCB official said. It was yet another setback for the PCB as, ahead of the tournament, Pakistan were once again brought to their knees after the crippling conditions that their stadiums were in was exposed by the media. The PCB is in a scramble to complete the renovation work of the stadiums ahead of next month's Champions Trophy. The National Stadium in Karachi is scheduled to play host to the opening match of the tournament between Pakistan and New Zealand on February 19. But whether or not Pakistan are able to even host the twin opening ceremonies as planned in their own nation is something that is now very much up in the air.
Well, coming up, viewers, at least 13 people dead and 10 seriously injured after they were hit by the Karnataka Express in Maharashtra, Jalgaon. CM announces ex gratia of rupees 5 lakhs for the families of the deceased. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, I am Kamya Karthikeyan and I am thrilled to share that I am a part of the Republic India Women's Summit 2025. It's going to be an incredible event celebrating the powerful women that inspire and uplift our nation every single day. And you can be a part of it too by watching me live only on Republic Media Network. See you there.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Director, the taste of success.
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
लखनऊ से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज टर्मिनस की तरफ आने वाली पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस इस गाड़ी का अलार्म चेन पुलिंग की घटना माहेजी और परधाड़े इन दो स्थानकों के दरमियान हुई थी। अलार्म चेन पुलिंग होने के बाद में ये गाड़ी रुकी थी। इस गाड़ी के रुकने के बाद इसमें से एक कोच में के कुछ यात्री जो है वो नीचे उतर गए थे। उसी वक्त पे दूसरी डायरेक्शन में जाने वाली कर्नाटक एक्सप्रेस जो कि बेंगलोर से दिल्ली की तरफ जाती है, ये गाड़ी उस ट्रैक से पास हो रही थी। उस वक्त पे कुछ यात्रियों को 7 से 8 यात्रियों को इस गाड़ी की वजह से चोट आने की घटना सामने आई है। उनके लिए स्थानिक प्रशासन के साथ बात करके एम्बुलेंसेस वहाँ पे जो जगह है वहाँ पे पहुँचाई जा रही है। उसी के साथ में भुसावल मंडल से जो एक्सीडेंट रिलीफ ट्रेन है वो भी निकल चुकी है और हमें जल्द से जल्द साइट पे पहुँच के साइट पे जिन यात्रियों को चोट आई हुई है उन यात्रियों को मदद करने का प्रयास रेलवे द्वारा किया जा रहा है।
Hi
Hi everybody, Namaskar, Namaskaram, Sat Sri Akal, Salaam Alaikum. I'm Usha Uttut and I'm truly delighted to be coming your way on the 23rd of January for the Republic India Women's Summit 2025. This is a special opportunity to celebrate, acknowledge the extraordinary women who inspire us to aim higher and to do better. Isn't that amazing? I'm truly looking forward to being a part of this event, and you can watch me live. And this happens only on the Republic Media Network. Please be there because I'm dying to be with all of you. I just love this channel. Yeah, really. So be there.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get to the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. PM Modi expressed condolences for the Jalgaon train accident, says authorities providing all assistance. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says Pakistan stopped trading with India post-abrogation of Article 370. Adds Pakistan supplying drugs to India. External Affairs Minister says the new Trump administration wants to prioritize and build on foundations of relationship with India. US President Donald Trump redesignates Iranian-backed Houthis as terrorists. That was the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning. I'm Priyanka Das, and I'll be taking you through the top stories from around the world. But first, let's get started with the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who's joined mourners of the victims of the tragedy whose bodies were found to rest on Wednesday. Now, the blaze at the Grand Kartal Hotel of the Bolu province killed 76 people and injured 51. The president attended the funeral of the members of the family who was related to the party official. Here's a report. Take a look.
Turkish President Erdogan travelled from capital Ankara to northern Bolu province to attend funeral of ski resort fire victims. Erdogan attended funeral of family members of his party colleague. 8 members of the family were killed in the tragic accident that took place on Tuesday night.
Bir felakete maruz kalmak suretiyle şu anda ebediyete uğurlamakta olduğumuz 8 kardeşimizi Rabbimden kendilerine rahmetiyle tecelli etmesini niyaz ediyoruz.
Mournings also continued in Istanbul, where the family members gathered for the last time to bid farewell to their loved ones.
Now let's turn attention to the next story, where 2 people, including a child, were killed and 2 others were severely injured in a stabbing attack in Bavaria. The police stated that the motive for the attack remains unclear, though they ruled out terrorism as a factor. Here's a report on that.
2 people, including a 2-year-old boy, were killed and 2 others were severely injured in a stabbing incident in Bavaria. Police said a suspect was detained in a knife attack, which occurred in a park in southern Germantown.
Gegen 11:45 Uhr hat es einen Messerangriff hier im Park Schöntal gegeben, bei dem 2 Personen tödlich verletzt worden sind. Ein Tatverdächtiger, konnte kurze Zeit später, der zu Fuß in Richtung Südbahnhof unterwegs war, festgenommen werden.
Police told that they did not immediately know the motive for the attack because the investigation was still at an early stage.
Über Motiv und Hintergründe müssen wir derzeit noch jetzt ermitteln.
Train services in the town was temporarily interrupted as the suspect tried to flee along the tracks. However, the accused was quickly detained. Police asked possible witnesses to come forward, where they said the second victim who was killed was a 41-year-old man and the suspect was 28-year-old Afghan citizen. The nationality of the 2 people who were killed was not given.
A man was killed and 2 other people were injured after they were attacked by a man with a knife in front of the main station in Nagano City, central Japan. As police continue to investigate the case, the attacker whereabouts remain unknown. Here's a report.
In a tragic incident, 1 person died and 2 others were injured in a knife attack outside a train station in central Japan. Local police said a man in his 40s was stabbed and later confirmed dead at a hospital. As police continue with their forensic investigations, the assailants' whereabouts remain unknown. The attacker was described as an unknown middle-aged man by the victims.
Here's a quick roundup of top global stories. In a tragic incident, 1 person died and 2 others were injured in a knife attack outside a train station in Nagano in central Japan. Local police said a man in his 40s was stabbed and later confirmed dead at the hospital. A 37-year-old man and a 46-year-old woman was seriously injured in the knife attack. As police continue with their forensic investigations, the assailants' whereabouts remain unknown. Turkish President Erdogan travelled from capital Ankara to northern Bolu province to attend the funeral of ski resort fire victims. The blaze at the Grand Kartal Hotel of Bolu province killed 76 people and injured 51. The president attended the funeral of members of a family who were related to his party official. The special representative of the UN Secretary General for Colombia condemned violence in the northeast of the country, which left at least 80 people dead. On the same day, Colombia's government reactivated arrest orders for the top leadership of the nation's largest rebel group following attacks on civilians as part of a deadly turf war with dissident guerrillas. The clashes have been going on over the seizing control of a coca-growing region bordering Venezuela.
I condemn these killings, which are an attack against peace itself. And I call again for armed groups to cease all actions that place at risk the civilian population, including community leaders and peace signatories.
Ukrainian troops on the front lines have called for more weapons to help them fight back against advancing Russian forces in the Donetsk region. Meanwhile, in Davos, Switzerland, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky met with leaders and officials in an effort to stir up support for Ukraine's fight against Russia. As he did so, US President Donald Trump threatened to impose stiff taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on Russia if an agreement didn't reach to the end of the war in Ukraine. A warning that is likely to fall on deaf ears in the Kremlin. Senate Democrats knocked down the Republicans' efforts to invoke cloture on a bill to pass care for infants born alive during attempted abortions. Before the Senate vote, Senate Democrats slammed the measure, saying instead of making people's lives better, Republicans were focused on anti-abortion, anti-women extremism. Doctors who violate the law would face fines and up to 5 years in jail. While Republicans gained control of the Senate, their 53-47 majority did not give them enough votes for the 3/5 majority of 60 votes needed for cloture.
Focused on just about everything except how to lower costs and make regular people's lives better. This week, they are not rolling out a healthcare plan or telling us how they're going to lower the cost of groceries. Instead, Republicans are pushing more unpopular anti-abortion extremism.
The Palestinian death toll from Israeli military operations in the Gaza Strip has risen to 47,161. With 111,166 others injured, the statement highlighted the rising casualties in the Palestinian enclave, despite the first phase of a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas that came into effect on Sunday. In addition to the significant human toll, Israeli attacks have caused widespread destruction to Gaza's infrastructure. Meanwhile, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East reported that reconstruction efforts in Gaza are beyond the agency's capacity due to the scale of 15 months of damage. A female student was killed and another student was wounded in a shooting in a Nashville high school cafeteria. The 17-year-old shooter, who was also a student at the Antioch High School, later shot and killed himself with a handgun. The incident raised concerns among family members of other students in the school.
Tried to get in contact with somebody, I couldn't call nobody, and I had took my son's phone for that weekend, and I didn't give it back to him, so I was nervous. I was really about to break down. But when I finally got up here, and a teacher called me, his English teacher called and told me that he was fine and he was at the school. So I've been waiting for about 3 hours for him. Yeah, so.
5 weeks after Mayotte was devastated by a cyclone, teachers and staff are getting ready to reopen the schools to prepare for the return of students. As debris clearing operations continue in full swing, firefighters are making all efforts to make school a better place after the French territory was battered with severe cyclones. Here's a report.
Amid piles of rubble, locals and firefighters were seen clearing the debris in Mayotte after Cyclone Chido ripped through the French territory. They were seen covering the gaping holes in the roofs with clear tarpaulin as the students and teachers in Mayotte are getting ready to reopen schools.
Alors on a purgé tous les éléments de tôle qui pouvaient tomber sur des enfants ou sur les enseignants. Nous avons également nettoyé tout ce qui était tombé dans les salles, les faux plafonds mouillés qui étaient sur le sol, et aux endroits où nous pouvons, nous recréons de la charpente et nous mettons de la bâche pour éviter que les pluies puissent atteindre les locaux intérieurs.
With Cyclone Chido devastating the French territory, it remains unclear how many students will have a table and chair to sit when they head back to the school. The start of the new term was pushed back a week because of the threat of the cyclone. As Chido swept through the city, many still live without shelter, water or electricity. As debris clearing operations continue in full swing, schools are preparing to welcome back lakhs of students.
Alors l'établissement a été impacté, notamment on avait construit une superbe MDL pour les élèves qui est malheureusement détruite en grande partie. Après, globalement par rapport aux autres, non, les dégâts sont minimes. On a 12 salles à peu près qui sont inutilisables, ce qui est quand même relativement peu par rapport à l'ensemble de l'établissement.
With just 5 weeks since the deadly cyclone, is it the right time to reopen the schools?
Here's it's time for a short break. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says Pakistan stopped trading with India following the abrogation of Article 370. And Pakistan supplying drugs to India. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we get you all the details on the other side.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
everybody, this is Khushbu Sundar and I'm truly looking forward to be part of Republic India Women's Summit 2025. This is a great opportunity for us to celebrate and acknowledge women who have always inspired us to do better and aim at greater heights. I am really looking forward to be part of this, and you can always watch me live on Republic Media Network.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV, and now it's time for a quick update from the business world. Let's take a quick roundup. HDFC Bank Limited, India's largest private lender, reported a net profit of rupees 17,656.61 crore for the third quarter of FY 2024-25. Marking a 2.2% increase from rupees 16,372 crore in third quarter FY24. HDFC Bank reported consolidated net revenue of rupees 65,280 crore for the quarter ended December 31st, 2024. Net interest income grew by 7.7% year-on-year to rupees $396.5 billion for the quarter, with a core net interest margin of 3.43% on the total assets and 3.62% on the interest earning assets. Hindustan Unilever Limited announced the acquisition of Minimalist, a fast-growing premium beauty brand, as part of its strategy to strengthen its presence in the high-growth masstige beauty category. The company will acquire a 90.5% stake in Minimalist, with plans to acquire the remaining 9.5% within 2 years. HUL will acquire its majority stake through a cash consideration of rupees 2,670 crore, valuing the company at rupees 2,955 crore. Additionally, a primary infusion of rupees 45 crore will be made to support the future growth. Minimalist's current team, led by its founders, will continue to manage the brand in collaboration with HUL. The acquisition aligns with HUL's beauty and well-being division's focus on high growth and evolving consumer demand. The National Stock Exchange of India reached a major milestone, surpassing 11 crore unique registered investors as of January 20th, 2025. The total number of client codes registered exceeds 21 crore, reflecting a 3.6 times growth in investor participation over the last 5 years. This growth underscores the rising interest in direct market participation. Indian stock markets have delivered positive returns for 9 consecutive years, boosting investor confidence. Indirect market participation has also surged, with 3.7 crore SIP accounts opened between July and December 2024. Average monthly SIP inflows during this period rose to rupees 24,748 crore, up from rupees 19,972 crore in the preceding 6 months, reflecting increased investor engagement and confidence.
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad, and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025, happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there, and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hi, this is Nimrat Kaur and I will be coming to see you on the 23rd of January at the Republic India Women's Summit 2025, where we're going to celebrate all the amazing women who continue to inspire and empower the nation. I'm very excited to be a part of this event, and I can't wait to see you all there.
Good morning, viewers. Now in a grim development after the attack on Saif Ali Khan, some more actors from the Hindi film industry have received threats. The notification has come in from the Mumbai police. We'll track all that and more for you right after this break.
Hello everyone, this is Sajamul Islam, India's first and youngest vice world kickboxing champion from J&K, India. I'm thrilled to share that I'm a part of Republic India Women's Summit 2025. It's going to be an incredible and an amazing event celebrating the phenomenal women who inspire and uplift our nation every single day. You can be a part too by watching me live only on Republic Media Network. See you then.
लखनऊ से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज टर्मिनस की तरफ आने वाली पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस इस गाड़ी का अलार्म चेन पुलिंग की घटना माहेजी और परधाड़े इन दो स्थानकों के दरमियान हुई थी। अलार्म चेन पुलिंग होने के बाद में ये गाड़ी रुकी थी इस गाड़ी के रुकने के बाद इसमें से एक कोच में के कुछ यात्री जो है वो नीचे।
There are only 2 words that needs to get translated.
Let me help you with real-time translation with interpreter.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Today, Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. This summit shines a spotlight on the remarkable women from diverse domains like governance, business, technology, entrepreneurship, politics, and thought leadership. As we honor the women pioneers and visionaries at the Republic India Women's Summit, join us live only on the Republic Media Network. And let's take a quick check of the headlines at 9 now. After Sanjay Nirupam, Maharashtra Minister Nitish Rane has raised questions on Saif's quick recovery. At least 13 people dead and 10 seriously injured after they were hit by the Karnataka Express in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. Chief Minister announces ex gratia of Rs 5 lakh for the families of deceased. Actors Rajpal Yadav, Remo D'Souza, Kapil Sharma and Sugandha Mishra receive threats via email.
ट्रेड हमने तो बंद नहीं किया, जो या तो उनके प्रशासन ने जो 2019 में जो निर्णय लिए गए कि भारत के साथ व्यापार नहीं करना, वो उनके साइड से था।
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says Pakistan stopped trading with India post abrogation of Article 370, adds Pakistan supplying drugs to India. And Republic Media Network is proud to present the second edition of Republic India Women's Summit, an inspiring celebration of women breaking barriers and redefining leadership. A very good morning, viewers. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're live and breaking at 9 a.m. this Thursday. Let's tell you news in connection to the attack on Saif Ali Khan. Now, in the latest, we're picking up that after Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam, Maharashtra Cabinet Minister Nitish Rane has questioned the authenticity of the attack on Saif Ali Khan, asking if it was real or staged. Rane expressed concerns over political bias and neglect of Hindu artists and the growing issues of influx of Bangladeshis and Rohingya immigrants in the country. Maharashtra Minister Nitish Rane stoking a row, questioning the attack on Saif Ali Khan over his quick recovery, asking if the attack on Saif was real or staged. Let's listen into that statement from the minister.
पिढीच्या डोक्यामध्ये 4 गोष्टी टाका, त्यांना सांगा आजूबाजूला काय होत आहे, कसले धोके आहेत. अहो आपल्या घरात पूजा करण्यामध्ये आजकाल हे लोक बंदी टाकल्यापर्यंत हिंमत पोहोचलेली आहे. बघा त्या बांगलादेश पहिले काय करतात त्या मुंबईमध्ये, त्या सैफ अली खानच्या घरात घुसले. म्हणजे नालायक बघा किती आहेत. पहिल्या फक्त नाक्यावर उभं राहायचे, आता घरात घुसायला लागलेले आहे. कदाचित त्याला घेऊन जायला आले असतील, हे घाण लेकी जाऊ जायला तो एवढा तो असा बाहेरून चालत होता. मलाच संशय राहिला का घरात चाकू मारला की ह्यांनी कुठेतरी असंच ऍक्टिंग करून बाहेर निघाला, असं टुन करून असतंय ते.
And let's go to Akhil joining us on the bulletin. Akhil, a very good morning to you. Now, another leader raising concerns and questioning the attack on Saif Ali Khan, despite all the news that we have been tracking from the actor being attacked to him coming out of the hospital after getting surgeries. Why are ministers questioning the attack and the authenticity of it, raising concerns over Bangladeshi immigrants instead and linking the attack on the actor?
Well, Kriti, if you see at this point in time, what we are witnessing that across the party lines, different political leaders have reacted on it. Earlier, Sanjay Nirupam reacted on it, saying that if you see the walk of Mr. Saif Ali Khan, the way he came out from hospital after 5 days, how can someone recover so fast? Because if you see on the night of 16, that incident took place, and on 21st, Saif Ali Khan was out from the hospital. And in that 5 days, how can he recover so fast? This is what the question was raised by Sanjay Nirupam also, and he has said that if the wounds were so deep and the surgery went for almost 6 hours, and one portion of that knife was inserted inside the body of Saif Ali Khan, approximately 2.5 inch. So these are the valid points basically raised by Sanjay Nirupam in that regard. Again, what we are seeing that another leader from the BJP at this point in time has reacted. Sanjay Nirupam is from Shiv Sena. This time a BJP leader, Nitesh Rane, has reacted on it. He is saying whether that movement of him was a staged or was it an actual stab. He further noted at it, saying that if you see that these Bangladeshis, when they used to arrive in Mumbai or in the suburban regions, they used to basically live on the streets. Now they have become so open and see their audacity. He basically questioned the audacity of those that now they have started entering into the house of celebs and important people living in the city. So these are the concerning questions in that regard. But on the authenticity part, Nitish Rane has questioned about the health part and how Saif Ali Khan could recover so fast after the incident in just 5 days. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Akhil, for sharing that with us. But viewers, we're bringing you more breaking news in the aftermath of the attack on Saif Ali Khan. Now some more actors and people from the industry are receiving death threats. In them are Kapil Sharma, Rajpal Yadav and choreographer Remo D'Souza. Now the Mumbai police have registered a case and the probe is underway. Comedian Kapil Sharma has received a death threats targeting him, his family, relatives and neighbors. Amboli police have registered the case under section 351 and the investigation is underway. In fact, similar threats were also sent to actors Rajpal Yadav and choreographer and director Remo D'Souza. More and more big names from the industry getting fresh death threats in a concerning development coming from Mumbai. And in the latest, Kapil Sharma has received these death threats. The case has been registered by the Amboli police under section 351 and they are investigating the matter. And with that, we move on to another big news that we are tracking, and this one from Jammu and Kashmir, where the mysterious illness, viewers, has killed 17 people, and 4 more have been taken to hospital. 4 of the 7 have been sent to the PGR Chandigarh hospital by the authorities, and in them are 3 sisters. 7 more fell sick due to the mysterious illness in Badhal village of Rajouri. 4 of these 7 have been sent to the hospital. The Indian Air Force has also been brought in for speedy transportation of ill patients for advanced treatment. Once again, let's remind you that 17 have died, and the first deaths were reported on December 7. So in a month and a half, 17 people have died, and the number of people falling ill is only rising. Let's go across to Gursimran, who is joining us live from Jammu on this. Gursimran, good morning to you. A very grim development coming in. More and more people are falling sick. How is the investigation into the cause of the mysterious illness proceeding?
See, you have rightly mentioned that it is precisely 1.5 months it has been since the first death took place in the Badal village of the Rajouri due to this mysterious illness. Earlier, in the first 9 deaths that occurred in the span of roughly 10 days, it was considered that it is due to the food poisoning or some viral infection. But when the second phase of the deaths took place from the second week of January to the third week of January, wherein we saw that 8 people, all from a single family, lost their life, then it raised the eyebrows of the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the health authorities, and then the twin teams were swung into the action. But after the last death that was reported on the 19th of January, for 2 days it was a complete calm. But all of a sudden, in last 48 hours, we are witnessing that once again the people have started falling ill from the same Badal village. And as we speak, 7 of the people have fallen sick to this mysterious illness. 4 of them have been transported. They have been sent to the PGI Chandigarh by the special chopper by the Indian Air Force. So Indian Air Force has also been pressed in the operations along with the Indian Army that is providing the local relief to the residents of the Badal village. And the Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Investigation Team is probing the matter to look into the angles other than the medical reasons. When it comes to the medical reasons, we have seen an interministerial team that has been formed by the Ministry of Home Affairs. A 16-member team has already arrived in the Rajouri on the 19th of January itself, and they are camping in the Badal village looking into what could possibly be the reason. And as a precautionary measure, the village has been declared a containment zone divided into 3 categories, while those who are relatives, the immediate relatives of those who have fallen, those who have died due to this mysterious illness, mainly caused by getting them brain dead, they have been shifted to a medical nursing home so as to ensure that their treatment is done at priority, and also they are kept at a watch by the authorities, while the rest of the village has also been declared a containment zone, and the authorities are ensuring that the people do not consume a food other than they are being provided by the administration.
Gursimran, what kind of symptoms are these people experiencing, and what is the time gap between the appearance of the first symptoms and the hospitalization and the deaths that have occurred so far?
See, in all 17 cases, there has not been a simple trend that you can phase out, that how many days actually it has taken. Starting from the 3 days, 2 days to 7 to 8 days has been the time that first they fell sick, and then they are taken to the hospital, and eventually they go brain dead, and they succumb during their treatment they undergo. But what is the primary symptoms is that the high fever and also the restlessness that they feel is the key symptoms of this, and then their brain cells, the brain stem is attacked by the neurotoxins that have been found in their body of all 17 who have died so far.
All right. Well, thank you, Gursimran, for joining us and sharing that information with us. Viewers, we are continuously tracking this development on the mysterious illness that has been reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri in Badhal village, which has now been declared a containment zone. And with that, we are going to move to another big breaking news that we are tracking. Now, in a joint operation in Avantipura, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, along with the Rajputana Rifles and CRPF, have recovered the arms and ammunition and other material in a government primary school. Now, the recovered ammunition includes 1 grenade, 1 electric and 1 pistol magazine and 2 9-watt batteries. Zenith is joining us live on this. Zenith, very good morning to you. This is another such incident where arms have been recovered from a government school. Who do you think is behind this planting of the ammunition in a school?
Terror outfits who try to hide their arms and ammunitions in such locations where the security forces are not able to lay their hand. But this is a search and cordon operation in which in Avantipura police along with 48 RR carried a search in one of the schools in the Avantipura in the Larno area where these arms and ammunitions have been recovered. Now it tells you that how the terror outfits are using the schools, the educational institutes to hide their weapons, to hide their ammunitions, because they believe that school is one such safe locations where police or the security joint force would not be able to lay their hand. But that tells you that how the intelligence grid of the security forces is working actively and keeping an eye on everything, because recovering the material from the school itself tells you that being a sensitive location, they were able to lay their hand where these ammunitions and arms have been recovered. That also includes the grenade detonators, the electric and the non-electric detonators, and pistol magazines and other things that usually it is being used to target or to carry out the killings. But this is the one hide that has been busted by the joint forces, which was an operation of J&K police along with the 44 RR in the Larno Avantipura in South Kashmir, where they were able to recover the arms and ammunitions, although the sources have not disclosed yet as far as the terror outfit is concerned. But this is again a success to the security forces when the arrangements for the upcoming Republic Day is around the corner.
All right, thank you, Zenith, for sharing that with us. We'll come back to you when more developments surface. For now, viewers, let's move on to news coming in from Myanmar. And let's tell you that Kampat in Myanmar is lying in ruins. And amidst that, there is a concern of the influx of immigrants. We have a report on this as the Chief Minister has spoken in on the matter. Take a look.
अभी जस्ट 2 मिनट पहले हमको गोली चलने की आवाज़ वहाँ पर सुनाई दिया.
Volatility continues to prevail on the Indo-Myanmar border. Watch how Myanmar's Kampat, which is hours away from Manipur, is in complete ruins as an aftermath of the deadly airstrike.
Right now we are standing in Manipur, and hardly 1 kilometer away from this Indo-Myanmar Friendship Bridge is the city of Tamo, which is now the last stronghold of the Myanmar junta army in Myanmar. As the situation has turned upside down in Myanmar, a lot of people from Tamo and Sagaing area are now fleeing for safe places. Kampat is the location in Myanmar where regular bombing is taking place. From this place, it is hardly 35 kilometers away, a drive of around 50 minutes, where today morning also Myanmar Junta Army and the Myanmar Air Force carried out multiple number of strikes.
यहाँ पर जो बर्मा का जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, यहाँ पर कल परसों में बर्मा जुंता में एयर स्ट्राइक किया खम्पत पर. बहुत आदमी घायल हुआ है और घर भी कितना बर्न डाउन हुआ, और कितना बर्मा का जो हमारा बहन लोग भाई लोग है यहाँ में आके मोर देन 300 जैसा इधर में आया. CSO मोरे HTC का ब्रांच के नीचे में सब वो लोग देखभाल कर रहा है. अभी बर्मा का सिचुएशन बहुत ख़राब है. यहाँ पब्लिक इसे जाना बहुत डेंजर हो रहा है, और यहाँ में पब्लिक का सर्वाइवल भी बहुत मुश्किल है. डे टू डे खाना पीने का डेली ढूंढने का बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है.
As an aftermath of this attack, at least 300 Myanmar nationals are seen taking refuge close to the Howling Phai village near Manipur. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has raised serious concerns over the influx from Myanmar into Manipur.
Since 2021, the unrest happening in the Myanmar, because of that many refugees coming inside. We are also providing shelter for them in some areas in consultation with the Home Ministry, and we are providing their food and shelter homes like this. But we could not provide for as a whole.
Watch how biometric registration of these illegals has gathered pace in the state of Manipur. However, the governor of Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity iterated on the importance of the NRC to prevent the influx of illegal immigrants.
In order to help resolve this crisis, we have been demanding the exercise of NRC, because we have to identify by individuals, not by community, not by particular ethnicity or community. We don't say that. The state government already has its own list of recognized ethnic communities and tribes list. It will help the state to understand the actual demography of the state, to understand the genuine population, to understand the migrant population, which will also help in making the administration convenient and much better.
The question, however, remains: will the northeastern states be able to battle the challenge of rising influx from a war-trodden Myanmar?
And now bringing you some news in connection to the rape and murder of Abhay in RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital in West Bengal. Now Republic has spoken to the parents of Abhay, and while they have expressed disappointment at the lower court's verdict handing Sanjay Roy life imprisonment, they still expressed hope for justice. They have raised questions over the tampering of evidence and demanded a fresh probe into the matter. Take a look.
The Supreme Court yesterday deferred a crucial hearing in the Arjikar rape and murder case, dealing another blow to Abhaya's parents in the quest of justice. Speaking to Republic, Abhaya's parents said, while disappointed and hurt by the recent turn of events in the case, they remain hopeful of justice. Her parents, who have little else to live for than bringing their daughter's culprits to justice, asserted that there were more people involved in erasing and eliminating crucial evidence in the case.
जैसा हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? संजय रॉय अकेला जिम्मेदार है इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बहुत आदमी है, और टेम्परिंग के लिए, एविडेंस टेम्परिंग के लिए तो बहुत आदमी है। सब सामने आएगा और सबको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी। हम लोग इसके लिए सारे जिंदगी, बाकी जिंदगी यही काम करेंगे, और कोर्ट जितना दिन हमको ऐसा करेंगे, हम उसका पीछे भागेंगे।
They said they were prepared to go to the whole hog till all the other conspirators in the case are identified and brought to book. On refusing the court's offer of a compensation, her parents said that they went to court in the hope of justice, not to receive a check.
आप लोग compensation नहीं लेंगे क्या?
नहीं, हम तो कंपनसेशन के लिए कोर्ट पे नहीं गया, हम गया है जस्टिस के लिए। हम खड़ा होकर जज को बोल दिया, हमको कंपनसेशन नहीं चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस चाहिए।
Elaborating on their खेले हो रहा है charge at the Mamata administration, the parents said that the Chief Minister has been treating the case casually, like a game from day one.
आप बोल रहे थे खेला हो रहा है, खेला होच्छे।
ये तो हमारा जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, हर बात में तो खेला हवे करता है, इसलिए यही है, इसको एक खेला मानकर ही चल रहा है। ऐसा उनका जो सोच समझ है, इसलिए बोला है।
Claiming that the government did not bother informing them before challenging the lower court order in the High Court, her parents said they were yet to receive answers to 54 questions on the lapses in the probe into the rape and murder case.
आप लोगों को कोई नोटिस मिला था इसके पहले?
नहीं, नोटिस नहीं मिला। फिर भी हमारा जो आईओ है सीबीआई का, उसको फोन किया था, उन्होंने बोला हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं। लेकिन आज जब लिस्ट आया हमारा पास शाम में, तब देखा है सीबीआई ने पटी हुआ है इस पे। सीबीआई और स्टेट के वर्सेस ये मामला चल रहा है। उन्होंने हमको झूठ बोला, हमको लगता है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी अधूरा है, आपको कहीं से भी लग रहा है?
पूरा अधूरा है। जो हमारा 54 क्वेश्चन हमको आंसर नहीं मिला है। जितना दिन ये क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं मिलेगा उतना दिन तो हमको तदंतों का जो हो रहा है उसके ऊपर फंसा नहीं आएगा।
On whether they were pushing for death sentence for Sanjay Roy, Abhaya's parents said they want everyone involved in the case to face the gallows.
Let's move to news on the Mahakumbh. Now, the Samajwadi Party has politicized the visit of BJP leaders, including Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and used derogatory language against them, calling them chapris and using even worse terms. Take a look as they politicize the Chief Minister's holy dip in the Triveni Sangam during Mahakumbh.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, along with his cabinet on Wednesday, took a dip in the Triveni Sangam during the ongoing Mahakumbh Mela. The ministers also engaged in some light-hearted, celebratory moments of camaraderie in sacred waters. CM Adityanath was surrounded by his cabinet colleagues, who splashed water on him together as the entourage bathed amid high security.
महाकुंभ में पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश का संपूर्ण मंत्री परिषद उपस्थित है। हमारे सहयोगी सभी मंत्रियों ने आज यहां पर बहुत सारे मुद्दों पर चर्चा की है। यहां पर अन्य महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों के साथ साथ प्रयागराज के विकास से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा हुई है।
However, the religious gesture was tainted by casteist and classist slurs, undermining its intended significance. Samajwadi Party mocked Yogi Adityanath government's holy Mahakumbh dip, saying all BJP netas who took dip are sadak chhap chhapri, having neither have knowledge of religion nor sense of decorum.
योगी जी केवल मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बल्कि महंत भी है। उनको ट्वीट में समाजवादी पार्टी जिस प्रकार के शब्दावली से उच्चारित करती है, छपरी लौंडे की तरह, डुबकी मतलब कि आस्था का जो बहुत ही पवित्र स्नान है उसका भी अपमान, यही समाजवादी पार्टी की पहचान है।
Samajwadi Party seems to be on spree to target Yogi, and especially the Mahakumbh. Has it crossed the line this time with its chhapri londe remark?
The unending mystery of the Badal village of the Rajouri, where 17 people have already lost their life in a 45 days time. Now 4 more people have fallen sick to this mysterious disease and are now taken to the medical facility for the advanced treatment. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there, and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
the latest experiment that was done with regards to space docking, and it was complex. We are now part of the elite club, fourth country to do so, but many would be asking, what's the big deal about it?
We are talking about two satellites moving in the low Earth orbit with a velocity of 28,400 km per hour velocity. Of course, relative velocity is less. Now, in all the three planes, you have to have a perfect match. Then only it can go and dock. For that, lot of things are required. Control systems, inertial systems, and then lot of sensors, then the propulsion system, then the measurement of the entire orientation. Otherwise, you cannot even reorient and go and dock. So it's a very, very complex process of doing. Otherwise, every country would have done.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get his news summarized with the notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. After Sanjay Nirupam, Maharashtra Minister Nitish Rane has raised question on Saif's quick recovery. Actors Rajpal Yadav, Remo D'Souza, Kapil Sharma and Sugandha Mishra have received threats via email. PM Modi expresses condolences for the Jalgaon train accident, says authorities providing all assistance. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says Pakistan that stopped trading with India post-abrogation of Article 370. Adds Pakistan supplying drugs to India. That was the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. After Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam, now Maharashtra Cabinet Minister Nitish Rane has questioned the authenticity of the attack on actor Saif Ali Khan, asking if it was real or staged. Rane expressed concerns over political bias, neglect of Hindu artists, and the growing issues of influx of Bangladeshi and Rohingya immigrants in the country. Let's listen in to what Nitish Rane had to say.
टाका त्यांना सांगा आजूबाजूला काय होत आहे, कसले धोके आहेत. अहो आपल्या घरात पूजा करण्यामध्ये आजकाल हे लोक बंदी टाकल्यामुळे हिंमत पोचलेली आहे. बघा त्या बांगलादेश पहिले काय करतात त्या मुंबईमध्ये, त्या सैफ अली खानच्या घरात घुसले. म्हणजे नालायक बघा किती आहेत. पहिला फक्त नाक्यावर उभं राहायचे, आता घरात घुसायला लागलेले आहे. कदाचित त्याला घेऊन जायला आले असतील, हे घाण लेकी जाऊ म्हणत जायला तो एवढा तो असा बाहेरून चालत होता. मलाच संशय राहिला काय घरात चाकू मारला की ह्यांनी कुठेतरी असंच ऍक्टिंग करून बाहेर निघाला, असं टुन करून असतंय ते.
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Akhil, who's joining us live from Mumbai. Akhil, first it was Sanjay Nirupam, and now it's Nitish Rane. Both questioning the authenticity of the attack on Saif Ali Khan and really raising questions about the swift recovery. Can you just take our viewers through what's happening there?
Well, absolutely. If you see on that part, we have been speaking to the doctors as well. I spoke to the neurosurgeon who operated Saif Ali Khan, Dr. Nitin Dange, and I asked him the same question that how can someone recover within 5 days? And on that part, Dr. Nitin Dange, who is the neurosurgeon.
I'd like to bring in Nitish Rane, who is joining us live. Mr. Rane, why are you making these comments on the actor and questioning the authenticity of the attack, really? What prompted you to say that? We will get you details from my colleague Akhil, who's joining us from Mumbai. Akhil, over to you. Could you just take us through what the doctors were saying when you spoke to them?
Well, absolutely. I just spoke to Dr. Nitin Dange, who is the neurosurgeon and chief of the neuro department. And at that point in time, he said that Saif Ali Khan is physically a very strong person. He regularly does swimming, cycling, and gym also. So on that front, he said that if a person is physically strong, then it's very easy for them to recover. On the political angle, if you see what we have been seeing, that earlier Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Nirupam basically reacted on it, saying, how can someone be so fit within 5 days? Because if you see the timeline of the entire incident, the incident took place on 16th night and Saif Ali Khan was discharged on 21st. In just 5 days, how can such a deep wound, because he has got six wounds, and out of those 6 wounds, 2 wounds were buried.
We're joined by Maharashtra Cabinet Minister Nitish Rane. Mr. Rane, what has prompted you to make these comments on Saif Ali Khan's stabbing attack, and what really has prompted you to raise the questions on the authenticity of the attack and the swift recovery of the actor himself?
It's a natural question that's coming up in every Mumbaiker's mind, is what exactly happened and how can someone who has been stabbed so severely in his spine can be okay in 5 days? If the medical fraternity of Leelavati is really that good, I'm very happy about it. But on the other side, the Maharashtra government's image was questioned by the opposition because of the law and order in the city. But looking at the entire episode, there's a lot of dots that need to be connected here. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered. Someone who was so severely injured, either he has to be bedridden at least for a few months, at least to take rest. We are not saying, he cannot be fine. But someone needs to take rest at least for a few months if his spine was so severely injured. So I think this is a question that every Mumbaiker has in their mind, and that is what I just watched it.
And Mr. Rane, as you also questioned how the swift recovery has happened, taking into the point that, the injury was sustained also near the spine, as you mentioned. So what is the angle that you sort of, have thought about, as you're saying, also on behalf of the Mumbaikars, really?
See, we need to understand also how come someone who was so deeply injured can be perfectly fine in so soon. Because obviously Maharashtra police Mumbai police is investigating the case. The truth will eventually come out. There have been different theories and there have been different stories that have been changing every 24 hours. So I think the things need to come out on the table. Things need to be clear. So I think we all need to know the facts. As a part of the government, our image of our chief minister and the image of our government was questioned that time by the opposition. But after looking at this entire episode of him walking out of the hospital so fit and fine, obviously we do not want the government to be blamed unnecessarily. So we just need to know the answer.
Mr. Rane, you also pointed out about the various theories that have been, sort of peddled with regards to this particular case. Any particular probe or investigation that has sort of prompted you again in this angle, or with the political, you're not the first one. It was also Sanjay Nirupam who earlier raised this issue. So in terms of the case being handled by the Mumbai police and possible ramifications on the political front, what do you foresee?
See, the whole point is, from the first day, we were clearly stating that there is absolutely no law and order problem in the city. Everyone is safe in the city under the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis ji. And because all this affected the image of the Maharashtra government, so obviously we have a right to come out and question what really happened. So when the way he walked out of the hospital and the way he was, behaving, so obviously this question, if you read everywhere on the social media, everyone is questioning it. It's just not me. So I think these questions have to be clearly answered either by the family or, if you must have seen from the day one, different theories are coming out. See, the police is investigating the case very sincerely. I'm sure they will come out with the facts and the clear answers soon. But this also causes damage. This also had caused damage to our government, and that is why, as a part of the government, I have a right to ask questions: what really happened, and was he really that not injured that he could walk out so fine after being stabbed in his spine?
Thank you so much, Mr. Rane, for getting those inputs on the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case and shedding light really and your thoughts on the case and the swift recovery that has been questioned and has sort of raised the authenticity of the attack itself. Viewers, now let's switch our move to the next story where the Supreme Court has deferred a crucial hearing in the RG Kaur rape and murder case. A day after the lone convict, Sanjoy Roy was sentenced to life by a lower court. Abhaya's parents told Republic that they were disappointed by the turn of events in the case, but still have hope of justice. Reiterating their demand for a fresh probe into the rape and murder, they said there were more people involved in erasing the crucial evidence in the case. Take a look at a special report.
The Supreme Court yesterday deferred a crucial hearing in the RG Kaur rape and murder case, dealing another blow to Abhaya's parents in the quest of justice. Speaking to Republic, Abhaya's parents said, while disappointed and hurt by the recent turn of events in the case, they remain hopeful of justice. Her parents, who have little else to live for than bringing their daughter's culprits to justice, asserted that there were more people involved in erasing and eliminating crucial evidence in the case.
जैसा हमको अच्छा नहीं लगता है।
क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? संजय रॉय अकेला जिम्मेदार है इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बहुत आदमी है और टेम्परिंग के लिए, एविडेंस टेम्परिंग के लिए तो बहुत आदमी है। सब सामने आएगा और सबको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी। हम लोग इसके लिए सारे जिंदगी, बाकी जिंदगी यही काम करेंगे और कोर्ट जितना दिन हमको ऐसा करेंगे, हम उसका पीछे भागेंगे।
They said they were prepared to go to the whole hog till all the other conspirators in the case are identified and brought to book. On refusing the court's offer of a compensation, her parents said that they went to court in the hope of justice, not to receive a check.
आप लोग compensation नहीं लेंगे क्या?
नहीं, हम तो कंपनसेशन के लिए कोर्ट पे नहीं गया, हम गया है जस्टिस के लिए। हम खड़ा होकर जज को बोल दिया, हमको कंपनसेशन नहीं चाहिए, हमको जस्टिस चाहिए।
Elaborating on their khele ho raha hai charge at the Mamta administration, the parents said that the Chief Minister has been treating the case casually, like a game from day one.
आप बोल रहे थे खेला हो रहा है, खेला होच्छे 9
ये
तारीख
तो
रात।
हमारा जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, हर बात में तो खेला होबे करता है, इसलिए यही है, इसको एक खेला मानकर ही चल रहा है। ऐसा उनका जो सोच समझ है, इसलिए बोला है।
Claiming that the government did not bother informing them before challenging the lower court order in the High Court, her parents said they were yet to receive answers to 54 questions on the lapses in the probe into the rape and murder case.
आप लोगों को कोई नोटिस मिला था इसके पहले?
नहीं, नोटिस नहीं मिला। फिर भी हमारा जो आईओ है सीबीआई का, उसको फोन किया था, उन्होंने बोला हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं। लेकिन आज जब लिस्ट आया हमारा पास शाम में, तब देखा है सीबीआई ने पार्टी हुआ है इस पर। सीबीआई और स्टेट के वर्सेस ये मामला चल रहा है। उन्होंने हमको झूठ बोला, हमको लगता है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी अधूरा है, आपको कहीं से भी लग रहा है?
पूरा अधूरा है। जो हमें 54 क्वेश्चन हमको आंसर नहीं मिला है। जितना दिन ये क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं मिलेगा, उतना दिन तो हमको तदंतों का जो हो रहा है, उसके ऊपर फंसा नहीं आएगा।
On whether they were pushing for death sentence for Sanjay Roy, Abhaya's parents said they want everyone involved in the case to face the gallows.
Akhilesh Yadav-led Samajwadi Party on Wednesday mocked Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath and BJP leaders' Mahakumbh dip, labeling them as chapris and deeming them as even worse. Watch this report for all the details.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, along with his cabinet on Wednesday, took a dip in the Triveni Sangam during the ongoing Mahakumbh Mela. The ministers also engage in some light-hearted, celebratory moments of camaraderie in sacred waters. CM Adityanath was surrounded by his cabinet colleagues who splashed water on him together as the entourage bathed amid high security.
महाकुंभ में पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश का संपूर्ण मंत्री परिषद उपस्थित है। हमारे सहयोगी सभी मंत्रियों ने आज यहाँ पर बहुत सारे मुद्दों पर चर्चा की है। यहाँ पर अन्य महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों के साथ साथ प्रयागराज के विकास से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा हुई है।
However,
entire country, in fact even across the globe, and it has had a profound impact on nation building. And in today's world, women's contribution extends far beyond the domestic sphere. With determination and perseverance, they have consistently shattered the barriers, broken the shackles in education, business, politics, science and whatnot. From pioneering inventors and groundbreaking scientists to influential politicians and powerful business leaders, women have proven that their potential knows no boundaries. And as the coming times look up to India for leadership and solutions, Indian women are ruling it everywhere, from tech startups, disrupting industries to the manufacturing giants, redefining global supply chains, and also Indian women continue to take the lead in every sphere that is possible.
Exactly, and with that in mind, the theme of this year's summit is Voices That Empower. In today's event, we'll not only highlight the crucial role that women play in driving India's growth story, but also emphasize that much work that is still required to ensure their participation in India's economic growth. Without any further delay, let's open the floor for Republic India Women's Summit. Let's have a huge round of applause.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, just let's all join us together, and we welcome a visionary to start this event. We welcome a visionary who's shaping the future of education, transforming how it is imparted in India. A round of applause as we introduce Professor Rajita Kulkarni Bagga, President Sri Sri University. Can we have the AV, please?
Professor Rajita Kulkarni Bagga is a transformational leader, educator, and global advocate for ethics and innovation. As president of Sri Sri University, she has expanded the institution to 11 schools and garnered accolades like the Most Green Campus Award. Professor Rajita also serves as president of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, collaborating with global organizations to promote ethical leadership. Her efforts in training over 100,000 individuals across 50 countries exemplify her dedication to personal and societal growth.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Rajita Kulkarni Bagga, President of Sri Sri University, and joining her on the stage is Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, Executive Editor, Law and Governance, Republic TV, and of course Senior News Anchor. Let's begin with this event.
Professor Rajita Bagga, who's joining us today. We're starting the event with you. What a marvelous way to start the event. Just before the event, viewers, we were actually having a word with her, and you were telling us about the many, many firsts that as the president of the Sri Sri University you've accomplished. So my first question is going to be, what is India looking forward to with this vision that you have for our higher education?
Thank you, Rhythm, and it's so wonderful to be here at the Republic Forest, as you call it. And I think this is a landmark day today, that is the first time you're hosting the India Women's Summit here in this new studio. So fantastic to be here. And congratulations to the entire team for putting this day together. As you rightly said, and as the anchors were rightly saying in the beginning, India is poised for a huge inflection. We are already one of the top 5 economies of the world, and with the vision that our Prime Minister has for India being one of the top 3 economies of the world in the coming decades, I think education has a very huge role to play. So at Shri Shri University, which has been founded by Puja Gurudev, Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji, that is our vision, that how we can become part and a catalyzer and an accelerator of India's growth story. How we can train our students, create an ecosystem of learning, innovation, entrepreneurship, so that students of our university become nation builders. And that is what we are focused on. And I'm very proud to say that in a short span, we are a very young university, just about 10, 12 years old. And as you know, building an institution like a university is a multi-generational, multi-decade effort. But I'm very proud that in this short time, we have become a top 200 university of the world in the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking. And Rhythm, when Puja Gurudev first saw this land, which is our university, it was a couple of 100 acres of barren land. There were only 2 trees on, say, about 180 acres of land. Only 2 trees. And today, in just 10 years, we are a green campus. We have over 150,000 trees, almost 100 types of birds, about 70 types of butterflies, and lots of flora, fauna, not to mention all the incredible programs that we have. Close to 3,000 students call it their home across almost 60 UG/PG programs. So this is our effort, and to bring to students of our country programs that are necessary but not available. So one of the things we are one of the first universities in Asia to start the program in osteopathy, which is a very important field of non-interventional medicine. We are the first in the world, I am told, to have a faculty of contemplative and behavioral science. See, mental health is such a big challenge in the world today. So how can we bring students the best of what the east of the world, which is our side, contemplation, meditation, and the west, which is psychology, can offer. So many such programs. And then artificial intelligence. It's the cutting edge technology of the world. In fact, this week...
artificial intelligence is there?
Huh?
What on artificial intelligence?
We have master's programs, bachelor's programs. In fact, this week we are celebrating as AI Week in the university, where the entire student community, whether they are learning agriculture or Ayurveda or arts, all of them will learn artificial intelligence. I see many students are here, and that is my advice to every student, everyone, that no matter which field you are in, learn a little bit about artificial intelligence, because that is going to change the way we live and work as a world.
How did your journey begin with Shri Shri as a visionary and also someone who's interested keenly in students and higher learning?
Yes, I think it's my good fortune that I got this opportunity to build this great institution. And that is what, Rhythm, I have seen in Puja Gurudev's approach to humanity and serving humanity. You know, today the Art of Living Foundation is in over 180 countries of the world, bringing life-changing techniques of meditation, yoga, Sudarshan Kriya, Pranayam, so people can live a happy, healthy life. See, all of us who are here, we are working hard, right? We are studying or working or running our own businesses. For what? Because we want some happiness, because we want to feel loved and valued, we want to feel peace. And that is what I'm so inspired by the Art of Living Foundation that is doing in 180 countries of the world and helping people live a healthy, harmonious life. So I'm very grateful to the divine that I got this opportunity, and I'm part of this great effort.
So, you know, Professor Baga, we're hearing about the Shri Shri University. What are the values that are there, especially for the girl child? It's about empowering women. You as an empowered woman are the president. What are the values that are being inculcated in all the students, especially the girl child?
So, for us, the importance of the girl child starts much before the university. In fact, Puja Gurudev's sister, whom we lovingly call Bhanu Didi, she runs over 1,300 free schools where about 100,000 children are getting free education, and 50% of them are girls. So these are girls who never went to school. Nobody in their families went to school. These are first generation literates, almost all of them. So right from that age, till the time a normal urban student, like some of whom I'm seeing here, come to the university, I think focus on girls to empower themselves, educate themselves, enrich themselves so that they can empower others, I think is at the core of our DNA. In our university rhythm, we have 3 core values: learn, lead, and serve. And I think these are universal to all of us, that we learn from every source possible without bias. See, we eat food from everywhere. I don't have to be Italian to eat a pizza, right?
Yes.
I don't have to be Chinese to eat Chinese food. But in learning, I see there are a lot of biases people have, that I won't learn this, I won't learn from here. So we want our students to learn from everywhere so they can lead, become leaders in their own field, so that they can serve back the society. That circle is not complete if you don't have an intent to give back. So all of these, and this is the base. And then along with that, innovation. See, if we don't innovate today, we are not relevant, isn't it? Your field of media is disrupting every day. Every field is disrupting. So how can we innovate? Second, take action. Only thinking is not going to help. So innovation, action, and dedication. Do it with full enthusiasm, dedication. Like for me, your team is a representative of that also. With so much dedication, you have built this new studio, you started this new effort. So that is important. So these are the values.
So, Professor Baga, what is then the role of women in leadership positions? Because you're talking about innovation and how they need to serve. What could their role in the future years you see be in leadership roles?
I think women have a very, very, very important role to play as leaders. Rhythm, if you look at any data, whether it is data about corruption, whether it is data about how boards become better at functioning if women are on the boards, how corruption reduces if women are in leadership positions in government. There is so much data available which shows that presence of women in leadership positions is productive and positive for countries, for corporations, for society. So I think as women, it is our responsibility, because we are capable, to take leadership roles. So I would encourage every young student, everyone who is in your 20s, 30s, seize the opportunity. Look for opportunities to contribute, to learn, to make a difference, and learn from each other. Learn, this is a great platform where, you will listen to so many inspiring women, learn from such inspiring women who have made a mark, and chart your own story. I think women have a very crucial role to play. If we have to become a top 3 economy of the world, it can't happen without women contributing to the economic output.
Absolutely. And your advice to those women who are out there looking at jobs, 20s, 30s, in their 20s, they're raring to go, they face challenges. What is your advice for them, Professor Baga?
I would use an acronym, Rhythm, that the power is with you.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
to learn, it will keep happening. So POWE, learn, everyday empower, and R for build resilience. It's very important. Life brings with it its challenges, ups and downs. You have to build resilience. For me, rhythm, meditating, doing pranayam, Sudarshan Kriya, Art of Living programs has built a huge amount of resilience. I would like to share here, I was with my husband in the attack that happened on the Taj Mahal Hotel on 26/11. We were inside for 14-15 hours. And coming out of a traumatic event like that, it can shake you. It can put you back in life. But I realized the value of anchoring to the self, anchoring within, and that builds resilience. So I would say the power, seize the power.
Very, very nice. I think that's wonderful advice for every woman who's watching this. Professor Baga, also you spoke about mental health and how it's going to be a part of the curriculum at Sri Sri University. How do we look at mental health today, and how do you think spirituality can actually benefit someone who has mental health issues?
It's a very important topic, Rhythm, and a very important question you raised. I think all of us, especially after COVID, I feel things have little bit worsened around the world, and the more we talk about it openly, the better it is for us. So my suggestion will be, if you feel that you are having some challenges mentally, emotionally, you don't feel good, talk about it. Reach out to someone. In our campus, the popular thing is, if you walk by and you see someone not smiling, stop the person and say, why are you not smiling? Can I help you? So I think we need to support each other. And I think spiritual practices like meditation are a big help. See, today there is so much data. There is a research done by Harvard Medical School, which says that if you meditate every day just for 8 weeks, it can actually change the structure of your brain. It can increase the gray matter. It increases mental, emotional well-being. So there is a lot of scientific data to show that. So whatever works for each of us, we can take that, but embrace it and talk about it openly, seek help, reach out for help if you need. And I have seen spirituality, like I myself teach meditation, and I have seen what a big impact it has, whether it's a prime minister or president of a country, or it is a simple homemaker, in a small town. It doesn't matter.
How does one meditate?
Oh, it is very simple at one level, and it can be learned. In a short couple of hours, you can learn how to meditate, and then just practice every day. Like every day we brush our teeth, we have a bath, right? That's like our dental hygiene, and that's our physical hygiene, isn't it? We don't leave the home without that. So like that, our mental hygiene we can take care of. So, those programs in fact, Art of Living are available. We can do those. And just every day at home, 20 minutes, and you will see what a change it has. See, it is said that your vibrations speak more than your words. And how do we improve our vibration? Like so many, again I'm saying because young students are here, you go for an interview. Before you speak, they can feel you, right? Now, how do you improve that? It's by doing some of these things, meditation and going within. It is said, Antarmukhi Sada Sukhi. Must have heard that rhythm. So if you anchor yourself within, then the whole world is at your feet.
I think you've answered my next question. How do you overcome challenges that come in your way?
Yeah. See, challenges, we should expect challenges. The problem happens when we don't want challenges, right? We say, oh, mere life mein ye kya ho raha hai? But you expect challenges. Then you're already at peace. And then when you build some of your inner resilience, the strength, I feel a couple of things has helped me. Number one is to have a big context of life. See, challenges make an impact if it becomes big right now in front of you. But you say, theek hai, abhi ye we'll handle it. Life to lamba hai, aage badhenge. Then that becomes small, right? So to have a big context of life, then challenges come and go, it doesn't matter. Second, to have a sense of connection. See, for example, if I am a young mom and I'm dealing with how do I take care of my children, go to work, manage the home, manage my responsibilities, I feel alone. But if I feel connected, I have a big network, which can support me, then I don't feel alone. Then it doesn't become a challenge. So develop a sense of connectedness. That's why I always advise young women professionals, everybody, women in general, we should build our tribe. We should find networks. We should become part of networks and platforms where we meet like-minded women, like-minded people, learn from each other, and give and take support. I think give support first and take. So first is context. Second is have a sense of connectedness, build a sense of connections and connectedness. And third is have a sense of compassion to yourself also. You know, some challenges you may not be able to handle very well. Doesn't matter. It can teach you something and then move on. When we become hard on ourselves, then I think it becomes a problem. But if you say, okay, some things I can do, some things maybe not, then it helps you. So I think this is mine. I don't.
Wonderful.
You must have
I
your
think
own.
We're kickstarting the Empowering Women Summit with fantastic advice about how women need to be there for other women. I think the sisterhood needs to be there. Professor Bagga, my last question: what is your vision for yourself? What is your vision for the Sri Sri University in the next 5 years?
Oh, I have a very big vision for the university. I think in the coming, by the end of this decade, we should be a top 20 university of the country.
Fantastic.
And I'm sure we are going to achieve that. And I hope that I can personally, for myself, be a part of this great story that India is in more and more ways. You know, it's very fortunate for all of us that we are in India, which is a growing nation, which is going to be a top 3 nation of the world, and each of us get a chance to play a part in building this great nation. So I'm looking forward to playing my part, and I hope I can keep coming back to the Republic Women's Summit.
Absolutely. I thank you for your insights. I thank Professor Bagga also for explaining to us how women need to empower other women. Thank you for a very enlightening session with which we kickstart our Women's Summit 2025.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director, the taste of success.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Hi, this is Nimrut Kaur and I will be coming to see you on the 23rd of January.
We introduce Ms. Suchitra Ella, who is the founder and MD of Bharat Biotech, and she has demonstrated visionary leadership that has been instrumental in making Bharat Biotech a key player in India's biotech sector. Can we please have a presentation on that? Suchitra Ella, co-founder of Bharat Biotech, is a pioneer in India's biotechnology sector. Her leadership was instrumental in the development of Covaxin, India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine. With over 3 decades of pioneering work, she co-founded Bharat Biotech, developing 19 vaccines that have made a global impact. Her leadership has shaped the company's culture of innovation, and her commitment to social issues, including women empowerment and education, has touched countless lives. Her unwavering pursuit of scientific excellence and her role in advancing public health have cemented her legacy as a leader in biotechnology. chat with Miss Ella. One of the most notable achievements under Miss Ella's guidance was the development of Covaxin, India's indigenous COVID-19 vaccine, which was developed in record time and played a crucial role in India's fight against the pandemic. Thank you so much. Over to you, Tanisha.
Thank you, Rakshita, for the wonderful introduction. Ella ji, it's an honor to have you here with us today. I was really looking forward to this session. And you know, when we talk about Bharat Biotech, the first word that comes to our mind is a miracle, a life savior. So what I want to know from you is that how did this idea of setting up Bharat Biotech emerge?
Oh, that takes me back almost 30 years ago since. When I say we, I refer this because I don't want to say I. Krishna and I lived in the United States, and this was way back in the mid-90s that we felt a very strong urge to return back to India. And we had been there for about 15 years and then realized that that was not home for us and we needed to be back in India. And thus came the thought process of bringing innovation, technology, building products from India, because we were not doing that at that point of time, and we still don't match up to the rest of the world in doing so. So this was the vision for us when we wanted to make technologies affordable for the common man, which was also a huge barrier, the cost barriers. With products coming from other countries and the technologies being extremely expensive, it was not reachable to the common man. So preventive healthcare and vaccines play a very important role in every country's growth. So we felt that this was the vision and the dream that we had, that we wanted to bring back to India and work on it, because he came from a sciences background. He's a molecular biologist by training, and teaching in academic research, and I had this economics and business and finance as a background to myself, working in the US. So we kind of brought our core competencies together, and we said this is what we can probably try and attempt to do. Back then, yeah, we were startups.
A perfect combination, I would say.
Yeah.
I believe you were there in the United States for about 14 years.
Yeah.
And Krishna ji had also been with you.
Yeah.
So what made you come back to Bharat and serve the country? Because, you know, when you've spent such a long time in the United States, so what was that one factor that, you know, persuaded you that you have to come back to your country and do something for Bharat?
Like I said earlier, you know, these technologies were not being done in our part of the world, leave alone India. The entire developing world did not have platforms, technologies, product building, new molecule development, and affordable healthcare and vaccines and pharmaceuticals. So we felt that this was the need of the hour at that point of time, and it still is. And it's going to be more as we go into the future. So for us, we walked back into India with our green cards, with our permanent residencies in the United States. And a few years later, we would have been ready for our citizenships as well. So that was the time where we felt that, no, this is a call that we need to take at this point of time. And the children were young. Both my children were probably around, they were 12 and 6 or so. And then at that point of time, we felt that we needed to get back home and then build on this, because it takes decades to build this kind of science and academic research and talent and garner resources. And it's long drawn. It's not there's no shortcuts. I just heard the earlier speaker say that as well. There's no shortcuts in life. And so for us, especially product development and processes, and India was not geared up for it as well at that point of time. So we felt that strong urge the passion to come back to India to serve the country was always there, and that's why I called it Bharat. I coined the name for the company, and I called it Bharat. So that itself, just goes to show what what we felt about how emotionally connected we were to the entire decision-making process, because people kind of did not ridicule us, but looked at us weirdly, They said, why are you going back? So that was a question that we kept answering for quite some time, until we could prove ourselves.
So what was your reply to those who asked you, why are you going back to your country? You have established yourself in the United States. Why don't you stay here and do something? What was your reply to them at that point in time?
We again had to tell them this entire story of how we need technology building, because back in the US, we come from the academic research, scientific background. So most of us were, our peers and colleagues and friends were all doctors and physicians and exceptionally intellectual, professionals in teaching and research institutions. For them, they've understood that this was a gap that needs to be addressed in India, and many of them understood that, but then they felt that we were, entrepreneurship. I guess the one word that I can just relate to it is just entrepreneurship. You don't know what it makes you to do, and you can dive deep down into the ocean and, or scale mountains, and that's entrepreneurship to me, in my own little way. Yeah.
The sky is the limit, as they say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, taking you back to those times, COVID-19, it was one of the most horrific days, horrific years for us, in fact. It spread like an inferno. Length and breadth of the country, people were dying on roads, people were dying in hospitals, in homes. So at that point in time, I'm sure there must be a lot of pressure in providing vaccines, and providing vaccines after the clinical trials, and providing vaccines at a very large stage to people that reach to every household, and not just the elite classes, but to every household, because at that point in time, everybody needed the vaccine. So how did you deal with that situation then?
March 2020 probably changed the way we looked at doing things, because we've been there since way before that, but product development for us was always 10, 15 plus years in terms of establishing clinical data, clinical information, research, regulatory compliances, not only in India, but also to the other international agencies that we would have to demonstrate that kind of information and documentation about how the product is being generated, is being developed. But came the pandemic, and then that just threw us all off gear, as you just said. It was scary. We didn't know what to do. We as a country, it would have been a colossal nightmare for us to have, to think back if we had no vaccine at that point of time. And with the billion population, I'm only talking about the adults, the children of course are there, but then even for the billion that we needed as adults, vaccinating 1 billion people in a country, no country probably has done it, and we could demonstrate that in India. This was back in 21, 22, up to 22. But we felt strongly, we had developed platform technologies for viral vaccines, for bacterial vaccines, for recombinant vaccines, proteins, and other molecules. So we had an established technology process with us in terms of how viral vaccines, because this is a virus, though it was known in the sense in the scientific community that there were bits and pieces of these, MERS, we heard about SARS, and all these SARS and MERS, and then we also heard about the It was a swine flu vaccine, which was also there in about 2010. I think that was the time frame. So we had also developed a vaccine for swine flu. At that point of time, the strains came from the CDC in Atlanta in the United States, and the government of India had wanted our own vaccine production made ready if it would ever become a epidemic or a pandemic. So we had made the production lots and we were ready for the country when it needed it. So all this experience that we had in the back in our own product line, we have a rabies vaccine, which is a viral vaccine. We have a rotavirus vaccine, which is a viral vaccine again. So these platform technologies that we had created in the last 25 years, when COVID struck us, we had the facilities, we had the infrastructure. By then we had 3 manufacturing facilities, our headquarters and of course in Hyderabad, and then we have plants off of Bangalore and in Ankleshwar in Gujarat. So we were able to quickly, it was difficult, but we could quickly adapt them back so that we could deploy them for processing this new virus. Of course, the virus itself came in a couple of cars from Pune to Hyderabad. I have a story to tell about that, but because there was the cargoes were shut and our freight forwarders would not even come close to handling a live virus, so they all would have run away from it. So our own team of scientists and bioprocess engineers and technicians drove to Pune by road, cutting 3 state borders, and brought the live virus in their trunks, in the car trunks, and in -70 back into our facilities and entered into our facilities with live viruses.
That's amazing.
Getting into our facilities because we need to grow them. So that was how this amount of confidence that we had that we should at least attempt. See, as a country, we cannot just keep waiting for technologies to come and processes to come from other countries, especially during a pandemic. Every country's first priority would have been their own country, their own citizens, their own people. So, it is only after they complete that they are going to be able to, distribute or let other countries procure their vaccines, and if they have excess in terms of volumes and so on and so forth. So for us as a country this large, that I just said earlier, 1 billion people times 2 is 2 billion doses of vaccines. So, we needed to look inward. We needed to take that step forward to attempt, not knowing whether we would even be successful or not. So it was a tremendous risk, challenge, but I think our entire scientific team was very confident about it. I'm not saying this because I'm in front of camera today, but they were not at all hesitant because for them it was just any other virus that they have handled in the past. And so they said we would have to attempt it and see how far we get into making it into a vaccine.
I still remember at that point in time, the demand, the surge of the vaccine had just shot the roof. I remember I was back here in Noida. I was working. My father was in Bhutan. So, and then the lockdown happened. So there was no mode of communication. There was lockdown. We couldn't communicate. And there was a huge demand for vaccine. And there was this confusion over, which vaccine should we go by. And then, we had the Prime Minister administer Covaxin. And then is when I still remember my dad called me up and he said, you know what, I've made my mind, we will put Covaxin. Wow. So that was a huge step then. And it just put a stamp, it was India's first indigenous vaccine. And what I want to know from you is that it was not just in India, because when I talk about in other states as well, all over India, in Bhutan as well, there were people who wanted to administer Covaxin, especially after the Prime Minister had. So at that point in time, how challenging and pressurizing was it for you to convince that, there are many vaccines in the market, but Covaxin is the one which is the safest? Because there was a talk about which vaccine should we go by. Is it safe? Is it not safe? How did you deal with that?
All vaccines have to go through a process of development. Our regulator is the Ministry of Health. And every aspect, every single step of the process is demonstrated to them in the form of documentation and all the scientific data. In fact, it starts with lab animals. Yes. The small little, guinea pigs and rats have to be, the safety has to be demonstrated. It is a part of international pharmacopoeia, so it's not something that we are, doing this in India. It's internationally followed. These are the guidelines that every single manufacturer or vaccine developer would have to. And in vaccines, the most important thing is safety. Efficacy comes later. It can be 50% efficacious, it can be 60%, it can be 70% or even 90% efficacious. But that just is a secondary factor. But the first thing is safety, safety, and safety. So when we did demonstrate the lab, in the lab animals, it was completely proven to be safe, only with which then we can go to the next stages. We then start doing the clinical trials in humans. Right. And that is again done in medical schools, not in our campus or not in our block of the neighborhood or friends or family. So it goes under a medical institution where doctors and clinicians and research scientists take 1,000 volunteers and then of course they agree to be a volunteer for it. So there's a lot of protocols. And safety was again proved in human beings as well. So in the first sample of 1,000 or so, I don't know the exact numbers. Again, all these are by guidelines and strict regulatory norms. So once safety is proven, then we get the next step to go forward, then show immunogenicity as to whether the vaccine is working or not effectively in a sample population. So that is demonstrated. Then after which was the efficacy trial, which India, for us, we did a number of 26 to 27,000 volunteers had gone through Covaxin efficacy trials in 25 medical institutions across India. And all this is happening at the time of the pandemic, when there was no logistics and there was people were afraid of even coming out of their homes. But we had to prove it because we did not want the world to point fingers at us later on saying that, no, they just took some shortcuts and then they brought this out. And then this is not about Bharat Biotech. This is about what India has been able to, has to achieve and also has to demonstrate to the rest of the world. Because scientific and academic research has to be proven by the testing methods and the amount of information that is being generated out of live volunteers, human subjects. These are not again models on simulated in the lab and things like that. Apart from that, we also published it. So Covaxin to this day has 27 internationally published articles in internationally acclaimed peer-reviewed journals from the Lancet to the rest. So we took a lot of pride, I would say. There was a lot of challenges. We had a war room established. Our boardrooms became our war rooms because every group needed one. And also we had social distancing to be in place. So our own little cubbyhole offices were not enough. So all our boardrooms in the organization were converted into war rooms. Every group would be scattered. And then, of course, it was all virtual those days, so that didn't at all bother. And we were working almost literally 24/7, the entire team. not only at Hyderabad, but also in the campuses in Bangalore and in Ankleshwar, because we were manufacturing it in one plant, and then the material would have to be transported to another facility for adding the volumes. And so then the distribution, of course, was handled by the Government of India, because it's the Ministry of Health that controls vaccine distribution. So for us, it was getting to the point of ensuring that the vaccine was absolutely safe and immunogenicity was proven, and efficacy was also demonstrated in 27,000 subjects, which was for the first time in Indian pharmaceutical history that this kind of a trial was ever conducted and done. And we received our emergency use authorization in Jan of 2020, and you just pointed out rightly that the Prime Minister himself taking it on March 1st, 2021, I think, set a huge change in terms of how the perception is. But I think we as a country had 2 vaccines that were available to us. One, of course, ours is completely developed indigenously, so that's why we get this, India's vaccine. Yes. We became India's vaccine. And the other vaccine was also available, but in many countries this option was not there. So we were at least, to that extent, I think India was lucky as a country that we could vaccinate 1 billion of a population, which is not a joke. And we have never done it before. See, that was something that again stood apart. The pandemic taught us a lesson that we needed to gear up for that kind of volumes, and if it was dose 1, dose 2, and then the booster dose, you can imagine it would be 3 billion doses of vaccine, yes, which no other country probably ever would have manufactured, but for China, because that's the only other demographic that is close to us.
I would say India is proud to have Bharat Biotech because you saved lives.
Thank you.
You were like God at that point in time, because at that people were confused on what do we do next, because people were dying. We had no other option, and then we had this vaccine. If I'm not wrong, Bharat Biotech was founded in 1996. Now it's been 3 decades.
Yes.
And I'm sure you have a long journey. You have stories to tell us.
Yeah.
That long journey that you've covered. Our summit is about women empowerment. What I want to know from you is, we all were a generation wherein women in some senses were sort of confined, or their roles were sorted, or they were compiled to just follow a set of rules, be it an obligation to the family, to maybe her in-laws, to her kids. So how did you manage that work-life balance? Because you have 2 beautiful daughters, and work has always been tiresome. And at that point in time, putting in hours of work 24/7 sometimes, how did you manage that work-life balance, and how challenging was it you as a woman to overcome that?
We have 2 children, and it's a daughter and a son. Okay. So, that apart, right from my childhood, I was taught dignity of labor. So charity begins at home. Always, and I believed in that very strongly, and I also have ensured that my children take to the same, on the same note. We have done many things all through schooling and college and everything, all by our own means many a times, though we would have had help. And then later on, when I moved to the United States, again, there, the system is very different. I mean, you just have to be on your toes and on your fingers, and, you just have to be ready to pick up anything and move on. I mean, there's no help, especially when we were studying and working. I was working full-time. Krishna was in the university, and he was studying full-time, and this was a PhD program. So this was 7 years of, university campus kind of a lifestyle, and there was no luxuries at all at that point of time. And then I had 2 kids by then, and I have said this in many of my interviews that having kids is not an excuse not to be working. So I would have to manage the kids at home. I would have to drop one at school and the other at a daycare center. And then I would have to be at work at 8 a.m. myself. And then come back home in the evening at 5 or 6 p.m., bring them along, or maybe they would take the school bus and be back home. So this kind of a lifestyle, I mean, which is good in a way because it teaches you how to balance your time. That is important. Managing time is the most important thing. I think today all of us need to know, need to kind of address it, and we should also be willing to go that extra mile, put in that extra time, because nobody is going to come and lift you up every now and then. I mean, it may happen once in a while, but not every day. So you need to be responsible, and I did that so that my children would also be able to gear up for that. When we came back to India, the same principle followed in terms of how best we allocate our time. We knew priorities, what were the priorities, and quality of time was important rather than quantity of time in front of us. So work, office, and home were on parallel streets, so sometimes it helped me to just check on the kids. Or there were days when the kids came to the office and sat and worked did their homework on another table which was empty. So that has also happened. This is, multitasking is something which was not difficult for me. Having played multiple roles as a mother, as a wife, spouse, as an employee, and then of course as an entrepreneur, I just can't give excuses that I don't have time. Saturdays and Sundays were working days for us as well. The first 10, 15 years of setting up an enterprise or becoming entrepreneurs, and that too back 30 years ago, was again not that very easy. So it calls for a lot of strength that you draw from within, and also look at how to prioritize and then address things on that line. So then it just falls into place, and then the children understand that, as well, and it kind of becomes it goes on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that brings me to my next question. There was this huge controversy over the 90-hour work debate. I want your quick response on that. Do you believe in it? Do you follow it? And if you say a yes, then my next question would be, do you think all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy?
So you want to get me into trouble now for saying this on Republic. I believe in working hard. And yes, I have worked 15, 16 hours a day. It was relevant at that point of time. Ours is completely a process-driven industry. The wet lab is a wet lab. The manufacturing suites are live. They are under HVAC systems, controlled environments, and physical hours sometimes are 8 or 10 hours in the production suites that we run. Nothing is remote controlled, and I cannot ask for the luxury of a work from home for not just me, for my entire organization. So it's that kind of a story that we work around, and we are essential services. So that's why we could work even under the pandemic. All of us in the sector could be working as the first responders did. So it is long working hours sometimes is required when you have a mountain of a challenge in front of you. You just can't back off from it by saying that, no, I don't want to put in that hard work. And if you don't, where do you get the time? How do you compress time? Is only by, adding your own working hours or time or the group, the organization's time together. Otherwise, if I had to develop a vaccine in 10 years, who would take the pandemic vaccine after it was 5 or 7 long years for development? So we needed to fast track everything. We needed to work with our own time zones. We were working with the US time zone as well. So we had a 24-hour clock. There were short breaks. We would take bird naps every now and then, 3, 4, 5 hours, and then go back to work. Then again, maybe go back and rest a little and go back to work again. So, and I had to be in the war room. It was there in my campus and not at home. So all these things sometimes, yes, is required. There's no shortcuts at all, and hard work pays. And for those of you, I would not want to compare. If somebody can say that they just can work 4 hours and 6 hours a day, you're lucky. Be happy and, take it forward. But if someone has to work 10 to 12 hours a day when it is required, we need to be there. We just can't back off. So I think it's important that we understand to differentiate the need of the hour and then pitch in and be there and get it done. If I don't stand in the front, I can't expect my entire team of 4,000 employees and my colleagues and my, all my other stakeholders to be there along with me if I'm not there. So I need that cumulative strength and energy to get to that larger goal that we needed to be ready for.
Ella ji, it's been an honor to have you here with us. Your journey has been really inspirational for me, and for, I'm sure, a lot of others will be seated here, for the audience, for everybody who's watching us on TV. Thank you very much for being here with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad, and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there, and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
Pratibha Prahlad, a Padma Shri and National Sangeet Natak Akademi awardee, is a renowned danseuse, choreographer, author, educator and arts administrator. With over 5,000 performances across 80 countries, she has made significant contributions to the preservation and promotion of India's rich cultural heritage.
Thank the incredible Arnav Goswami and his team at Republic Media for mounting the India Women's Summit for the second year in succession. Most women are exceptional. And today we celebrate all those women who, from judiciary, from aviation, from, civil services, from, various walks of life, IAS officers, politicians, administrators, and others. We celebrate all of them today through Republic Media's India Women's Summit. Can I just take a moment and I'd like my papers, please? There's something gone wrong with my notes that I got on my iPad. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. So as I was saying, most women are exceptional. Each woman's story is her own, which impacts all those around her. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of women who have overcome many challenges and made a mark in the world. Those you will hear today, you've already heard two eminent speakers. The others that you will hear today have not only excelled in their chosen fields, but have influenced society beyond the confines of their families and circle of friends. On this occasion of Republic Media's Women's Summit, we salute all women. Republic's India Women's Summit is crucial because it highlights the ongoing journey towards gender equality. What does empowerment mean in today's world? Women's empowerment is a term that exists in our social consciousness and vocabulary due to the obvious disparities in the social spaces that men and women have traditionally occupied. No points for guessing who had the agency over whom through the course of history. True empowerment is really just a level playing field. Equality of opportunity and equality of outcome is all that women ask for. The sad truth, however, is that most women experience subversive social pressures intended to put them down and deny them access to opportunities and spaces for no other reason than their gender and its associated social baggage. What we as a society need to inculcate into our behavior is to listen, identify, and really understand what women are subjected to in their daily lived experiences. Gender equality truly does not exist, or gender equality in its truest sense does not exist in India or anywhere in the world. And that needs to change. To realize the goals of Viksit Bharat, the government of India has identified 4 Amrit pillars, as they call it, that need focused and sustained empowerment: women, youth, farmers, and the poorest of the poor. If Bharat has to become the 3rd largest economy in the world, the female workforce has to increase from 35% as it is today to 70%. And women need to be educated and empowered to contribute to the GDP. The essence of Nari Shakti lies in the fact that all of us here, regardless of gender, live in a pivotal time in the history of this country. If the women are afforded equitable opportunity and agency, we can together partake in our shared future. This is why platforms such as Republic Media's Women's Summit event are so important. It helps us strive for a more inclusive and empowering future for all. Women have long faced challenges in overcoming prescribed gender roles to achieve success professionally. The expectation that women primarily fulfill domestic roles has limited their opportunities. Balancing career aspirations with societal expectations often requires navigating deeply entrenched bias and stereotypes. Discrimination, unequal pay, and limited access to leadership roles persist, hindering women's progress. Despite these challenges, women continue to break barriers, emphasizing the importance of dismantling gender norms for a more inclusive and equitable professional landscape. Today is significant because so many of us are meeting and connecting with each other thanks to Republic Media. Sisterhood is essential as it creates a support system and transcends biological ties. Women supporting women fosters empowerment, understanding, and empathy. In the collective strength of sisterhood, individuals find encouragement to overcome challenges, share experiences, and celebrate achievements. It's a bond that reinforces resilience, nurtures personal growth, and contributes to a more compassionate and interconnected society. I stand before you as a woman artist, a classical dancer, a cultural transmitter, an image that perpetuates gender stereotypes. Of all the classical dance forms in India, the form that I practice, Bharatanatyam, is perhaps the oldest, claiming an oral history of over 3,000 years. With the weight of tradition and traditional role play weighing me down, I had to make meaning of my dance, what I dance, the content, and what I wish to communicate to my audiences, and how to change people's attitude towards dancers in general and I in particular. Bharatanatyam was practiced for several centuries by temple dancers called Devadasis, whose whole life was consumed in the practice and performance of this dance form. They were unmarried and were free to choose their partners, and many had children from those partners out of wedlock. While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that tries hard to foul-mouth, disrepute such women, for they do not fit into the generally accepted feminine role play. I have lived on the razor's edge most of my life, made choices that are thought of as unconventional, for which I take full responsibility, good or bad, a life that I have lived and am living to the fullest extent possible. I have often met people who in their professions do things they do not enjoy. They go through their work in a mundane manner and wait for that opportune moment when they are released from it to do something they love. I have been somewhat lucky. I love what I do and I'm able to make a decent living of it. I have often been asked whether dance is my life. When younger, I used to immediately say, yes, it is. But older and several experiences later, I say dance is my devotion. It's my prayer. Fostering innovativeness in traditional dance forms of India is not just about survival. It's about enriching and embracing a crucial aspect of our cultural identity. By embracing change, while honoring the roots of these art forms, artists can create a vibrant future for traditional dance. This synthesis of tradition and innovation promises not only to preserve the legacy of Bharat's diverse dance forms, but also ensures their relevance and vitality in a rapidly changing world. Ultimately, The goal is to create a dialogue between the past and the future, ensuring that these artistic expressions continue to inspire and resonate with audiences for generations to come. As a practitioner of classical dance for over 5 decades, I have experimented with both the form and content of the dance form. I have experimented, like I said, through cross-discipline collaborations, integrating digital media into dance productions, incorporating innovative pedagogies, infusing my traditional practice with characterization of historical figures, collaborating with artists from other cultures, from other worlds, and other art forms. So to mention a few, I did Call of the Flute, Krishna's Widows, Sita Parallel Realities, Vande Mataram, Panjanya, Walking with the Mahatma, Bharat After Mahatma, Ekam Sat, and Warrior Women of Bharat that was premiered in the Festival of India of Russia last year. So these are some of the path-breaking productions that I wish to mention because all of them are deeply entrenched in tradition but are innovative at the same time. My latest production, Samarthya, the women of Ramayana, will be premiered at Mahakumbh in the first week of February. In the course of this journey of life and dance, I have devised several arts festivals. I started young. Way back in the 90s, I used to organize Sharad Vaibhava, Eka Aneka, and I started the Hampi National Tourism Festival, and many other festivals that I used to do in the state of Karnataka. After coming to Delhi, I became the founder festival director of India's largest and most prestigious arts festival, the Delhi International Arts Festival. So over 17 years, we've had artists from almost 35-40 countries performing annually, alongside some 1,000 Indian artists. Held in multiple venues, Delhi International Arts Festival is a festival that has caught the imagination of the general public and is considered the signature arts festival of India internationally. I believe that art sensitizes, art humanizes, and makes a better person of each and every one of us. A society that is touched by arts is accepting of many different cultures, many perspectives, and many forms of expression. When societies transform into cultured societies, then countries do too. A country or a people that value the arts and artists can claim to be a truly cultured country. CEO, Luminous Power Technology, Dr. Shubha A., Professor and Dean, Reva Business School, Reva University, Kavita Kane, author, and Usha Uthup, singer. Today we will hear and learn from these outstanding women on what motivates them to continue breaking barriers, inspiring future generations, and fostering a world where every woman's contribution is acknowledged and valued. I'm looking forward to the day with a lot of excitement. Let's get started and use this platform to connect, inspire, and empower women in every field. And again, thank you, Arnav Goswami, and thank you, Republic Media, for this amazing opportunity to give the keynote address and for organizing the summit that focuses on women. Enjoy the event. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Civil Services Examination in 2014, securing an All India Rank 1, first specially abled individual to do so, securing All India Rank 1. Big round of applause for Ms. Ira Singhal. And also on the panel we have Ms. Saloni Khanna, who is an IAS officer, founder of Skill Up Foundation, and an accomplished officer known for commitment to education, skill development, and social welfare. She's widely recognized for her entrepreneurial prowess and her spirit to combine administrative expertise with passion for social development, a strong advocate for the power of education and skill building, very importantly, as a tool for economic development of the nation. Big round of applause for both the ladies, and can we have the AV please for that?
Under the administration segment, we bring you two dynamic leaders who embody purpose-driven governance and innovation in public service. Ira Singhal, an IAS officer and Secretary of Health in Arunachal Pradesh, made history as the first differently abled woman to top the UPSC Civil Services examination. Known for her unwavering resolve, Ira has championed inclusivity and transformed healthcare and public policies, leaving a significant impact on the communities she serves. Saloni Khanna, IAS and founder
on stage with me right now. Ira Singhal needs no introduction. We had a fantastic introduction. Someone who is in the IAS, in the services, and someone who trains people who prepare for the IAS, right? So Saloni is an educationist, economist, and interviewer. She has spent a lot of years training people to get into the services. And I don't know how many of you have heard about the story of Ira Singhal. Selected in UPSC in 2010, selected in UPSC in 2011, selected in 2013, but not allocated IAS because of her 62% locomotor disability. But she did not give up. She challenged the decision in court against the commission. She did not give up. She went and wrote the UPSC once more in 2014. And in 2014, she didn't just win the case, she cracked UPSC in 2014 with All India rank 1. Ira Singhal, it's an honor to have you with us. A lot of people spend years and years preparing for the IAS. And I remember that when we all grew up, our parents gave us just, in Bangalore you have 4 options because you're engineer, doctor, and then they would tell us, okay, if you're really smart, they're like, why you should be an IAS officer, you should be an IAS officer, right? Or the zenith would be, you have to be a pilot, right? Okay. So it's such a privilege to have you with us.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about the struggles. It wouldn't have been easy for you to give the UPSC so many times, crack it, and still not be able to be right there, which you achieved with rank 1.
So I think just to give you a perspective of where I started from, I'm an engineer like almost half of India, and then I'm an MBA, and I worked in the corporate sector as a strategy manager with Cadbury, and I think you can't find a sweeter job than that. So brilliant company, brilliant work. But I always had this thing about doing something for the nation, working for the society, working for the country. And so I thought, let me quit and give civil services. And like you mentioned, I was rejected. So when you give the exam, the Union Public Service Commission is the one that takes the exam and gives you a rank. Department of Personnel and Training is the one who allocates you a service basis the rank that you get. So basis my rank, I was supposed to get into the IRS, but not just the IRS, all the other services also rejected me, saying that we will not take someone with this disability. And if you're a person with disability, you kind of get used to being rejected and having to try again and again for everything. The world does not want to give you a chance. And that's true for people without disabilities also. But imagine adding on a disability on top of that and being a woman. So, what we call intersectionality these days. So nobody wants to give you a chance, right? And that is something that you learn right from childhood. You learn right from probably your first school admission. That you will have to make that extra effort. You will have to stand up and fight for yourself. That extra step is always needed. So somewhere, because I've always done it, I've had to do it. It wasn't such a, new thing in that perspective. But yes, of course, you don't expect that when you give an exam like this, and you don't expect it from the government. Which is where the whole thing was. And to be honest, I think if it was just about me, I probably wouldn't have filed the lawsuit. What happened was that when this happened to me, I didn't even know that this had happened. I didn't even know that I had been rejected basis my disability. I started getting phone calls from other candidates saying, do you know what happened to you? And if you don't know something has happened to you, you start finding out what happened, right? I mean, imagine getting random phone calls saying, what happened to you? And you're like, wait, something happened to me? So then I started finding out, and that's when I figured out that this had happened. And I was, not just me, a lot of other people had been rejected. And I realized that I came from a financially well-to-do background, because remember, in India, disability is also a function of poverty in most cases, right? So I decided to fight it, and I thought maybe this is what life wants me to do. I came in to make a difference. I came in to serve. I came in to make other people's lives better. So maybe this is how I'm supposed to do it. So that's how I filed the lawsuit. And the strange thing is that it wasn't just the first attempt that this happened to me. It happened to me 3 separate times. Every single attempt, I was getting selected by UPSC and then rejected by all the services except for the IAS, which was the only service which was going to take a person with my disability. I was getting rejected basis my disability.
How would they inform you about the rejection? Would it be
so they send you a letter saying, sorry, even though you are selected, we cannot give you a service. We will not, because none of us wants to have someone like you in our job. And the crazy part is, there are 2 criteria for people with disabilities. One is what is your ability and what is your disability. So for me, in the ability criteria, I matched almost all the services. But for the disability criteria, I was allowed only in one. So there was no connection between what is your disability and what are your abilities and what is the job requirement, right? So that was another strange thing. And that I really felt was unfair. And that's why I went to court. And it took 3 years and the judgment came. And I'd say this, but people think this is a joke. But I honestly say this, and I think Saloni will also agree with me. If you want to destroy your enemies, and do it subtly, like not letting them know. And I've said this everywhere and it becomes very controversial and people don't understand it, but seriously, if you really want to destroy someone's life, tell them they're very, very smart and they should give civil services exam. Because what you're doing to someone is in their 20s, you're locking them inside a single room. And they are struggling to do the same thing again and again and again over years. In their most productive years, they're locked inside a room. It's a financial burden, it's a physical burden, in fact I call it torture. It's a financial torture, it's an emotional torture, it's a mental torture, it's a physical torture, because imagine sitting over the same books for 20 hours a day and you break your back, you get, almost everybody gets all those back pains and you don't eat well, so you gain weight. Your mental, this thing, because all your school classmates and your college classmates have actually gone ahead in life and they are doing so well and they're earning so much, but you're stuck inside that one room doing the same thing again and again. So it's actually a self-inflicted torture which you do to yourself. So one doesn't want to give this exam that many times, right?
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And before I go to Saloni, so when you got the result in 2014, right? So did you expect being in the top 3, let alone being All India rank 1?
At that point, I just want this to get over. Because like I said, you really don't want to be doing it at that point. And I'd done it for so many years. So I did think I had done really well and I should be in the top 10 if life was fair. See, that's another caveat, right? And as a person with disability, you constantly have to, start thinking like that if life is fair, then this should happen. But because life is not mostly fair, or you feel that it's not, so you don't know what happens. But yeah, so I did think I had done well enough to be in the top 10, but nobody should be thinking they're going to be the best, because you really don't know how good others are, or
Yeah. And Saloni, I mean, you interact with a lot of young people who want to enter the services, right? There are millions of them who try, right? Just a few hundred make it, right? And for you to, I mean, many of them come from engineering backgrounds, very few with MBA background, engineering plus MBA in the case of Veera Singhal, right? So tell us a little bit about the kind of struggles that you see today. I mean, every second day, it could be every day, but at least every second day we have stories from Kota, for example, like someone has committed suicide. It's not easy, right? It's a lot of struggle and sacrifice. I'll come to the sacrifice part later, but the struggle to get there.
At the outset, I would like to thank Republic TV for curating this very unique panel. Why do I say it's unique? Because I'm the contrast here. So if you want to train for civil services, you have aspirations, I will have a viewpoint on it. If you get selected, you get rank 1, and then you talk about struggles, we have Ira here. And then if you don't get selected, no need to worry. We are again here to help you and get you back into the industry and get you an employment. So I think this is a beautifully crafted panel. I would like to compliment that. Coming back to the struggles of aspirants. So you see, as Ira was mentioning, that it is torture in all the forms. I would like to share a joke with you, which is a mathematical joke, that the probability of saving somebody if they jump from 30th floor is higher than you qualifying this exam. So failure in this exam is certain. Whatever you are, whoever you are, you're an engineer, you're from elite institutions, you are bound to fail. I mean, I see the probability of failure higher. Coming back to engineers, 40 to 45% students who get selected, they are engineers. Now in India, only 20% engineers are employable. Why I'm giving all these numbers, I come from economics background, so I understand numbers more. When only 20% of these students who are engineers are employable, what will rest of them do? They would look out for coveted jobs. And civil services is one of the most coveted jobs in the country. As you said that every parent wants their child to be a civil servant. The reason for that is that we associate a certain kind of prestige with civil services. When I take a class of 200 students and I ask them what do they want to be, most of them want to be civil servants because they think that this is shortcut to success. But this shortcut comes at a very high cost.
Is that how they look at it? Shortcut to success?
Yes, because the eligibility criteria is you being a graduate, you being 21 years old. Now, they don't know that the struggle of the exam and different phases and the kind of failure and the kind of toll it will take on you, plus the challenges which come to you once you get selected, later in the service as an officer. We hardly talk about it. So we need such forums where we're talking about all these issues also.
Yes.
So for students, it is a shortcut to success because you just need to be 21 and you just need to be a graduate. Now, when we talk about the challenges and the kind of stress they have, there is a study that IIT Delhi did in 2021. And the psychological strain on the civil services aspirants, it's very high. Why mention Kota? Why not Old Rajendra Nagar? We recently had a tragedy in Old Rajendra Nagar.
Yes.
You have to come to Delhi. It is very expensive to come to Delhi. You live in dingy rooms. You eat tiffins which are not healthy. Then the students who prepare for civil services are in the age group of 20 to 28 years, That is the period when you fall in love. That is the period when you explore your talents. But these students are just sitting in shady, dingy rooms with their books, thinking that one day they will become IS officers and, the world will look up to them and they will be famous on social media or they will bring any kind of revolution. So the idea of civil services is very different from the reality of civil services. That is the point that I wanted to draw.
Fantastic point that you made. They want to be famous on social media. I've never heard that for an IAS officer or an IPS officer. Is it? I mean, let me ask the IAS officer. There was a time, Ira, when we were speaking. Just before coming up on stage, IAS officers or IPS officers were never in the limelight. They never wanted to be in the limelight.
No, that's the job definition.
Yes.
Anonymity. It's civil services is anonymity. So. Yeah,
no,
but
I want to make a point, and you can take that question. There is one aspect of it, one set of people or youngsters, right, want to get into UPSC, like she said, maybe because it's the social status, right? But there is another set, like yourself. You wanted to, for you it's a sacrifice, and the reason I want to share this with the audience. I don't know how many of you know the kind of salaries that IAS officers get. At least the honest IAS officers, when she had a great job in 2009, 2010, I wouldn't put the numbers out there, but she was getting paid 3 times more 15 years back. And I won't put the numbers out, but it's a sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely.
For those who are honest.
A fresher today with what I passed out in 2008 gets 3-4 times more today than I do right now after these many years. So that's not a hidden fact from anybody, yeah.
But do you think there's a reform that's required there? Because there is one school of thought, right? When we pay a graduate, a package, when we think of, giving a graduate an amount of salary, we think we want the journalist to be honest, right? While at Republic, so we will pay him well, right? Is that school of thought also there in the government? Is that required in the government that you pay your officers, your employees, your administrative staff well, so there is lesser corruption in the system?
See, when it comes to corruption, you cannot say that it's a function of the salaries.
But is it a factor?
It is a factor for sure, because the temptation in today's world is much more, and especially when you have kids and you have families, and they go out in the world and then they compare the financial lifestyle that they lead with an IS honest officer, and I don't just mean the IS, I mean all the services that come through this, versus the lifestyle that even a corporate sector employee leads. Now, I'm not even talking about people who are in businesses. that definitely does get to be a factor, you know, because you all want, if you're living in a city like Delhi, an average outing for 4 people is anywhere between 6,000 to 8,000, right?
Correct.
And that's not easy to afford on government salaries.
Right.
So, I mean, and you can't tell your kids constantly, no, we're never going out. So that sort of thing does obviously affect the psyche. But corruption, I don't think is just out of that. It's not. Mostly, it's an ethical issue. It's an issue of how much you want for yourself, how much. Because see, instead of that, you can just quit and go into the corporate sector and earn that well, right? If you're that smart, you can come start a business, you can quit. And a lot of people have done that. So corruption doesn't become the means for that. But I do think that the salaries should be at par with the talent that you're trying to get in, which is what we do when we talk about the corporate sector, right?
Right.
You get paid by your talent. So that, I think, obviously needs to be addressed at some point. But, of course, corruption does not justify that. Corruption, you can always get out. You can always start a business. You can always, you know, get a corporate job. A lot of people have done that also.
I'm assuming the perks have reduced?
Perks have definitely reduced, yeah. Yeah.
And what kind of perks? I mean, just asking, because the view that many people have, right? I'm talking about the general public, general view that it's a nice job. Like she said, it's about the social status. You're an IAS officer. You call the shots, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of perks,
Yeah.
right? But is that the reality?
You do call the shots a lot of times. I mean, the decisions that you get to take, you can't imagine taking them at that age anywhere else. In any other job, on any other platform, you cannot. It is, I mean, the amount of things you can change, the amount you can affect the world around you, it's insane. It's just
And I want to
unparalleled.
add to it that the kind of personal exposure that you get, you get to work in different ministries, you know. A person who's an engineer would not imagine working in education ministry or health ministry. Then the regional diversity you get to experience, you might be posted anywhere because it's all India services, of course, in your cadre, but you know, in other services, it's all India. So you have this kind of exposure which is regionally, geographically very diverse. Then the kind of teams you're managing, you know, when you're a manager in corporate, you're 25 years old, you hardly get to manage a team of 2-3 people.
Yes.
But let's say you get selected when you're 23, you're managing 100, 150 people under you. The kind of decision-making abilities you develop, that is why people, once they move out of civil services, like Ira said, that you can always take up a corporate job later on. When they do that, they get valued in corporate sector a lot. So there's this increasing trend these days that you get into the service and then you leave the service.
And how
you
many
move
years
to
do they
corporate.
typically move out?
3-4 years.
That's it?
Yeah, people are building their own startups, you
See,
know.
that's what, right? When you compare the salaries, and a lot of these kids are very young when they come in. I came in very old and with a lot of experience and knowing exactly what I wanted out of my life.
Yes.
But most kids have this dream because that has been inculcated into them in childhood from their parents, and I see those parents all around me. So they have a very different view, and then they get in and then they see the world and they're like, wait, that person is less caliber than me in their imagination maybe, but let's say on paper, you can say that maybe that person was lesser caliber and he's earning 5 times more than me. Why am I being poor here?
I have students who have got selected, but they did not join. And they started their own things and they moved
That
to
also
corporate.
happens? Like
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you understand that, you know, your salary will be so less and
You
outside
gave
the
the
world,
exam for your
world is
parents.
valuing you more.
You gave the exam for your parents for their dreams, so now you can pursue your dreams.
Also, once you qualify the exam, you kind of get branded, you know. So you can move into coaching industry, you can move into ed tech, you can move into corporate. So this brand which you have with you, nobody can take that away from you. That you qualify the civil services exam, and it is one of the toughest exam in the world.
Yeah. Do they? Let me put it this way: do you come under pressure from politicians? Are IS officers under pressure?
So, yes.
We've seen it.
Yes, that does happen. I've been lucky to not really face
They're
that.
scared of you? That's just what you can
Yes.
say.
In most
They're scared
cases,
of honest officers.
it's very tough for just anybody on the road to ask me to do something which isn't completely legal. I don't give off that vibe where you can tell me to do something shady. So, yes, I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people not like me for political people for those reasons that, remove her. And to me, I don't care about the posting and I don't care about that. If I want to work, so I want to make a difference, and whatever posting you get, you can make a difference.
No,
like she was saying, right? We get to work on everything.
Okay, why do you say I don't care about the posting? Let me phrase it this way. How do they post you? Is there any bias or any... do you think postings happen in a very, very fair way, or do biases come in?
Okay, we're all human beings.
You're politically being correct, right?
No, I'm being realistic here.
Okay.
I'm being very realistic here. We're all human beings. We all carry our biases. Expecting extreme fairness, like I said, fairness doesn't exist in life like that, right? So sometimes I think this is something that most officers towards retirement tell you, that it's going to balance out. There will be some good postings, there will be some bad postings, and for everybody it balances out. Over the period of your whole career, everybody will have some good postings, everybody will have some bad postings. Has happened to me already in 10 years. I've had some amazing postings, which I think were way before my time. And then I've had some postings where I had to deal with a lot of other things also.
What are the other things?
Bad bosses, people just not interested in getting things done, those kind of things. Sorry?
Okay, the red tape and
not red
corruption?
tape, no. Just different motivations. And not corruption motivations, just different motivations.
Like what?
Self-aggrandization, those kind of things. So those kind of things do happen.
Okay, let me put it this way. Is Arunachal Pradesh, you're in Arunachal Pradesh, right? Is Arunachal Pradesh a good posting, punishment posting?
No, it's a cadre, this thing. It's a cadre. So my cadre is called AGMUT, which is AGMUT, which is Arunachal, Goa, Mizoram, and all the union territories. And now J&K and Ladakh also come into that. Yes. So in my cadre, most people get posted across segments.
In your experience, have you seen that physical disability being a disadvantage in your posting?
I mean, that was where I started from, right? In civil services, the first thing that happened to me was the disadvantage that your disability gave you. So that biases do exist. I would say that they do exist in people's minds. Very few people's minds, but they do exist. In a few people's minds, they do.
I'm happy that I'm sitting on stage with an IS officer who's speaking so candidly. I mean, you don't get IS officers, they don't come as often. But the reason I'm asking you this question is because in the news, we have seen a lot of IAS, IPS officers recently, right? Saloni mentioned the social media craze.
Yeah.
I mean, many of them have, it's almost, there's a status update every day, every morning, and there are articles written, there's a PR team around some IAS, IPS officers.
Wow.
It's true, you know it.
I don't know
it
about
happens,
PR
right?
teams, okay, yeah.
No, but I mean, how do you because I'm assuming, and from whatever I know about you, you're in this because of your pure passion to serve the country, right?
Yeah.
For you, it's a sacrifice, right? You choose to do this because you love your job so much, you love your country so much. But do you think somewhere that essence is being lost as years pass by with the UPSC system?
I wouldn't say over the years because I don't know how it was earlier. But definitely this is not about serving the nation anymore. No. The way, so I answer a lot of questions for students over my social media. That's how I use my social media. I do, people message me, I reply back, and I also do counseling sessions and all. And from what I see, it is not even about earning money, it is not even about social status, it's about becoming a celebrity in some way. It's so crazy because your job is literally to be anonymous. See, we do use social media, a lot of us, and the purpose that is meant to be is to actually spread awareness and information, and that's how it should be used. We're not supposed to publicize ourselves as celebrities, pose in different ways. I mean, you have personal photos of, small things which matter to you, right? Like, for example, I love traveling. So for me, putting on that is like, okay, these are my memories from travel. Or with my nieces and nephews, those kind of these things. But for a lot of them, it's just like showing off in that way, which is not correct, because your job is not to show off. Your job is to actually inspire the world. You
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Hi, this is Nimrod Kaur and I will be coming to see you on the 23rd of January at the Republic India Women's Summit 2025, where we are going to celebrate all the amazing women who continue to inspire and empower the nation. I'm very excited to be a part of this event and I can't wait to see you all there.
When in the newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
लखनऊ से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज टर्मिनस की तरफ आने वाली पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस इस गाड़ी का अलार्म चेन पुलिंग की घटना माहेजी और परधाड़े इन दो स्थानकों के दरमियान हुई थी। अलार्म चेन पुलिंग होने के बाद में ये गाड़ी रुकी थी। इस गाड़ी के रुकने के बाद इसमें से एक कोच में के कुछ यात्री जो है वो नीचे उतर गए थे। उसी वक्त पे दूसरी डायरेक्शन में जाने वाली कर्नाटक एक्सप्रेस जो कि बेंगलोर से दिल्ली की तरफ जाती है, ये गाड़ी उस ट्रैक से पास हो रही थी। उस वक्त पे कुछ यात्रियों को 7 से 8 यात्रियों को इस गाड़ी की वजह से चोट आने की घटना सामने आई है। उनके लिए स्थानिक प्रशासन के साथ बात करके एम्बुलेंसेस वहाँ पे जो जगह है वहाँ पे पहुँचाई जा रही है। उसी के साथ में भुसावल मंडल से जो एक्सीडेंट रिलीफ ट्रेन है वो भी निकल चुकी है और हमें जल्द से जल्द साइट पे पहुँच के साइट पे जिन यात्रियों को चोट आई हुई है उन यात्रियों को मदद करने का प्रयास रेलवे द्वारा किया जा रहा है।
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there. And do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Namaskar, I'm Pratibha Prahlad and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there. And do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
Told you, or because you think seeing the world on social media, it sounds really cool and it sounds very celebrity like. Don't do it because you have some vague idea of what this is. Do it because you actually want to do something for the nation. Because that's the only way. This is not a job. It's called a service.
Correct.
So the whole point is you are coming to serve. You're not coming for yourself. You're not coming to have, and I'll be honest, we don't have work-life balance. That doesn't exist. We don't get holidays. We don't, we get to...
You're always on the job.
Yeah,
always.
You're always on the job.
I'm wife of a civil servant, so I can agree to this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm a journalist. I kind of understand.
Yeah,
we don't,
right?
We don't
So don't come in because someone else wants you to do this. The only way you can do this is if you actually want to do this for yourself. Like I said, it's a torture on every level. So don't, you can't ever go through this without you wanting it really. Secondly, it's not like a career option in that sense. It has to be about service. It can't be like, this sounds like the grandest career option. A friend of mine these days calls it the national hobby. So it can't be that. It has to be that you really want to do this. Secondly, always have a backup plan. Always know when you're going to get out of this and what you're going to do when you get out. Education, that is so tough. And then imagine that they've gotten that, they've reached through that level, and then they have to go to college, which is another level. And now we have accessible infrastructure in schools. We have audiobooks and you have video lectures and all. You didn't have that back then, right? You didn't have that 10 years ago. So imagine being that child who has had to struggle to get to that level, and then you don't have like I said, it's a service. You don't have the mindset to even think of that. You
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Hi, this is Nimrut Kaur and I will be coming to see you on the 23rd of January at the Republic India Women's Summit 2025, where we are going to celebrate all the amazing women who continue to inspire and empower the nation. I'm very excited to be a part of this event and I can't wait to see you all there.
newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
लखनऊ से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज टर्मिनस की तरफ आने वाली पुष्पक एक्सप्रेस इस गाड़ी का अलार्म चेन पुलिंग की घटना माहेजी और परधाड़े इन दो स्थानकों के दरमियान हुई थी। अलार्म चेन पुलिंग होने के बाद में ये गाड़ी रुकी थी। इस गाड़ी के रुकने के बाद इसमें से एक कोच में के कुछ यात्री जो है वो नीचे उतर गए थे। उसी वक्त पे दूसरी डायरेक्शन में जाने वाली कर्नाटक एक्सप्रेस जो कि बेंगलोर से दिल्ली की तरफ जाती है, ये गाड़ी उस ट्रैक से पास हो रही थी। उस वक्त पे कुछ यात्रियों को 7 से 8 यात्रियों को इस गाड़ी की वजह से चोट आने की घटना सामने आई है। उनके लिए स्थानिक प्रशासन के साथ बात करके एम्बुलेंसेस वहाँ पे जो जगह है वहाँ पे पहुँचाई जा रही है। उसी के साथ
As we come to the end of this news wheel, let's record and summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. The death toll in the Jalgaon train accident has gone up to 13, and some passengers of Mumbai-bound Pushpak Express who got off the train after an alarm chain pulling incident were run over by the Karnataka Express. Now, the Commissioner of Railway Safety Central Circle will probe the circumstances leading to the mowing down of the 13 passengers. There you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simple format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We will be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Namaskar. I'm Pratibha Prahlad, and I'm delighted to be invited as a speaker to Republic Media Network's Women's Summit 2025 happening on the 23rd of January. This is an opportunity to meet extraordinary women and to learn from their experiences. It's also an opportunity for us to be inspired by their journeys. I'm very happy to be there, and do catch me live on Republic Media Network.
Anupriya Patel, a dynamic leader and Union Minister of State, has been pivotal in shaping India's health and commerce sectors. Representing Mirzapur in the Lok Sabha since 2014, she has championed transformative policies in healthcare, industrial growth and rural development. As the president of Apna Dal Sonelal, her leadership reflects a commitment to progress and inclusivity, making a lasting impact on India's governance and socio-economic landscape.
second now, Srimati Anupriya Patel will be arriving.
Patel, a dynamic leader and Union Minister of Anupriya Patel, a dynamic leader and Union Minister of State, has been pivotal in shaping India's health and commerce sectors. Representing Mirzapur in the Lok Sabha since 2014, she has championed transformative policies in healthcare, industrial growth and rural development. As the president of Apna Dal Sonelal, her leadership reflects a commitment to progress and inclusivity, making a lasting impact on India's governance and socio-economic landscape.
A huge round of applause, please.
A very good morning, all of you. I am extremely delighted to be here addressing this very august gathering at the second edition of Republic India's Women's Summit, which is very relevant and very timely because just yesterday we celebrated the 10th anniversary of our Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, which was started by the Union government under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So I compliment the entire team of Republic India for hosting this very prestigious event and through a series of sessions which you will be having during this day-long summit. I'm sure a very meaningful exchange of ideas will take place. So once again, many congratulations to Republic India, Arnab ji, everybody who's a part of your team. It gives me immense pleasure. Well, as I stand here on the occasion of this Women's Summit, I would like to begin by talking about the dream of a Viksit Bharat, which has been envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, a visionary and dynamic leader, Shri Narendra Modi ji. And as India is marching ahead towards creating a developed country by the year 2047, the role of women, which is our Adhi Abadi, our 50% of the population, becomes extremely important. And Prime Minister always believes and repeats it on several occasions that the progress of humanity is incomplete without the true emancipation and empowerment of 50% of our population. And when we talk about women's empowerment, it's a shift from the age-old thought of women-centric development. Our government doesn't believe in women-centric development. But we talk about women-led development. Because we believe in the potential of our women, and we believe that they have the capacity to contribute to nation building. So women for us should not just remain in the role of being passive recipients of the fruits of development which is taking place, but they must come forward and lead this journey of national transformation as we build a developed India by 2047. And this is precisely why we have decided that we will look at every aspect of empowerment of women and how they can contribute towards creating a stronger and healthier India. My dear friends, if you may recall, in the year 2023, when we shifted to our new parliament building, we came up with a historic legislation. The 128th Constitution Amendment Bill was presented. The Women's Reservation Bill was passed, allocating 33% of seats in the Lok Sabha as well as the state legislatures to our women to achieve that goal of gender equity in the realm of politics. However, as a legislator, I would say that legislative quotas may have their own importance. I am myself a woman legislator. I head a party. And I believe that more number of women in our legislatures, whether state or parliament, will definitely bring a shift. It is bringing a shift in the mindsets, in the perceptions, and in the political processes. But legislative quotas are not enough. Laws alone cannot address the gender complexities of this nation. So while a top-down approach is a good one, a desired one, what we also need is a bottom-up approach. So we just don't need to focus on empowering women in the lower rung of the society, but we also need to enlarge their roles in the higher levels of decision making. And we have to do both at the same time. It's important that when we talk about a bottom-up approach, women at the grassroots level, they have access to good education, good health care, skilling, training, and opportunities to grow, to become financially independent, to become economically empowered. And that is what we have tried to achieve along with the passage of the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. This government has launched a host of schemes in the span of over 10 years. You may be hearing about a lot of schemes in these past 10 years. Let me just quote a few to you to just make you understand how we have tried to change the entire scenario for women who specially belong to the lower strata of the society. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. That's our mission under which millions of toilets have been constructed all over the country. And you can imagine how the construction of those millions of toilets in every nook and corner of the country has ensured the bare minimum dignity to a woman. Especially women I'm talking about who come from those lower rungs of the society. The PM Ujjwala Yojana, there's access to clean cooking fuel. Now, there is additional time left with women, which they can use at their will. There is Jal Jeevan Mission. Now we are providing tap water connections in crores of households. Why? Because women primarily were entrusted with the task of making that effort to collect water. So now all that time, energy, everything is saved it is women who are the largest beneficiary of Jal Jeevan Mission. The Pradhan Mantri Housing Scheme. If you take a look at the figures, and if you look closely at the ownership, majority of the owners of these houses constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana happen to be women. So try to imagine the kind of social security that women get when they become owners of a small house. A property is for the first time in their life in their own name. So it's not a man in the house. Who is the owner of the property? So that's the kind of psychological security we have created in the minds of our women. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. More than 55% of the account holders are women. Pradhan Mantri Digital Saksharta Mission. If you see the number of people who have been enrolled under this mission, more than 50% happen to be again women. And how do you ensure the safety and security of a woman? One-stop centers built across the country. It's a robust network of 750 centers. Our women feel safe with the integrated support and assistance that is being provided to them through these one-stop crisis centers built across the nation in over 10 years of our government. And look at the education, new education policy, where we have a curriculum which is gender sensitive. We're taking care of the health of our women, the education, the skilling, everything. Just yesterday, we celebrated 10 years of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Abhiyan. And you would like to know the impact that this campaign has created in the society. The sex ratio at birth, which stood at 898 in the year 2014-15, today has reached 930. That's the power of the campaign and the efforts of the government. And it is not just the effort of one single ministry, because in this government, every goal is a country goal. It's not a ministry's goal. So when we talk about women's empowerment, it's a holistic approach that is being adopted. So whether it is Ministry of WCD, Women and Child Development, or it is Ministry of Education, or it is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, it's everybody's efforts put together that we see these figures. We're selling sanitary napkins today with 100% tax exemption. Suvidha sanitary napkin is being sold at the Jan Aushadhi stores at just ₹1. And you can imagine how the affordability and accessibility of a sanitary napkin for these girls and young women has made an impact, especially on our school-going girls who are in the menstruating age, who would drop out of schools when they would start menstruating. Millions of toilets constructed across the country. Now our girls are going to school, staying there. The gross enrollment ratio of girls in the secondary school has increased from 75% to 78%. That's the kind of change we're seeing in the society today because of these concerted and sustained efforts we have made. Stand Up India, Startup India, Mudra Yojana, Lakhpati Didi, Namo Drone Didi. What are these initiatives for? To promote that entrepreneurship spirit. Women are becoming self-dependent. They're making an income. So many of our startups, more than 45%, they have women, young women, who are heading these startups. Lakhpati Didi Yojana, the self-help groups in the rural areas, now they are creating an income of 1 lakh rupee. And it's a milestone in the economic upliftment of our women who live in the rural areas at the grassroots level. We are equipping these self-help groups with the drone technology, the latest advanced technologies in the hands of our women today who are residing in the rural areas. And they can provide agriculture services to the farmers and generate an additional income. That that is the approach with which the government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji works. If I talk about their health, my ministry has taken so many of the initiatives. You would be happy to know that the ANC registrations for women have increased many-fold. Now, minimum 4 ANC for every woman, and beyond that, they have the facility of a specialist consultation on the 9th of every month under the Pradhan Mantri's Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. The institutional deliveries in India have increased because of the awareness, the efforts that have been made. From 2014 till 2024, from 61% to over 96%. That's how the institutional deliveries have enhanced in India. And what is the impact of this? You see the impact on maternal mortality. You see the impact on infant mortality. You see the impact on neonatal mortality. You see the impact on under 5 mortality. Everywhere, there is a big improvement. I would like to quote some figures for you to understand. Maternal mortality in India, the national health policy, when it was rolled out in the year 2017, we decided that we will bring it down to 100 per lakh live births. But I'm happy to say that it used to be 130 in the year 2014-15, and it has come down to even lower than our target, which is 97 per lakh live births. IMR from 34 per thousand live births to 28. Neonatal mortality rate from 24 per thousand live births to 20. Under 5 mortality rate from 39 per thousand live births to 32. Well, there is so much that has been done in these 10 years. We have tried to even increase the representation of women in the armed forces. Now Sainik schools are open for admission to the girls. Women are now in the NDA, they have a permanent commission, they are in the combat roles. There is no aspect that has been left behind in the STEM disciplines. Globally, we are at a very high position. We see a lot of our girls in these disciplines today. So in every aspect of life, there is a change, and change is only possible when your intent is right and your efforts are made in the right direction. And this is a government for which the empowerment of women or women-led development is not a slogan. This is not a political slogan for us. It's something which we feel from our heart. It's a matter of commitment for us, and which is why, like I said earlier, that every goal is a country goal. So when we say women-led development, it's a country goal. And it's not just one ministry which is working towards it. We in this government believe in a whole-of-government approach. So all the different ministries across Government of India, they have come together, and in partnership with states, we have tried to ensure that Adhi Abadi, our women, lead a much better life. And not just lead a much better life, they are able to contribute to the bigger dream of creating a Viksit Bharat, a developed India by 2047. We will continue our efforts because we have miles to go where we are able to attain that dream that we see for the women of this country. But I would also like to add that this is not something that alone is the responsibility of governments. It is a collective goal. And when I say a collective goal, it is the larger community. It is every Indian citizen who has to contribute to this big goal. And we all can contribute in our own ways, big or small. Everybody has a role to play. Women themselves have a role to play. And to all those women who would be listening to us or participating, watching us, I would just say that the first responsibility of your empowerment and your true emancipation lies with you. The journey begins with us. Governments, social workers, media, administration, general public, everybody is in the second circle. The journey begins with me as a woman. I have to begin by loving myself, respecting myself, and believing in my own capabilities. When I do that, the entire world believes in me. And that's when the dream of a Viksit Bharat can be truly realized. With this, I once again compliment Republic India for hosting this summit, and I do hope that this summit sees some very valuable insights coming up, some real meaningful exchange of ideas, and we are able to take forward this collective agenda. My good wishes, and thank you all for having me here and being patient. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So as I was saying, most women are exceptional. Each woman's story is her own, which impacts all those around her. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of women who have overcome many challenges and made a mark in the world. Those you will hear today, you've already heard two eminent speakers. The others that you will hear today have not only excelled in their chosen fields, but have influenced society beyond the confines of their families and circle of friends. On this occasion of Republic Media's Women's Summit, we salute all women. Republic's India Women's Summit is crucial because it highlights the ongoing journey towards gender equality. What does empowerment mean in today's world? Women's empowerment is a term that exists in our social consciousness and vocabulary due to the obvious disparities in the social spaces that men and women have traditionally occupied. No points for guessing who had the agency over whom through the course of history. True empowerment is really just a level playing field. Equality of opportunity and equality of outcome is all that women ask for. The sad truth, however, is that most women experience subversive social pressures intended to put them down and deny them access to opportunities and spaces for no other reason than their gender and its associated social baggage. What we as a society need to inculcate into our behavior is to listen, identify, and really understand what women are subjected to in their daily lived experiences. Gender
justice.
Knowledge Partner Reva University, a social impact multidisciplinary university. Green Energy Partner Gale Energizing Possibilities. Special partners India Zona Bharat Ki Apni Dukaan Bel Kolu Naam Hi Pehchan Hai. Gifting partner She Wings Comfort with Luxury. I request you all to please settle down for our next fireside chat that is all set to begin in a short while from now.
तो सफलता का स्वाद चखोगे नहीं जब तक बैल को
And I'd like to invite Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, Executive Editor, Law and Governance, Republic TV, Senior Anchor, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, along with Justice Indira Banerjee for this fireside chat, and we hope to hear more words of inspiration as we proceed further in this.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India.
Questions. She was the youngest woman judge in the Calcutta High Court. She came from the Calcutta High Court, where she was appointed a judge in 2002. She was also for a brief stint in the Delhi High Court. She then moved as the Chief Justice to the Madras High Court. She spent 4 illustrious years in the Supreme Court of India. As I thank you for being here, ma'am, I begin my first question by really asking you.
Thank you.
About your time as a judge. What was that time like? What were the hurdles, the challenges, and how was this 4-year illustrious tenure, specifically in the Supreme Court, and your other days as the judge?
I would say I had a very eventful tenure. When I was appointed judge of the Calcutta High Court, for the first 4.5 years or so, I was the only woman on the bench of Calcutta High Court. I happened to be the 6th judge to be elevated, 6th woman to be elevated as a judge of Calcutta High Court. 12 years, almost 12 years after Justice Pal's elevation as a judge of the Calcutta High Court. As the only woman, it could be a little lonely, you know, when I was not actually on the bench hearing cases, because the other judges would all group together and they would have their own coffee sessions. I invariably got excluded till I barged into my neighbor's chamber one day. And I said, look, I'm joining you. Because at that time, you know, we had cubicles. So with all the laughing that was going on in the next cubicle, I could not even do my work. And that's how I became friendly with some of the junior judges.
I got the opportunity to decide different kinds of cases according to the roster which was allotted to me by the Chief Justice. And I got the opportunity to do the kind of cases which I had not handled as a lawyer. So that was interesting. It was also challenging. The initial years, I used to get tensed up when I took up cases which I had not handled before. But in course of time, I got used to doing these cases. Since I was the only woman, the senior judges who were in charge of the West Bengal Legal Services Authority and the Calcutta High Court Legal Services Authority, they used to take me along to their legal awareness camps. And I got the opportunity to address the persons who attended those camps. And I remember an interesting incident of my early days when I was told to talk about the Constitution and about the laws relating to women. And there were a group of elderly ladies sitting right in front who were listening to me with a lot of interest. Now, I was not really used to giving public speeches of that kind. But anyway, I was talking when suddenly some of the ladies told me, "Speak in Bengali, speak in Bengali." Bengali is my mother tongue. Speaking in Bengali wasn't really a problem. But all the technical words, like the Bengali of Constitution, the Bengali of sections, and as it is, it was one of my earlier public speeches. So I was very nervous. But then this also gave me the opportunity to come in contact with non-government organizations, NGOs, who had been working for trafficked women, for women who were victims of violence.
Amazing.
And yeah, yes.
It's great exposure also.
Yes,
I
yes.
actually then wanted to begin at the very start. We all know you had a great education foundation, Justice Banerjee, whether it was at Presidency College and then you did Calcutta, from the Calcutta Law University you did your LLB. You then moved here where, like I said, you were in the Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, some experiences there. But at the very start, like we were earlier discussing, you were a part of 3 siblings, all 3 daughters. It was at a time when there used to be a lot of questions raised when one had 3 daughters. What was your experience of that time like? Some anecdotes and some experiences, ma'am.
Well, throughout my growing years, there would be a very common question from friends, strangers, not my friends, my parents' friends, strangers. How many children do you have? 3 daughters. Oh, no son, how sad. There were even wishes when I was 9 years old and my sister was 19, 20. Never mind, next time you'll get a son. And my mother would simply jump and say, I'm quite happy with my 3 daughters, I don't want any more children.
Even when you came to the Supreme Court, you were the 8th woman in 68 years of our Constitution to be in the Supreme Court. Of course, when you were there, it was the very first time that we saw 3 women judges sitting in the Supreme Court, serving the nation, and it felt fantastic, ma'am.
3 years later, You saw 3 women appointed on the same day.
Yes, which is marvelous, but considering that it's still a statistic, do you think there is gender imbalance in the higher judiciary, and how can it be corrected?
I think the answer is in your question.
Yes.
If I was the 8th judge after 68 years after the Constitution came into force, then there is very obviously a gender imbalance. Now, if you ask me why, the answer may be slightly longish.
Please.
Judges in the Supreme Court are selected from amongst judges of the high courts and from amongst lawyers. But in the last 75 years, because we are going to complete 75 years in another few days, only 10 have been appointed to the Supreme Court directly from the bar. And one of them is a woman, Justice Indu Malhotra. Now, so far as the high courts are concerned, 66% of the judges are appointed from amongst members of the bar, and 33% from the higher judiciary. So far as the legal profession is concerned, for a long time, it was considered a men's bastion. And there was a prevalent mindset, stereotyping of the roles of men and women, stereotyping the behavior norms of men and women. This dissuaded, I would say, a lot of women from joining the legal profession. Now, they say that law is a jealous mistress.
Yes.
So one has to give a lot of time to the legal profession. And balancing one's professional life with one's family life became difficult for a lot of women. Then the stereotyping and the mindset I was talking about, the man is considered to be the breadwinner. He is expected to earn. The woman is expected to be a good homemaker, bring up the children. If the children do not do well and the mother is working, fingers are pointed at the mother, never to the father. Today we talk of joint parenting, but I think even today, the brunt of bringing up the child is borne by the mother.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right, ma'am.
You look at the mindset. I'll put a question to you. The baby is crying. She's hungry. Call
the mother.
The mother. You will not say call the parent.
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. Completely in agreement. I then want to go across to the time when you came to the Supreme Court. Even before that, you're the first generation woman lawyer in your family. How difficult was it, and did you face discrimination here?
Technically, I'm not the first generation lawyer.
Yes.
Because my grandfather was a public prosecutor in Burma. But they moved to India when Burma was invaded during the Second World War by the Japanese in 1942.
Yes.
And in any case, my grandfather died 5 years before I was born. So I neither saw my grandfather nor did I see his library or his books.
And
They
therefore
had moved to India with a single suitcase.
And therefore you didn't have the privilege of a second generation lawyer. So not technically, but as a first generation woman lawyer, what were the challenges you faced? And also in the courts, is there discrimination? Did you face discrimination, ma'am?
I thought I did.
You faced, yes. And how?
Discrimination can be of two kinds. You can have deliberate discrimination, and there can be discrimination which is not deliberate. And I feel I've faced both kinds of discrimination.
How did you tackle it, and what was the discrimination? Was it just mere glances? Were there deliberate furtive remarks that were made? What was it, ma'am?
I'll tell you. What is the most important thing for a lawyer? A newcomer in the legal profession has to find a foothold and has to survive in the profession. He or she has to make a mark before he or she is briefed in cases. How do you get that recognition? For that you join the chamber of a senior.
Yes.
And you get mentored by the senior. I was refused by at least 4 seniors on the ground that they didn't take women in their chamber.
Shocking.
So this was the initial discrimination. This second discrimination may not have been deliberate, was sexist remarks.
Yes.
People slightly senior commenting, oh, they've come to the profession to while away their time. After a few days, they'll leave. They'll get married, find a husband, get married, and leave the profession. Comments of this kind were passed till I started getting briefs. I started working and started making my presence felt in court.
I feel these comments are there, like I was telling you, Justice Banerjee, in every field. But I think for women who are trying to make a mark in the legal profession, it is much harder because they're not taken seriously. Do you think the scenario's changed 40 years down?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. Can you imagine that in the last 1 year, there have been 12 and 11, 23 women designated as senior advocates.
Yes.
And there must have been about 11 in all the years before that.
Yes, yes.
And look at the number of women who are doing well now.
Yes.
To name a few, those who used to appear in my court, Meenakshi Arora, Geeta Luthra,
yes.
Madhvi Garodia Diwan.
Yes, yes.
Then the additional Solicitor General, Aishwarya Bhatti.
Yes.
So many of them. I've just named a few offhand. So today, many of them are doing well. They are taken very seriously. And I don't think courts today discriminate between the women lawyers and the men lawyers.
What, in your view, is the biggest impediment to women in the legal profession and their growth, the challenges they face?
I mentioned stereotyping the roles of men and women. Now, times have changed, but not changed completely. And that is why you have a lot of women. But a lot of women are constrained to leave the profession and go. Now, the legal profession is a profession where you have to give some time before you start making a mark, before you actually start earning. And if a woman has to continue for 4 or 5 years giving so much time to the profession but not earning enough even to sustain herself in the profession, it can become very difficult for the woman to continue. So a lot of women are constrained to take up paid jobs.
Yes.
Shift from litigation
Yes.
to paid jobs. That is one. Secondly, because of the socio-economic circumstances prevalent in this country, when a woman chooses to get married, if the husband is not based at the same place, it is the woman who is expected to shift. It is, some husbands do shift, but that's very rare. It is expected that the woman will leave her profession and she'll start her practice elsewhere. So she loses out on the experience that she might have gained. The third thing is, you know, the legal profession, it is like a business. The lawyer is a service provider. The lawyer has to provide service, legal service of good quality, expeditiously, quickly. Now, if the lawyer's office is closed, you know, the clients will go to other lawyers and they will not come back. So a woman may have to take a little time off if she chooses to marry. She may have to take time off when she's on maternity leave, childcare leave. And I can just give you one example. One of my best juniors got married, had a child within a year, a second child 1 year later. She stayed away for another 1 year. When she was coming back to the profession, her child fell ill and was hospitalized. So the mother was expected to stay in the hospital. The father continued with his profession, went and visited the child in the morning, evening, may have remained absent 1 or 2 days. But it was the mother who had to take the time off. And then the solicitors started saying, I don't think she's serious about the profession. She's taking so much time off from the profession. So it took her some time to again find her feet in the profession. And in the process, she fell back by a number of years. But there are women who are doing well. Even in Calcutta High Court, I think 5 or 6 women were designated senior advocates recently.
Justice Banerjee, we are talking about women in the higher judiciary also. You've recommended this even to the collegium. Do you think, how soon do you think it will become a reality?
I didn't recommend because when I was retiring and I was giving my speech at the time of my retirement, I did not have the authority to recommend.
Yes.
But I expressed the wish, I expressed the hope that I would soon be replaced by a woman. It will take a little time because of the procedure of appointment which I was talking about. Now, first you have to have sufficient women judges in the high courts.
Yes.
So that you can elevate them to the Supreme Court. But you had asked me a question a little while ago. What about seniority?
Yes.
And what about
the representation of judges from a particular high court?
From a particular high court. That, of course, is a very major problem. But let me tell you one thing. Appointment to the Supreme Court, it is not a promotion. It's an appointment. So, though the seniority is taken into account, it is not mandatory to take the seniority into account. It so happened that I was the senior most from Calcutta High Court when I was appointed, and the senior most non-Bombay judge in the country. Fourth in All India seniority when there were about 7 vacancies in the Supreme Court. But there are many judges who have been appointed to the Supreme Court before me and afterwards, who were not necessarily the senior most in their own High Court.
Yes.
Many of them. I don't want to name judges because it's a selection.
Yes. Justice Banerjee, my last question to you before I ask you for some other reactions on other podcasts and things that we have. What would your advice to women be on empowering themselves in the legal field and beyond?
Women should never think that they are any different. There should be the feeling of being equal from within. Very often, discrimination is not done by the men alone. It is often women with old-fashioned ideas.
Yes.
So, women have to be liberal. They have to promote equality. They have to behave equally. I always say, if you get the benefit of some kind of reservation, fine, but don't expect it. I don't think I got any benefit because I just mentioned that I was the senior most from my own High Court. There was no representation from my High Court when I joined. I was the 4th in All India seniority. There were 7 vacancies in the Supreme Court. But I feel that some relaxations should be made for women because, as I mentioned a little while ago, that women fall back when they have to take maternity leave, childcare leave, when they have to stay away from the profession. So at the time of elevation, if the same standards are applied, because it may be unwritten, or it's not even unwritten, there are written norms which are not always published. They look at the number of briefs handled.
Yes.
They look at the court appearances. They look at the income.
Yes.
So, in those areas, I think there should be some relaxation if a woman is otherwise competent.
Yes, ma'am.
And secondly, an attempt should be made to get junior lawyers empaneled with the legal services authorities, the High Court and the Supreme Court legal service committees, so that they get the opportunity to appear in courts. Ultimately, you know, the legal profession is such a profession. Those who come to the courts have very high stakes. So they are very choosy about the lawyers they engage. So at the end of the day, you have to make a mark to do well in the profession.
Yes.
But those who make a mark, those who are otherwise doing well, but who cannot match the income criteria because of the time they have had to take off, should be given some relaxation.
All right. Justice Banerjee, I thank you for being with us on the India Women's Summit, for giving us very insightful advice, also giving us a glimpse of how life for a young woman lawyer was before she became a judge, and of course advice that's going to help generations of women in the legal profession ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and I sincerely hope things are changing and things will change for the better, and very soon we'll have many more women. Are appointed through competitive examinations. And in many years, in many states, women have outnumbered men. In many years, you have had more than 50% district judges appointed from amongst women. So very soon, they will be.
Very soon we're looking forward to a day
They
when
will
there are
also
more
be
women on the benches rather than the men.
Yes, Ruth Ginsburg had said that. When will you be happy? When all the judges are women. And when people expressed a shock, they said, why? No one raised an eyebrow when all the judges were men.
Exactly. So on that fantastic note, we thank Justice Banerjee for being with us.
Thank you so much, Rhythm, for that insightful session and words of wisdom from Justice Banerjee. I'd like to now request Rhythm to please felicitate Justice Indira Banerjee on the stage.
While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that tries hard to foul-mouth, disrepute such women, for they do not fit into the generally accepted feminine role play. I have lived on the razor's edge most of my life, made choices that are thought of as unconventional, for which I take full responsibility, good or bad, a life that I have lived and am living to the fullest extent possible. I have often met people who in their professions do things they do not enjoy. They go through their work in a mundane manner and wait for that opportune moment when they are released from it to do something they love. I have been somewhat lucky. I love what I do, and I'm able to make a decent living of it. I have often been asked whether dance is my life. When younger, I used to immediately say, yes, it is.
Dealing with a lot of challenges, and the expectations has totally changed. And today teachers are not only delivering the curriculum, the content that is given to us, beyond that we also deal with a different generation. When I say generation, every batch is a new generation, and we are always thinking what is that we need to do to engage them, provide them with what is necessary today, and also ensure that today the value addition is not only in terms of awarding degree. Education is today more of an experience, and what kind of experience we can provide. And when parents and students come to the university and when they discuss with us about the programs that they would like to choose, we also see the difference. The questions that we are asked, the parents have a different set of parameters to decide, the students have a different set of parameters to decide when they have to choose a university or a program. Addressing to all these needs, we need both the stakeholders and we need to address their issues. I think today our role is very, very challenging. They are not only enrolled, but we also have to look after them, mentor them, provide them with all those values. We are also responsible for their behavior, and how we groom them and groom their personality is also something that is very much expected from the parent community and also from the students.
And you know why I ask this is because my mom has been a teacher for almost 15 years, and she is on her job 24/7. I still feel she is underpaid, and there is this notion that a teaching profession is just an 8 to 3 job, which is not the case. Not just for my mom, I guess hundreds and thousands of women who are teachers in this profession. But talking about artificial intelligence in education sector with NEP coming in, do you think that artificial intelligence has been fully integrated in the national education policy, how the curriculum is made not just across the country but even across the globe, making use so as to ensure that there is no misuse of AI at the same time?
See, I'll answer this in two parts. The first thing is, are teachers underpaid? When I have to tell you about this is, the scenario is changing. If you need quality teachers, quality academicians, then you need to pay them well. And it is not only paying them well, it is also about providing them with all those facilities that is conducive for teaching learning process. So it is not only providing good atmosphere, payment, and all those facilities that is necessary, which is important. I agree there are institutions, colleges, schools where teachers are not paid well. That is why today we find there is a lot of imbalance in the faculty-student ratio, which is not getting balanced. We are not getting teachers because today taking up this profession has become very, very challenging because you're dealing with youngsters, you're dealing with children, a new generation altogether with a different set of expectations. So I think educational institutions should think about it, and there is a lot of changes. And today this profession is also looked as a very good profession where it is also paid well. Coming to your second part, artificial intelligence, yes, embracing the new technology and integrating that into our curriculum is very important. And I can give you an example of our own university, Reva University, which is at Bengaluru. And we have various engineering programs, humanities, we have law, we have commerce, management studies. So we have, it is not artificial intelligence looked as, it has to be integrated with technical programs. Artificial intelligence as per NEP, if you see, gives us an opportunity to integrate it into our curriculum, be it technology, be it management, be it humanities, psychology, science, agriculture. So in all these domains, so what we have done is we have established a task force which is working on this particular thing. And being a private university, we have the autonomy to design our own curriculum. That is the major benefit that we have and the advantage that we have, so that we address the needs of the industry by designing our curriculum in a way that will be that will prepare our students, they will be ready for the industry and meeting the requirements of the industry.
Yes, and talking about the same, what do you think are those plug points that really need to be fixed in India's education to reshape the education landscape in the country as a whole?
See, today, what is more important is, today we see lot of changes. If you see the latest reforms, it could be NEP, or it could be lot of such important initiatives that is taking place or reforms taking place. Only thing is, it is not the initiative that is important. We need facilities, we need resources, we need training, and also adoption and implementation of this will help us to achieve the required outcomes. I feel we are looking at cities where all these facilities are there. But when we take the rural areas, rural places, institutions, where probably they need a proper understanding, a proper training of all this for adoption, implementation of the latest reforms and initiatives. By doing so, I think we can bring in change. And lot has been happening in this regard.
Yes, but I would want to go back to my previous point on the pay scale. Would you believe that in some pockets in the country, the women teachers are still underpaid? So probably to get the quality teachers in the system, we actually need to enhance the pay scale to push them get into the field again.
See, the pay scales are fixed, and the statutory bodies are looking at it, and I think we have to adhere to these pay scales.
But it's not happening in deep pockets. The reason why I say this is because they may be paid well in metropolitan, but giving an example from my hometown, I feel that women are not paid at par with what they are capable of.
I think they need to work. I think initiatives should be taken to ensure that these institutions where they are not paying well, the teachers required to be paid well, so that they can also skill themselves, they can upgrade themselves, which is also very important. And also it is also necessary that the quality life, that is also something that is required. I think for that, paying them well is very essential. I think we need to take some kind of initiatives in this regard.
And lastly, I would want to get your thoughts on the 90-hour work debate. I mean, it's something which has been talked about a lot, but your personal thoughts on whether it's even a pragmatic thought to have 90-hour work week, not just for women, but for all the employees in general.
First of all, when you say 90 hours of work, first of all, the clarity, what is that 90 hours of work and what is your expectation and what is the outcome you're expecting? It is not about how many hours we work. It is about the quality of work. And it is important for us to plan, to prioritize, and also to give productivity and efficiency in work. So personally, if you ask me, my individual opinion on that is no, because I feel that every individual has to give time to himself or herself. Family time is very important. I think we as teachers, we need to be emotionally, mentally, intellectually capable, competent, and also with renewed energy, we need to go back the next day. I think it is not realistic when we say 90 hours of work. And when you say 90 hours of work, what is your definition of it is very important.
And given that teachers are on the job 24/7, but lastly, would you also feel that productivity is inversely proportional to the work hours that a person devotes in his or her work?
See, I'll give you one example. If you take a student's CGPA or a grade or their marks, probably does not define them. Similarly, it is not about how many hours you have worked, but how effectively and how efficiently you have worked, how you have utilized the time, and what was the outcome of it. So that becomes more important. And it is, again, individual specific, and it cannot be generalized.
Yes. I'll wind up this session with your last words on what do you think is that message you would want to give to women who are listening to this conversation? What is it that is needed to empower women in the education sector in India?
See, according to me, empowerment is more of a feeling. I feel empowered. I'm sitting with you. I'm talking to you. I think God has created us as men and women. We are different. And I want to accept that difference. And this difference is something that we need to accept very gracefully, work on our strengths, believe in ourselves, and I think enjoy doing what you want to do. And that's something that I want to tell, because this is what I believe and this is what I am. And I think you need to be independent in your thoughts. Independence is not about you have a career, you have an earning, and you are independent. No, you are educated. No. But if you are having the autonomy to think and decide for yourself, you are empowered. I think all women should gracefully accept this truth, and you need to love yourself.
Yes, with that message, we'll wind up this session. But yes, message being that conviction is very, very important. Thank you for your valuable time. It was lovely speaking to you. Huge round of applause for Dr. Shubha, Dean and Professor at Reva Business College.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that tries hard to foul-mouth, disrepute such women, for they do not fit into the generally accepted feminine role play. I have lived on the razor's edge most of my life, made choices that are thought of as unconventional, for which I take full responsibility, good or bad, a life that I have lived and am living to the fullest extent possible. I have often met people who in their professions do things they do not enjoy. They go through their work in a mundane manner and wait for that opportune moment when they are released from it to do something they love. I have been somewhat lucky. I love what I do and I'm able to make a decent living of it. I have often been asked whether dance is my life. When younger, I used to immediately say, yes, it is. But older and several experiences later, I say dance is my devotion. It's my prayer. Fostering innovativeness in traditional dance forms of India is not just about survival. It's about enriching and embracing a crucial aspect of our cultural identity. By embracing change, while honoring the roots of these art forms, artists can create a vibrant future for traditional dance.
How did your journey begin with Shri Shri as a visionary and also someone who's interested keenly in students and higher learning?
Yes, I think it's my good fortune that I got this opportunity to build this great institution. And that is what rhythm I have seen in Pujya Gurudev's approach to humanity and serving humanity. You know, today the Art of Living Foundation is in over 180 countries of the world, bringing life-changing techniques of meditation, yoga, Sudarshan Kriya, Pranayam, so people can live a happy, healthy life. See, all of us who are here, we are working hard, right? We are studying or working or running our own businesses. For what? because we want some happiness, because we want to feel loved and valued, we want to feel peace. And that is what I'm so inspired by the Art of Living Foundation that is doing in 180 countries of the world and helping people live a healthy, harmonious life. So I'm very grateful to the divine that I got this opportunity, and I'm part of this great effort.
So, Professor Baga, we're hearing about the Sri Sri University. What are the values that are there, especially for the girl child? It's about empowering women. You as an empowered woman are the president. What are the values that are being inculcated in all the students, especially the girl child?
So for us, the importance of the girl child starts much before the university. In fact, Puja Gurudev's sister, whom we lovingly call Bhanu Didi, she runs over 1,300 free schools, where about 100,000 children are getting free education, and 50% of them are girls. So these are girls who never went to school. Nobody in their families went to school. These are first generation literates, almost all of them. So right from that age, till the time a normal urban student, like some of whom I'm seeing here, come to the university, I think focus on girls to empower themselves, educate themselves.
The latest experiment that was done with regards to space docking, and it was complex. We are now part of the elite club, 4th country to do so, but many would be asking, what's the big deal about it?
We are talking about 2 satellites moving in the low Earth orbit with a velocity of 28,400 km per hour velocity. Of course, relative velocity is less. Now, in all the 3 planes, you have to have a perfect match. Then only it can go and dock. For that, lot of things are required. The control systems, inertial systems, and then lot of sensors, then the propulsion system, then the measurement of the entire orientation. Otherwise, you cannot even reorient and go and dock. So it's a very, very complex process of doing. Otherwise, every country would have done.
Women's empowerment is a term that exists in our social consciousness and vocabulary due to the obvious disparities in the social spaces that men and women have traditionally occupied. No points for guessing who had the agency over whom through the course of history. Gender equality truly does not exist, or gender equality in its truest sense does not exist in India or anywhere in the world. And that needs to change. To realize the goals of Viksit Bharat, the government of India has identified 4 Amrit pillars, as they call it, that need focused and sustained empowerment: women, youth, farmers, and the poorest of the poor. If Bharat has to become the 3rd largest economy in the world, the female workforce has to increase from 35% as it is today to 70%. What I dance, the content, and what I wish to communicate to my audiences, and how to change people's attitude towards dancers in general and I in particular. Bharatanatyam was practiced for several centuries by temple dancers called Devadasis, whose whole life was consumed in the practice and performance of this dance form. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So as I was saying, most women are exceptional. Each woman's story is her own, which impacts all those around her. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of women who have overcome many challenges and made a mark in the world. Those you will hear today, you've already heard 2 eminent speakers. the others that you will hear today have not only excelled in their chosen fields, but have influenced society beyond the confines of their families and circle of friends. On this occasion of Republic Media's Women's Summit, we salute all women. Republic's India Women's Summit is crucial because it highlights the ongoing journey towards gender equality. What does empowerment mean in today's world? Women's empowerment is a term that exists in our social consciousness and vocabulary due to the obvious disparities in the social spaces that men and women have traditionally occupied. No points for guessing who had the agency over whom through the course of history. True empowerment is really just a level playing field. Equality of opportunity and equality of outcome is all that women ask for. The sad truth, however, is that most women experience subversive social pressures intended to put them down and deny them access to opportunities and spaces for no other reason than their gender and its associated social baggage. What we as a society need to inculcate into our behavior is to listen, identify, and really understand what women are subjected to in their daily lived experiences. Gender equality truly does not exist, or gender equality in its truest sense does not exist in India or anywhere in the world. And that needs to change. To realize the goals of Viksit Bharat, the government of India has identified 4 Amrit pillars, as they call it, that
$76.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that writes.
It growing up and what was the kind of environment at home, being a girl child, your siblings, and what was the kind of culture that was inspirational in getting you where it has?
Well, I think to begin with, being an army daughter, that is the defining, I think, foundation of my upbringing, of my value system, of what I look at life as, the prism through which I look at life. It all comes through the lens of my cantonment years and that upbringing. And it's really democratic, it's really fun, there's nothing you can't do. Everything that is open and free for a boy is as big, an opportunity or as open for a girl. So, I never grew up with sort of the awareness that I'm a girl. Does that make sense? Yeah. I was just a child, growing up with other kids, and some were boys and some were girls, and that's that, So that fearlessness, which I think is also a reason why so many of us are in the business, we kind of find our roots wherever we are planted. So that culture comes in very, very early on into our lives growing up. You kind of change your school and friends every 2 to 3 years. You don't really have a comfort zone, And I think as an actor, if I may, connect those dots, it really helps because every time you pick up a project, you're working sometimes months away from home or 40, 50 days on a film set or nowadays we have web series, so they're longer schedules. So, you kind of find new ways of getting to know people. You're not shy in a way, and you're accepting of different cultures, of different temperaments, moods, personalities, because somewhere it's built into your software, without you really realizing it. And I had a beautiful upbringing, very healthy, very flamboyant, buoyant, happy. There were no limits. I just had to decide that I want to do this and do everything I could to do it, and I could do it. It was just that. No limits, no barricades, no guardrails. Make your mistakes, fall, rise again, learn to ride the cycle, without those side wheels, and fall and get up again, don't be scared. That's the messaging I still live by.
Right. And I think it's important to also mention that today happens to be the 31st death anniversary of your father, Major Bhupinder Singh, who was kidnapped by insurgents and later assassinated. You also inaugurated a memorial in his name. A few words from you on how you feel and how the incident massively shaped your life and the decisions in your later years.
Yeah, I mean, we've come a long way as a family. Life is life, and it throws situations at you at sometimes in your young age and sometimes in your middle age or older years. This happened to us when we were a very young family, and it was a very difficult time for all of us. But having said that, I do know that, my apologies, I think my late father's So I think my late father's blessings somewhere, they have really helped me shape who I am. So apologies.
I'll get
Yeah. Excuse me. These are also tears of joy in a way, because I know that today, wherever he is, he's always looking over us. And we have been able to live by his value systems and, the things that he brought me up with and my sister up with. And it gives me a lot of, thank you, apologies. So it gives me a lot of pride. Today I'm a very, very proud army daughter. I know that somewhere, his blessings and his love always kept us going and, held us in good stead. And I do know that everything that I have taken free fall into as a girl, as a human being, and, it wasn't easy to make the decision, to be coming out of, Shriram College of Commerce, a BCom honor student, and, to take this career decision, it was like, what are you even thinking? Like, are you okay? You're wasting your seat and your life and all of those things, which are very valid. But I think somewhere, the fearlessness he instilled in us as a unit, that has really, taken me, this whole way and continues to. And of course now, we have a memorial in his name, which also honors 12 other martyred soldiers from his village, his birthplace, Monpura in district Ganganagar, which is a matter of massive pride because, somewhere I want his life story to have a physical presence. Even if one young person asks, who was this person and what happened and why is why do we have a memorial here? And they get inspired by his life story. I think, we'll have carried on his legacy, from a simple farmer's son, growing up with no means practically, farming in the day, walking miles in the night, going for night school, getting into Jodhpur University on scholarship, getting into the IMA, and then being, a fine officer. I really do believe that this is going to, carry forward his story, and he's here to stay.
My heart is with you. And as I understand that academics was quite the focus when you were growing up. Yeah. But, given your achievements, how did that conversation go? Like, did you always want to be an actor, or is it something that you felt later in your life? And when you told your parents that I want to be an actor, I want to move to Bombay, how did that happen?
That was, I was preparing for it for 3 years. I had to have that conversation to myself because, SRCC is a very prestigious college and you don't, waste that opportunity away. So I had to tell myself that why am I doing this exactly? Is it just a hobby I'm trying to extend to, to a foolhardy decision, or what's going on? So I said, I'll give it a shot. I had no idea about anything. I just had some, at that time, I'm talking in the year 2003 actually, when I made the shift. And that time there was really nothing, The internet was like cyber cafes. We didn't even have computers in many of our houses and stuff. And I just kind of figured that if I can make a living, so I had started to work in college and make a little bit of money hosting and, doing these, these live events by banks and things. They used to do them in South Extension Market 1 and 2. So there were these kind of open trucks, where you have a mic and you stand and you kind of talk non-stop about something or the other. I've done all of that. So in college, I used to do that as a side gig for money. And I had about 50,000-60,000 rupees in my bank account. So I thought that, I can maybe, survive for a few months. And I had family in Bombay, so I stayed with them. That was very, very, helpful because it's not, easy. Yes. If you don't know anybody in Mumbai, it's tough. So I thankfully had family there, and I stayed with them, and I had a roof over my head. So I'd made the most of that time. I gave about 80, 100 auditions. Cracked, some ad films and music videos. Tera Mera Pyar happened, which I do believe people still know and, love. And then life happened. And then, it was like theater and, it was one after the other. There was validation that whatever I have set out for isn't a total mistake. Like I was able to bankroll myself. Let's put it like that. Yeah.
So I want to come to that part now. In today's day and age, a girl moving to a new city is not an alien concept, and a lot of girls do that. Yeah. But as a personal journey, it can never be easy, and it is not easy, and especially when you're stepping into Bollywood. What were your learnings in the initial phase, and what were the vulnerable moments like?
I was very cautious and very scared because one had heard horror stories of all kinds of mishaps and, strange situations that girls found themselves in. And, these are things that you hear when you're not from Mumbai. It's the big bad world of Bollywood and, God knows what's going on and, all those kind of weird preconceived notions, which I don't blame people for. I think, every profession comes with its own perception. So the idea was to not let it I didn't want to tell myself that story because then I was going to go in with a losing attitude. I didn't want to tell myself any stories. I took one day at a time. Some days were tough as hell. I used to queue up in those PCOs, I didn't have a mobile phone. It was very expensive then to, no, I had one, but it was too expensive to make long calls. And then I used to stand, hours in queues, to talk home, and I used to cry and sob and wonder. But at the same time, you don't want to be weak and you don't want to, be told ki chhod do sab kuch, wapas aa jao, pehle hi bata kyun gaye, So there was always that balance I wanted to maintain. So there were struggles. There was very tough times. One didn't know how are you traveling. I didn't have a car or anything. So trains, autos, buses. In the monsoons, you have, water splashing onto you when you're kind of done up and everything for screen tests. All kinds of challenges. I think I never quite came to a point where I broke. I broke down enough to come back. That never happened. Somehow something in me kept me going. One more day, one more month. Let's give it another month. Let's give it 2 more months. Let's see. And it wasn't all bad. Within 3 months of being there, I had, bagged these music videos, which really set the advertising ball rolling, which really kind of was wonderful. It helped me get my own apartment on rent. And, I found my feet there. And one thing after the other, I did theater after that because I figured that, advertising makes you comfortable on camera maybe, and you know how to look pretty, but you don't know how to read line. So I just knew how to sell something, but I didn't know how to be someone else. So I watched plays. I'm a bit of like a nerd, When I look back, I went about it very like how a student goes about something. So I've always approached life through a student's lens. How do I learn? How do I figure this out? I hadn't seen a camera. I hadn't seen a set. I had no idea who's on set. What is a set? What you see is so pretty, and what's around there is just wires and dust and cutters and all kinds of unhealthy things. So it was a great learning journey, fabulous learning journey. I'm grateful to, the life force in me somewhere that never let me come back. Yeah.
They say you truly only grow up once you're out of your comfort zone and once you're out of your home. And that happened with you in Bombay. Cut to the time when Lunchbox happened and Nimrat Kaur was out there, the talking point of every home. And your experience of working with someone like an Irfan Khan. Yeah. From the tough journey to coming into the spotlight, what was that change like as a girl?
Well, I wish firstly I'd had the honor of working across from him. The film is about their love story, but I never quite got to share a lot of screen space. We were together in one scene only, which is the cafe scene where we don't have any dialogue exchange, and I'm supposed to not know that he's there. And he was just looking at me and, being his poignant, amazing self. I was very intimidated by him because I was thanking my stars. I said, good, I don't have to face this tower of a talent, because I don't know how I'll acquit myself or, will I even be able to say anything? But having said that, this is something that I'll always have as an unrequited wish, that I couldn't have the great honor of sharing screen space with him. We really actually hung out and spent time at the Cannes Film Festival, which is where the film premiered in 2013, May. So that's where it became huge. And we could see, it was palpable, that something extraordinary is happening here. It's not usual. I was being told things, so I agreed and I nodded along. I said, okay, wow, amazing things are happening. And then I remember one night I was sitting with Irfan sir and I was like, how do you handle all this? Because I'm not able to understand what's going on. He just said, देखो, enjoy करो, अच्छा time बार-बार नहीं आता है. He said, मुसीबतें ही आएंगी, enjoy कर लो ये, soak up कर लो ये, जो भी आपको अभी मजा आ रहा है, just enjoy it. Because फिर वापस तुम्हें जाके problems ही आएंगी वापस, क्या काम ये वो, कहते just enjoy, ज़्यादा सोचो मत. So I said, okay.
But from there on, it was an upswing for you.
Yeah.
You were working with bigger superstars and you continue to. Your film Skyforce is set to release. Since we are in a women's summit and we are talking about women empowerment, again, I want to go back to Bollywood and ask you, what has your experience been like? Who are the most chivalrous superstars? How is the conduct towards women?
Well, quite honestly, I have been very fortunate that I have only met and worked with the most wonderful people, men and women alike. I really have been very, very lucky. Maybe it's to do with the subjects that find me. and vice versa. The subjects that I look for and I find. I feel like it attracts energies which are like-minded and, that bring the same value system to every project. So I have been very fortunate, I'll be very honest. I've been super fortunate. I've only been treated with love. And I think that, a lot of that does go back to the lunchbox. Because it was such an unconventional, out-of-the-box, if I may say, way of being introduced into a business where you suddenly became a name and, you were no longer the Cadbury girl, if I may. I'm just saying, if anybody recalls that ad or whatever, you do. So, it's like, it's a great sort of, it was the trampoline that straight away set me right into the thick of the business. People kind of knew who I was. Even though it wasn't a commercial film, like it released in, I think, about 650 theaters in India, but it released in about 75 countries, I'm told. And huge business in, France, Germany, wherever else. So the footprint of that film was very interesting. I just happened to be there. That is pure chance, pure chance. I worked, parallelly in theater, and, Ritesh Batra ended up seeing me there, because of the casting director of the movie. So a lot of providence, chance, choice, destiny, all of those good things have come together and shaped every decision that either I have taken or life has taken for me, which includes the people I have worked with. And truthfully, I have genuinely never had any untoward, problematic situations, where you have to question that why am I doing this? Or is this even worth it? No, never.
Talking about the scripts that have chosen you and that also helped you cross borders, so you've worked on international platforms. How was it different from your experience in Bollywood? And again, with the way women are treated there, the difference in work culture on an international set, how was that like?
So I would say that I didn't see a difference in how women are treated there, really. I did see a difference in work culture. And I do believe that culturally, we're very different people, The West is very different. They function very differently. The fabric of that society is very different. And I don't mean to sound very intellectual about this, but we sense it, यहाँ पे ना थोड़ा हम समझ के adjust करके काम करते हैं. यार आधा घंटा late चल रहे हैं, थोड़ा adjust कर लो, मैं नहीं आ सकता, उसका कर लो. We work like that. And somehow through that chaos, some amazing, shining examples of work have come up, But I feel like work abroad is a little more aligned with how I grew up, which is structure. 0805 hours means 0805 hours. It does not mean 0806 hours. Everything works like clockwork. So everyone's doing their job in such a committed and focused manner that you can't fault it. Here sometimes I feel like thoda sa चला देते हैं, चल जाएगा, वो उसमें थोड़ा कभी होता है. So sometimes it's tough, but I do believe that, now things have changed drastically. I've now been working in the industry, I can say, for almost 10 years. I mean, yesterday was 9 years for Airlift. So, yeah, so it's like, I think the landscape has changed a lot. But as a woman, I will say that I have only seen equality in the way I was treated abroad. And the way I am treated on a set here. I have never faced any kind of strange, inequalities or not being valued or, this is my experience, I'm not saying this happens everywhere and I'm not saying this is the norm, but this is my experience.
Concepts by and large are changing for women and I think
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah.
Bahar adrak ki chai nahi milti.
इसके बाद जरूर मिलेगी.
Thank you.
पक्का. I promise.
That was a soft reminder also.
पक्का मिलेगी इसके बाद.
वो बड़ा कैसे समझाओ?
Okay, I'll also request the team if she can have an adrak ki chai while we are having this conversation. That would be lovely.
Thank you.
But
Yes.
we'll continue.
Yeah.
So I was saying that concepts by and large have changed for women, and I see that trickle effect in Bollywood also. So, for example. Directors want to have a bare face of the actor, and it's not about loading it with makeup.
Right.
There is greater acceptance towards, different body shapes, body sizes, and it's not about conforming to a certain standard of being size 0.
Yeah.
And we see that change in the kind of women actors and how directors are making their stories. Are you appreciative of that, and what is your view on how women are being projected in Hindi films?
I actually love it. I'm a huge champion, you know, of seeing real people, real body types, and real emotions, you see. I have never shied away. I mean, The Lunchbox, I can come back to that. It was my first film in a sense, you know, and I had nothing on. I literally used to tie my own hair up with a rubber band and put kajal, and that is all you see in the movie. So you know, we are not meant to look brilliant, you see. We're meant to look relatable. We're meant to look like if you look at me playing something, you should be able to remember someone you know, or somebody you don't want to know, or something. You need to see my eyes, you know. You need to be able to look into my soul through my eyes. That is the job of an actor, you see. My primary job isn't to look like a certain body type. However, if a part requires that, that's a part of my job as well. So I will lose weight, I will gain weight, I will, you know, shabby down, or, you know, pretty up. You know, there are all kinds of genres. I don't think we can really, you know, and we all love seeing all kinds of cinema, all kinds of shows. I do. I don't want to see absolutely perfect looking things or absolutely imperfect looking things. I get bored either ways, you see. I want to see all kinds of variety, and I want to be a part of it. So there is nothing that I'm, you know, married to in that sense as a concept. Right. I really love the idea of versatility, and as an actor, to be malleable enough ki yaar, my job is ki, you know, if a filmmaker thinks ki yaar, isko, let's show her as a queen in a palace. I want to be able to play that part. Or let's show her as someone who works for the palace. I want to be able to play that too. That's my job. How I do that, how I shape shift and find myself there, that's my job. And I have enough and more examples. You know, there's Vidya Balan, there is Tabu, you know, Sri Devi. What towering talents, what massive life examples, you know. I salute these women. I love them. I love what they've stood for, and, you know, in their work, in their body of work, they've never shied away. And I'm sure there are so many more that, you know, I'm missing here. But I really love women who are risk takers. I really enjoy that. It really inspires me.
On that note, I want to tell you your chai has come. So can we please have her chai on stage? That would be lovely.
All right, and, fabulous. We can carry on. Yeah.
So, you know, earlier it was believed in Bollywood that if a girl gets married, then her career is potentially over. She has no scope in films anymore. And that has wonderfully changed in the last decade or so.
Yeah.
A girl gets married, she has children, but actors like Kareena Kapoor, Alia Bhatt are totally proving how a marriage or how having a child is no more an impediment.
Yes.
Do you, again I say, embrace this change in Bollywood where it is purely about your merit and not about being a certain age, looking a certain way, what your personal life is? In fact, now most of these celebrities flaunt their personal life on social media.
Yeah. Yes, 100%. I think it's very healthy, and it's extremely important to set that example out, because, you know, young girls somewhere, thank you. Bas biscuit nahi, please. Thank you, thank you. So young girls somewhere, you know, need to look at such female role models as the wonderful women you just named, and look at them and say, you know what, they're not shy and they are not worried, and how wonderful, and this is the example I want to be like. Because that happened to me. You know, when I was growing up, I had role models. I was looking at actors and actresses, and, you know, I used to kind of bookmark quotes by actors such as, you know, Mr. Shah Rukh Khan. I remember growing up and literally underlining his interviews, you know, where I found a likeness there. You see, I said, he's from Delhi, he's from St. Stephen's North Campus. Oh, no, I'm sorry, he was from Hindu, right? He was from Hindu. Hansraj or Hindu, one of the two. Hansraj? Yeah. He was from North Campus, you know. So I was like, you know, this is what he says and this is what he believes. If you think you can do it, you can do it. And, you know, it's the messaging which actors send out, knowingly, unknowingly, as life examples that really inspire people. There is no doubt about it. How you live your life. I'm not here to make judgments about people's creative choices. That's a separate matter. How you live your life and how you are unapologetic about who you are and what your views are, and how you just walk into a room and you know the room belongs to you. Doesn't matter if you're tall, short, a certain body type or not, married, single, divorced, old, young. What are these? These are all societal constructs. You know, if you really zoom out, we're really like, you know, bubbles on the ocean of time. Do you know what I'm saying? Everyone's just here for such a short span of time. And is this what we are going to live by? I don't think so. I think life is much more than that. I want to look at people who travel. What else are they doing? Okay, they're making money. What else are we doing? Okay, wonderful. Excellent work, awards. What else are you doing? How are you giving back to the society? All of that good stuff. And I do believe that women nowadays, the way they live overall, they set far more amazing benchmarks. They're more unapologetic. The society allows them also. Earlier, you know, the societal norms were a bit guarded. We were all a little bit more inside our living rooms and our bedrooms, and, you know, we didn't have platforms. And I think that's a real upside of social media.
Now, nepotism has been an ongoing debate in Bollywood, and also about the pay disparity and how male actors are paid more than women actors. Have you ever felt it? Also, because I ask you, you're from outside of the industry, have you had experiences where a certain actor's daughter or a certain director's daughter is given preference because she has a lineage in Bollywood? And where do you stand on these issues, given the fact that you're also an outsider?
You know, to be very honest now, I don't mean to sound as if I'm unaffected, but I don't limit my ecosystem to my neighbor or the next vanity van or the next project and who's getting cast where. I don't believe in that, because, you know, I feel like if I make my battles small little fights, I'll remain only at that level. And somewhere, it's been an unconscious way of growing up always. And I don't actually bother to find out who's getting what. That's my God honest truth. I know what I'm getting. I know that I want to keep getting more and more and more. I love to earn money to be able to spend on myself and my loved ones, and, you know, give back to the society in whichever way I can. So I want to be able to be in a place where, do I feel like I deserve more because, you see, the kind of work I'm doing deserves much more? Those are the questions I ask. It's not with a comparison to a male actor or a female actor. And then, of course, you know, this has been said many times, and I will reiterate that it's the amount of people you get to the theaters, the number of eyeballs that you know you're able to gather. I was missing for a long time. I was abroad working, and, you know, it takes a long time to come back and plug yourself into projects. I am so grateful to still be relevant. You know how many people come into Mumbai every day and they just come and disappear, or people have been here for years and they are, you know, oblivious, or they're in the oblivion. You know, people don't want to cast them and they have such a hard time. The industry's gone through such a hard time in the last 2 years, also post-COVID, you know. I'm very grateful to be relevant, to walk into a room. Even if someone here has seen one music video, one ad, something, I know I'm on the right path here. I don't have to worry about ab kaisa paisa mil raha hai, isko kitna mil raha hai, usko nahi mil raha hai. I'm here for the long haul. I'm not in a rush. My talent doesn't depend on my body. My talent does not depend on the wrinkles on my face or the absence or the presence of it. I'm here to entertain. I'm here to provide relatability for people. Like, she's one of us, and if she could do it, we can, or how wonderful to see her. I want that love, you see. I'm hungry for that. The day that kind of starts to water down, then I'll need a reality check that, okay, I need to think and I need to do something differently.
So after Lunchbox, how have you chosen your scripts or tried to shape your career, if there was a deliberate attempt from your side? In terms of, I will only play the central character, are you also careful about how that character is being projected, or is it purely about the character and how the character fits into the story? How have you made your choices?
I got very lucky. You know, Homeland happened to me right after the lunchbox. Who would have thought? I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what Homeland was. You see, I didn't know what was it. I wasn't watching anything. I was just a girl, one of the models, you know, working in theater and, you know, kind of living that life. Lunchbox happens, can happens. Suddenly you're in London because you've been asked to come for a screen test. And there I am, and I'm doing that. Somebody else had been cast for that, by the way. That was done. It was finalized. They saw the lunchbox and somehow they thought, I'll make a great spy. So that's a genius move that I got lucky with. I had no part to play in that. They saw the lunchbox and they were the American wonderful writers, and, you know, were like, oh my God, she'll make a great spy. And I said, yes, you're right, she will. So I just went there with no knowledge of Homeland or what it was, or went to Cape Town. We shot there for 4 months. I watched all the 3 seasons back to back right there. So that's a negative, out and out negative part, so to say, from the lens of, you know, like a conventional perspective. But after that, airlift happens. Again, I'm just picked for that project, you see. Then I did another show abroad. You know, it was literally for a while, it was like one thing in India, one abroad. One in India, then the test case happened in India. Then I went abroad again. I did Homeland Season 8. I don't know which part is what choice I made, or I just knew what I was avoiding. I was avoiding repetition, and I avoided some of the parts which I felt were in the same vein as the lunchbox, because that had kind of worked. And many tell me that, you know, you were missing for so long. I just didn't know better. I just did what I felt was right, what I thought was correct at that time for me. And maybe it worked, maybe it didn't, but here I am and I'm very happy. So I go by, you know, how is my joy quotient in life? That's it.
So which is the medium you enjoy the most from the many, many ads you've done, and the Cadbury girl that shot you to fame, to the typical Bollywood masala films and the blockbusters, to, you know, working on Homeland, and not only is it a different story, but even in the way the work happens there.
Yeah.
Where is your heart the most?
Gosh, it's like you're asking me to pick between, you know, kids, as they say. Which kid do you like the most? No, yeah, it doesn't work. I love doing ads. I love 30 seconds or 2 hours, or I'm a very greedy actor. I want to be on screen. I want to just have that camera staring at me, even if it's my love affair, it's my first love and last love and all of those good things. I love the camera, whether it's for 30 seconds or 2 hours or, you know, 7 hours or whatever it is. When I'm abroad, I get homesick. I get very, very lonely sometimes. It's very tough to, you know, not be with family and friends, and you miss your own problems, you know, like, I often say this, that, you know, I can't relate to, culturally I cannot relate to the fact that people are like, yaar, aaj dhoop nahi nikli. I'm like, thank God nahi nikli. You know, what kind of a problem? That's an American problem, or that's a European problem, you know. So I just nod along like, yeah, it's horrible, right? And I'm so happy. There are those kind of disconnects which you miss sometimes when you're working abroad. But I love every medium. I love every kind of format. Maybe as a preference, I just have a slight bit of more love for feature films, because you have to tell a story in a short span of time. And so sometimes you're able to have a larger impact because there's lesser dilution. You know, even if I have 10 good scenes, or chalo 5 good scenes, you know, like the lunchbox, we shot it in 9 days for me. And I think the number of scenes I have is under 10, sub 10. So it's like, you know, the impact you can have in a film which is well written, and the canvas is very interesting.
And personally, what are your indulgences as a girl? Your girls' night out, your travel?
I love trekking. I am a trekking, hiking fiend. So this is one of the pleasures, guilty pleasures I have wherever I am. I find some mountain to climb. if I was shooting in Rajasthan, dunes. You know, I'm a mountain person. I am always running for the mountains, not the hills. I'm always running for the highest mountains or treks or in the Sahyadris in the monsoons. I love that. It really recharges me like nothing else. I love visiting religious important places of all sorts, from Jyotirlings to dargahs to gurdwaras to. I find great rejuvenation in one spot that everyone goes with the same intention. It's beautiful, it's kind of reminiscent of, for me as a film set, where all the energies are towards one focal point, that we have to get this moment right. So it's very, very sort of similar to me, so I love doing that a lot on my travels. So that's me. Otherwise, I love, going for coffees with my friends and just doing random things sometimes, just random stuff where there really isn't any plan, there's nothing major to talk about, but you just meet and hang,
Yeah,
and memes. I'm a meme fiend. Like yes. All cringe stuff, all kinds of unmentionable things.
Can't stop scrolling on that.
Doom scrolling sometimes. Yeah. No, I don't recommend it, please. But I'm trying to be better about it. But I love sending memes. So that's my love language with my friends and my family.
Okay, so lastly, you're on this summit. A lot of girls watching you, a lot of girls inspired by you, want to be like you. Your advice to some of them wanting to come to Bombay, make a mark like you, your life lessons that you can share on how you have conducted yourself as a girl, as a woman?
I feel a lot of responsibility when I'm asked this question. I feel like many times I'm still figuring things out. I don't think I've quite hacked absolutely everything. But I'll tell you one thing that I am trying to improve about myself. It's that when you have an instinct about something, don't keep it quiet. When you feel like something's wrong somewhere in a situation or with a person or something doesn't feel right, listen to it. Listen to what's happening with your inner voice and don't hush it. Don't let anybody snub that. This is a real-time, real-life challenge sometimes, where you're like, okay, maybe I'm wrong, maybe... No. Listen to it. Think about it. And honestly, don't let anybody else decide what you can and cannot do. That is most important because your life story, you've got to write and nobody else. They don't know what they're doing anyway. Nobody does. I don't. So how can I decide for someone else, And less judgment. We go a long way without judgment and traveling light. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful talking to you. Your film Skyforce is going to release. Yes. I know you're very, very passionate about films that are particularly based on the defense forces. Yes. So if you'd want to speak about that last, or thank you so much.
No, I mean, it's actually releasing tomorrow. It's a project I'm very grateful to be a part of. It's a special appearance, and it's more out of my love for, Dinesh Vijayan, the massively amazing, producer who's given me some of my best films, and I'm very, very fortunate to be a very tiny part of that film, and it obviously is with Akshay. In fact, we spoke yesterday, and they have a screening today, which I unfortunately won't be able to attend. But we were just recalling that it's been 9 years to Airlift. Airlift released 9 years ago yesterday, so it's kind of uncanny that it's a similar subject, not really, but to deal with something that flies off the tarmac. So it's a fabulous story. It's a true story. And it's a very, very heroic story. It's Veer Paharia's debut, and I wish him all the very best. I've had a wonderful time working with Akshay, Veer, and Sara, of course, is a part of it as well. I really wish the team all my love and all the very best.
Thank you so much, Nimrat. It's been lovely talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suyesha and Nimrat, for that very interesting and engaging conversation. I request Suyesha to please felicitate Nimrat on the stage.
the taste of success.
While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that tries hard to foul-mouth, disrepute such women, for they do not fit into the generally accepted feminine role play. I have lived on the razor's edge most of my life, made choices that are thought of as unconventional, for which I take full responsibility, good or bad, a life that I have lived and am living to the fullest extent possible. I have often met people who in their professions do things they do not enjoy. They go through their work in a mundane manner and wait for that opportune moment when they are released from it to do something they love. I have been somewhat lucky. I love what I do and I'm able to make a decent living of it. I have often been asked whether dance is my life. When younger, I used to immediately say, yes, it is. But older and several experiences later, I say dance is my devotion. It's my prayer. Fostering innovativeness in traditional dance forms of India is not just about survival. It's about enriching and embracing a crucial aspect of our cultural identity. By embracing change, while honoring the roots of these art forms, artists can create a vibrant future for traditional dance.
How did your journey begin with Shri Shri as a visionary and also someone who's interested keenly in students and higher learning?
Yes, I think it's my good fortune that I got this opportunity to build this great institution. And that is what rhythm I have seen in Puja Gurudev.
$76.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
There are only 2 bytes that needs to get translated.
Let me help you with real-time translation with interpreter.
Chandrayaan 3. What are the big things that we have really been able to take over from them?
The satellite was rotating on August 23rd with the 6,077 km per hour. That satellite has to be brought to near rest in 19 minutes time frame. And if the velocity at the time of landing is more than 3 meters per second, it will be a hard landing. So you have to bring very smart and intelligent way you have to bring, and we have succeeded. We have found a lot of number of minerals and seismic activity. We had a system,
the moon quakes.
So yeah, couple of places there are activities. Thermal profile on the surface to almost 8 centimeter down. The temperature is varying. That we have measured. Electron clouds we have measured.
$26.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So, Professor Baga, what is then the role of women in leadership positions? Because you're talking about innovation and how they need to serve. What could their role in the future years you see be in leadership roles?
I think women have a very, very, very important role to play as leaders. Rhythm, if you look at any data, whether it is data about corruption, whether it is data about how boards become
World MMA, and we have the one who, there's no limit for her. Sky is not the limit for her. She's been on the top of the world, quite literally, and it's a great honor, ladies, to have you. Tajamul is the youngest on the panel and has the oldest association with Republic TV. And Republic has been tracking her journey ever since she has made the country proud on global stage. Tajamul, I'd like to start off with you. You've been a world champion at the age of 6, and you are a 2-time world champion, and now you have your own academy. You are training, in Jammu and Kashmir, you have your own academy, and your journey has been remarkable. थोड़ा बताइए आपको तब से लेकर अब तक की जर्नी कैसी रही है, क्या कुछ changes आपने देखे हैं?
Back then, when I was 8.5, I just got my first gold medal in 2016-17. Then I was just so young, and when I just put it a step outside in that hot summer, for me it was tough. And I was just so young, and people were like, "Arey nahi kar sakte, wo nahi." So it was just kind of tough for me. But a sudden change came into my life when I just got the first gold medal. So it was you're putting the flashlight on in a huge dark place. क्योंकि तब से लेके अभी तक girls are rocking it. And I'm just loving that energy they're having un par. And it was just something for me कि if I can do it, the words they're having now, like just so बोलती हैं, or they're doing well in their life. तो I'm just कि नहीं हो सकता है. And somewhere कुछ places पे जैसा change आने लगी, और कहीं कुछ girls थे like they were कि नहीं हो रहा. So अब फिर अपना academy शुरू किया. So तब जाके उनको support मिल रहा है. Because I know how bad we suffered. I don't want the other girls to suffer. Like if you can do, they want to come join and rock it up for yourself. Do best. And when you know you can do 100%, there is no chance you can fail.
Since you mentioned about suffering, what are the challenges that you've come across that you have faced and also the others could be facing that you're helping them out with?
I was so young. Being very straightforward, I was really not aware about sports. My older sister and brother, they before me, they just joined the sports stuff and all that. So back then, I was a little dancer with my school. I just participated in so many competitions. So it was for me, I was a naughty girl, but not in a sports stuff. So I liked that ki, I just want to do this stuff, that stuff. But there was a man named Raghu sir, we called him Raghu sir, Raghavendra Singh, who pushed me towards the sports field and that stuff. So, but people the problem were people, my society and my father. Yeah, really my father.
Okay.
So he was like, nahi karna hai, nahi jana hai. Because the people will targetizing him, like, you're sitting in a group and people are all, putting fingers on your, on you that, are acha nahi kar rahe, wo nahi kar rahe, ye nahi kar rahe. So for me, that was very, it was problematic for me. So it was kind of trauma ki, Papa, can you just understand? You're not killing my dream, you're killing me. Understand, let the people talk what they really want. Exactly. So he was, no, you don't know, you just, if you're going to do that, I'm going to leave the house. That's it. I'm being very straightforward. You just go on whatever you want to do. This is my, last word. I'm not going to stay here. So I'm like, excuse me? How am I going to handle this stuff? But my mom, oh, she is the fabulous person in my life, who supported me, who told me, if you want to do first, चलो फिर अपने पापा को हार के दिखाओ, उसको हरा के दिखाओ और आगे चलना है आप लोग को. And I was like, yeah, I can do it. If a mother is with me, then आगे फिर पता चलना चाहिए, like मेरे पापा को कि नहीं, I just really did that. So मेरे लिए वो चीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल था कि लोग वो they are not, वो taunt नहीं कर रहे, they are not targetizing us, they're killing our emotions.
Right.
Like on what basis? We just want to do something for our country. Performing on the world level is also serving your nation.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly. And clicking gold is not an easy thing. हम सब athletes say, we better know is our boards, right? So balance करना is a huge thing. तो हमारे लिए कहीं ना कहीं body down होती है. We want to do the recovery sessions, but at the same time हमारे competitions होने हैं, पढ़ाई है, exams है, बहुत ज़्यादा difficulties आती है. वो चीज़ें बहुत थी. पापा थे, लोग थे, बहुत सी चीज़ें, और उन सब चीज़ों को overcome करके आज we are here.
Of course, it's for the world to see, and of course everybody is witness to your success and the way you have got us all proud. And Afshan, I'll come to you on this. You are an 8-time national champion, and you've been a silver medalist as well in Uzbekistan. And we've seen you also talking about your struggles, just like Afshan has right now, coming from a society where there are a lot of pressures on women, there are a lot of stereotypes against women. If you could just share, how did you took that plunge in the world of MMA and went ahead with your dreams, undeterred?
Right. Hi. So when I was 19 when I started, right? And now I'm 24. So when I started, there were a lot of questions that was, like a lot of questions and all these, whether it was questioning the choices or societal expectations or, the pressure and being a woman in a sport where, where like traditionally a male-dominated sport, and all of that was there. But I felt like, with just pure ambition and, skills, the resilience, that itself will speak for, more than the opinions that people were throwing at me, or like women just in general into this. So it was difficult to convince parents and all of that. They didn't know, firstly. I was telling that I was going for basketball classes and in college, and and then they found out. They were like, no, you're not going to do this. And I'm like, and then my mom goes like, you didn't get any other sport or what, and all of that. And then I think I believed in myself, and I'm a believer, right? So I believe that, when you really, really do believe in something, God or the universe just, they'll just make it happen. And I just kept believing and just kept focusing on my craft, and, and then there was no turning back. I was in my mid of my engineering when I discovered this. It kind of like life surprised me with this. And from then on, there was no turning back. And I think when you do something you love doing with all your heart, that respect is just, you just earn that respect. And I think I've earned it back in home and back in, like the country itself now. So, yeah. That's
because you mentioned about the craft that actually involves a lot of brute force. That's right. Of course, clubbed with the tactical, strategy and a lot of things. But your mother had a lot of concerns about choosing MMA.
Yeah, she was like, "Kyun beta, ladai jhagda," and all of that.
It doesn't suit women, maybe.
Yeah,
it's not very feminine, maybe.
I know, right? Yeah. I mean, what do you mean?
It's not very feminine, maybe, because the stereotypes. I'm talking about stereotypes.
Correct.
We had, I spoke to boxer Nikhat Zareen once, and she, in an interview shared that, her mother would be like, tumse kaun shadi karega? Tumhare muh par, you'll have a bruise on your face, and what are you doing? Why, boxing? So you must have faced similar.
Right, yeah. A lot of people did tell me that I share a similar story, with her.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something that was, questioned as well to me. My mom was like, who will marry you? And, what if your face becomes like rough and like, what if you go like that and whatever? I'm like, so I don't understand. You want me to kill my dreams because a man wouldn't marry me? And then I'm like, you know what? Just keep believing and like trusting in the process. Everything will come to you. And, you just like create yourself, like create an identity there, and then, you just lead on. So,
Kamya, you've been literally on top of the world at a very young age, and you've completed, summiting the 7 peaks on the 7 continents. And you did the Everest summit. You concluded that with your father. So you've had great support from your family. And how has that been, that entire journey? How did you, get into mountaineering? And what's the support of your family has been like? Share with our audience so that at least many of the parents can get inspired.
Yeah, definitely. I think...
I think we can, Afshan, if you could just...
Thank you. And I think my parents have had the most important role in my journey. The reason I got into mountaineering was because my dad was a mountaineer, and he used to be out on Himalayan expedition for a month or two. And as a very curious 4 or 5-year-old kid, I used to ask my mom, what does he find in the mountains for him to leave us behind and go there again and again? So my mom said we should go find out for ourselves. And she took me alone on my first Himalayan trek when I was just 7 during my school summer break. So I think their support has been really important right from the beginning, not just in inspiring my journey, but also in kind of partnering with me and exploring that passion along with me. And of course, my mom has been my trekking partner through my initial years, and she's climbed 3 of the 7 summits with me. My dad has climbed 5 with me. The highest peak in Europe, we climbed it all together as a celebration of their 15th anniversary. So, mountaineering has been somewhat of a family affair for us. And I think initially that made it very normal for me. So even as a 7-8-year-old, when I didn't see people my age on these treks or climbs that we were doing, it still felt very normal because I was doing it with my family. And I think gradually going from trekking to mountaineering, it really helped to have that support system around me.
Right. And, we were talking about stereotypes and challenges and, doing everything not to kill your dreams, Tajamul. You come from a society like Kashmir. There are a lot of changes that the valley is witnessing now. And you've been an example. You've been an icon for a decade now almost. And do you think that, when girls like you and women, when they make their foray into sports and become icons, does that impact the society? You see that there are some changes in the mindset of the people, how women are also perceived, how they're treated, and they're taken more seriously.
Exactly. The people, this is what, especially why I started my academy, just to change their perspective, the way they put the things in their perspective and make things like, a girl cannot do this or that, blah, 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 blah. So standing here, I'm still standing by this point that I just really want to make a sense here that sports as a career field is a huge, actually a marvelous thing. So people who are just putting their perspective like actually in front of the kids, their children, they cannot do this, you cannot do this in this field or that. What are you gonna achieve? This does not make any sense. Yeah, I know. Yo, man, excuse me. This is the only thing, we are standing here because we are all athletes. So, Nigat Zareen, Lavlina, Mary Kom. She is a woman. She is also a girl, especially in Kashmir. Yeah, exactly. Our exact role model also, we can say, our inspiration. Because for us, we know how to just, how challenging sports fields are. And girls are literally, the people, they are targeting them, the people saying them the bad things about this. And actually, I don't know what they do, what kind of stuff to just really, they take the girls to the negative paths. They're telling them, no, do not join sports, don't do this, don't do that, and all the stuff. तो मेरे ख्याल से I totally believe कि अगर girl पहले तो अगर sports field में है, she is independent. Because she know how to defend herself. Come on, appreciate her, man.
Yes.
Don't do this. It's like, it's something you can do it. So if she is independent by this, she can achieve anything. What else she needs? Exactly. So appreciate her for that. और उस चीज को लेकर I believe कि कश्मीर में इतना change आया है, the whole journey के the कश्मीर इतना change हुआ है कि लड़कियां rock कर रही है more than boys. अब मुझे लगता है, it's not shoulder to shoulder. Girls are more higher. So yeah. So it's exactly. So please, boys, exactly. ऐसा बात नहीं है. Exactly ऐसा girls का बोल रही हूँ मैं. Because what I have been, looking forward कि मेरे को Olympics में जाना है. So the girls are like, मेरे को Olympics में 2 नहीं 3 नहीं 4 बार जाना है. Like in my academy. So girls are like doing very much more better than boys. Okay. Like even in my academy, being very honest. So for real this time, girls are like changing the perspectives. और सोच ही नहीं बहुत सी डेवलपमेंट्स आ रही हैं इन स्पोर्ट्स में एंड गर्ल्स आर इन एजुकेशनल फील्ड्स दे वांट टू डू रियली किक बॉक्सिंग MMA दे जस्ट वांट टू बी इंडिपेंडेंट कि अगर मैं नीट करना चाहती हूँ और कुछ भी और करना चाहती हूँ इन एजुकेशनल फील्ड्स सो नहीं मेरे को सेल्फ डिफेंस ज़रूरी सीखना है सो दे जस्ट वांट टू प्रोटेक्ट कि देयर सेल्फ्स कि ठीक है ऐसा नहीं हो आई वांट टू कॉल माय फादर नहीं हो रहा है वो नहीं हो रहा है इट्स जस्ट समथिंग कि मेरे को ये भी करना है ये भी सीखना है अगर कॉम्पिटिशन्स में पार्ट नहीं लेना है पर ये भी करना है और एक नीट एस्पिरेंट भी हूँ तो मेरे को MBBS भी करना है सो इट्स समथिंग कि ये चीज़ें आ रही है ये चेंज आ रही है सो इट्स जस्ट अपग्रेडिंग एवरी डे बाय डे
and pushing women in leadership roles like Afshan also you've also been coaching you've also forayed into coaching and how has the response been like especially if you talk about mixed martial arts as you said that there are a lot of reservations a lot of hesitations when it comes to mixed martial arts women in mixed martial arts you do have many of the icons if you talk about international icons like Amanda Nunes and many of them but in India yeah of course in India you see what is the response like are more and more women trying to take that plunge
so now I think the sport is like it's been generalized and I mean definitely not the recognition that we deserve but I think a lot of women are coming out there and just fearlessly dreaming and doing what they it's like walking the talk not just like talking about it but actually walking the talk and that's something that's very inspiring and empowering by itself right so with MMA in the South India it's still emerging but I think there are a lot of people in the north because when I go for like championships all my championships happen in the north and when I see people from different states coming in and like fighting just that atmosphere I'm telling you it's just so powerful and with MMA back then it was like even now I'm the only female woman athlete and then there's a junior girl so we don't have partners to train with like women partners we train with the boys and that's there is a like a positive and a negative thing to it positive is that men are known to be physically strong that's something that that's there so like physiologically so when I'm fighting a girl I'm so used to lifting boys and like like fighting with the training with the boys it feels like like I'm like okay
it's still a man's world will you say that it's still a man's world or what if you talk about MMA
not I mean for the big part of it but I think women achievers are more than the participant itself who are we talking about achievers or participants right so that's something I think women are achieving and doing like a big role in whatever they're doing they're like standing out and leading it maybe that's the word so that's something and there's something I wanted to share speaking of stereotypes and mountains there's this quote that I believe in so it says the mountains that you're carrying you're only supposed to climb so that really like stuck with me and that's something that I whatever that stereotypes or whatever that we carry on a daily basis right so for me it's like you were only supposed to climb just keep climbing and then there you are at the top of the world. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you talked about, physical strength, if you talk about the gender difference in terms of physical strength, but, women are actually known to have great mental or emotional strength, isn't it? Kamev, you've been to many summits, and it's very challenging. There are, situations where you really would be like, it's a do or die situation. This could be my last day. And, you've at least taken the expedition to at least 7 of those peaks. Tell us any moment where you felt that, I could just, die today, or this is it, and, anything can happen from here on. What really went through your mind? How did you conquer those thoughts?
Do or die, girl.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mountaineering, like you said, it's a huge mental effort. And, there have been so many situations. We were climbing the highest peak in North America, Mount Denali. And the last day, as we were coming back after our summit push, after we were done with the climb, we're all happy, we're coming back. We had the last day to walk from Camp 1 back to the airstrip where a flight picks us off the glacier and takes us back. And because the summer had set in, all the crevasses across the walk back to the airstrip had opened up, and it was extremely dangerous for us to go. And what had happened is that on that particular mountain, there are only 7 companies which are allowed to have guided expeditions. And none of them were ready to take me because I was so young, because I was a girl, and because I was an Indian, and they had a bias against Indian climbers. So we had to go on an unguided expedition as just 4 independent mountaineers who've never been on that mountain before, just going on the basis of our skill and flags that marked the way. And because summer had set in, all these flags had fallen down off the route. So we had no idea of how to get back to our airstrip. And we called the National Park Services, and all they told us was we can't launch a rescue operation until some accident has actually occurred. So we were stuck there with no way to go back. And, it's very mentally challenging. I think it was even more tough for my dad, because he's not only taking responsibility for himself, but also for his young kid. But I think we had that kind of confidence in ourselves to kind of keep calm. We knew that by panicking, nothing's going to come out of the situation. And we had some friends we'd made with the park rangers who were higher up in the mountain. And we spoke to them on the sat phone and said, look, this is what the situation is like. We're not going to be able to go on our own. We don't have a guide. We don't have the equipment to rescue someone in case something goes wrong. So they mobilized the 3 teams that were still higher up on the mountain. One of them had not even summited yet. They all turned back, they came down, and we didn't know that they were coming down. So we'd made up our minds. We said, it should have taken 5 hours, maybe it'll take us 12, 13 hours. We'll just keep walking slowly, we'll look at every step, and we'll make our way somehow. So we were all ready, we'd just started walking. And then we turned back, and a little higher up in the mountain, we see this line of about 40 people that are coming down, 40 dots rather, that were just coming down the mountain. And, they all came down. Those groups had guides who had avalanche probe equipment. So they were able to probe into the snow, and all the guides were taking turns. So that day we walked for 11 hours instead of the 5 or 4 hours that it was supposed to take us to reach that airstrip. But ultimately we made it. And, we faced a very similar situation on Everest as we were going from Camp 3 to Camp 4. Yeah. And that is a part of the
Nepal
mountain.
Side. You climbed from the Nepal side?
Yes, we climbed from the Nepal side. And that part of the mountain on the Nepal side is on this very steep technical section called the Lhotse phase, which is already considered very, very difficult. And on the day that we were climbing there, we had extremely bad weather, very bad whiteouts, so much so that I would not be able to see the first row of the audience. And I was not able to see my Sherpa, who was just 1 or 2 meters in front of me. And, 250 of the 300 odd people who were climbing that day from Camp 3 to Camp 4 turned back and went to Camp 3 saying they'll come up the next day. And we were part of the 50 people that made it to Camp 4. And I think the only thing that kind of makes that distinction of who braves through it and who turns back in those kind of situations is the mental strength to, we have the saying in the mountaineering community that when it gets very tough, just put your head down and put one foot in front of the other. So you just keep telling yourself that and just keep moving.
What do you tell yourself, Tajamul, and what do you tell other girls आप वैसे बड़े pumped up रहते हो. You're very lively, very vivacious. But what do you tell your, the girls at the academy in such a situation when they're down and out, or any sort of situations, even if you have to, break through those shackles?
Life is tough, but remember one thing: life comes once. So if you'll not risk it, there is, ऐसा कोई फिर कुछ नहीं है कि we have life. So remember one thing: the girls, especially who are watching me and listening to this, don't take the inspiration. Be the inspiration.
Wow.
I hope this helps. So just never take the inspiration. Be the inspiration. Work for it. Kick it off for yourself. Go on. Keep going on and make it a discipline in your life, and then see the results and trust the process. Become the best version of yourself. This is all we can say. And
And Afshan, if you talk about, very importantly, we just had a fleeting mention of self-defense. But because in your academy, you do help women with, training self-defense techniques as well. So how important you feel is this training for every woman? Because we do understand there are a lot of challenges for women in public life. Everybody is working, but at the same time, they have to fight through many of the evils. And to fight through difficult situations day in and day out. They can be the modern woman, the most modern woman has to face gravest of challenges till date.
So with martial arts, when I started, it gave me a different perspective towards life, right? And as a woman, it hits deep, right? And for me, if you ask me, I wanted to be independent even with my own safety, right? So that's something that was, in my head, and I see it as, and then I became an athlete. So this is a part where you can professionally fight and all of that, but there is, another part of it where you can just learn the, art. It's more than just a sport. It's a life skill, right? I think every individual, it's very important for every individual to, just like any other skill, learn that skill as well, especially if you're a woman. That's something that I, like when I see all these little girls or like grown-up women, everybody, I tell them, you gotta learn it. And, it's like, it gives you a different perspective towards life. See, I believe that life is a practice. And what you practice of who you become is what, you become. So you practice, say, like being tough and, working hard and being positive, and that's what you are. Whatever you practice, that reminds you, right? That it's like hardwiring your brain, something like that. So I think it's more of a culture. We have to create that culture, like a way of life, to, empower every individual mentally and physically. So,
how's the support been, if you talk about people around you and also authorities, the government, state, central? What's been the support like?
Not very good, really. After I won the World Championship silver medal, I really thought things would change for me and for the sport, right? But I'm still here, talking and taking up the sport to a next level. It was a very proud moment for me, and for the Indian MMA as well. Yeah. But I don't think both with the state and the national government, I had received the recognition that
the sport. More to do you.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't really want to be, it's not that, because I was a woman and it was not really looked upon or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, because for me, I'm like, it is a big win. It was the World Championship stage, and fighting 3 fights consecutive wins, and fighting a former world champion from Kazakhstan, and winning battles every day. Both the governments, didn't really, and every time I was questioned, hey, is it an Olympic sport? Yeah. This is the question that raises, and I'm like, excuse me, I'm sorry, but cricket is also not an Olympic sport. Yeah. Chess is also not an Olympic sport. Carom is also not an Olympic sport. When there is that recognition, that support system, from the government and from individuals to those sports, why not martial arts?
Yes.
Right.
The best part about this panel is that you all are from the offbeat, if you can say that. Not from the ones you have. Yes.
For sure.
Sorry, sir? Yes, yes, we would love to actually, have some MMA moves on display and self-defense technique. We will just we plan to do that, sir. But just before that, because you're from the offbeat sports, and even mountaineering is something that we do not always see many of women also taking up. Now we have a lot of them, summiting the Everest. But, do you also feel, Kamya, that there has to be a lot more support? What has been your journey like, right from, sponsorship to many other challenges that surround the life of an athlete like you? How has it been?
So I think with mountaineering, what we're missing is a lot of awareness, right? Okay. Because mountaineering is a very regional adventure. Because you need to be close to the higher mountains to be able to go out there that frequently and be able to climb very frequently. And, as someone who's always been living in coastal areas, who's from the south, I think it's very lucky that I got to learn about mountaineering very early in life. I don't think that's very common for a lot of people, but there's definitely a huge lack of support. With all the Indian mountaineers that I've met, I think a lot of them do need a lot more support for the activities that they do, because it's a very resource-intensive sport. And I have been very lucky in my journey that I have had people who've resonated with my cause, who've supported my journey along the way. But I think there's definitely a lot of more awareness needed, which will definitely go a long way in creating that support system for all the mountaineers that are up and coming.
So before we wrap this up, I would like both our martial art experts to, in fact, whatever the choice is for the best move that they can advise all the women sitting out here, since it's a women's summit, that you would, advise us one mantra that you can give us.
Take an exit from the crowd have to be like, who was that woman? Who was that girl? That vibe, that positivity, that energy in her, it boosts. And the chance we are getting around us, every phenomenal woman, wonderful woman. There is nothing that women cannot do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there is actually the very and the most important point I really wanted to tell all the girls out there, if there is any weakness, I got none. We got none. That's what we are here. And when you are on the huge media network platform, the India's huge platform, Republic Media Network, when you are here, for us.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
So as I was saying, most women are exceptional. Each woman's story is her own, which impacts all those around her. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of women who have overcome many challenges and made a mark in the world. Those you will hear today, you've already heard two eminent speakers. The others that you will hear today have not only excelled in their chosen fields, but have influenced society beyond the confines of their families and circle of friends. On this occasion of Republic Media's Women's Summit, we salute all women. Republic's India Women's Summit is crucial because it highlights the ongoing journey towards gender equality. What does empowerment mean in today's world? Women's empowerment is a term that exists in our social consciousness and vocabulary due to the obvious disparities in the social spaces that men and women have traditionally occupied. No points for guessing who had the agency over whom through the course of history. True empowerment is really just a level playing field. Equality of opportunity and equality of outcome is all that women ask for. The sad truth, however, is that most women experience subversive social pressures intended to put them down and deny them access to opportunities and spaces for no other reason than their gender and its associated social baggage. What we as a society need to inculcate into our behavior is to listen, identify, and really understand what women are subjected to in their daily lived experiences. Gender equality truly does not exist, or gender equality in its truest sense does not exist in India or anywhere in the world. And that needs to change. To realize the goals of Viksit Bharat, the government of India has identified 4 Amrit pillars, as they call it, that need focused and sustained empowerment: women, youth, farmers, and the poorest of the poor. If Bharat has to become the 3rd largest economy in the world, the female workforce has to increase from 35% as it is today to 70%. And women need to be educated and empowered to contribute to the GDP. The essence of Nari Shakti lies in the fact that all of us here, regardless of gender, live in a pivotal time in the history of this country. While ancient India gave a respectable status to these women, British India frowned upon them and decided to ban temple dancers. These women, with no other means of livelihood, fell into disrepute early 19th century. And by virtue of that, all dancers became socially unacceptable to the educated and upper classes of India. When I began performing in the 70s, my grandparents pleaded with me not to take this up as a profession because they said it was not respectable and that I could do better things or have better careers. From then to now, there has been a sea change in attitude towards dancers. Several hundred educated, articulate women have taken up dance as a profession and are on a daily basis yet fighting battles of existentialism and sexism. Stereotyping women is comfortable for a society steeped in patriarchy, a society uncomfortable with strong, independent women, a society that tries hard to foul-mouth, disrepute such women, for they do not fit into the generally accepted feminine role play. I have lived on the razor's edge most of my life, made choices that are thought of as unconventional, for which I take full responsibility, good or bad, a life that I have lived and am living to the fullest extent possible.
it was engineering or medical. And for by default, de facto standard was medicine for DRDO, for our kind of people. I am having tried and just missed that. There was a lot of, thing that was going on what to do. And since I did not get into this medicine, I thought, let me take the most difficult subject as a challenge, and it was physics. And I got the physics going, and that is where I realized, I think that is where my passion is. And having done physics from Delhi University, it was really a fun time, enjoying the physics, the laws of physics, the engineering physics. When I finished my graduation, there was only two choices, either to take up teaching or to take up this new emerging field of computer science that time. And there were a lot of opportunities coming up the computer science way, and there was this DRDO advertisement asking for the scientist grade where they will teach us the post-graduation in the computer science. And I jumped at it. Number one, computer science was a new field. Number two, my father was from Air Force, and back then there was no opportunity for women to go into the forces. So this was the best I could do, and I just joined DRDO and did my MSc Computer Science. And then the day one onwards, my job is with DRDO, and hence I am there. Now, challenges, I think we really look at defense as a very physical activity. And it's all, the big missiles, the tanks, the guns. For the software engineers, it was very difficult to make a mark. But the whole world was moving towards the technology which was smaller, which was more controlling the entire bigger systems. And the importance of computer science was very difficult to prove them. Everybody was used to making mechanical designs, the chemistries, and the rocket motors. And controlling the entire gamut of this design through a software, which was an embedded software, it was way difficult for us to prove to the project directors that this is what is actually the real thing. Now, but they are all scientists, and they were very wise ones, and I think they caught on to the idea, and we really started adopting all the technology for the systems and the weapon design. The challenges, I feel, on the level of professional and personal, if you ask me, there are two types. The personal has been that at the early stage of career, you are making a family also. And that is a time when you have to divert your time among the challenging jobs. I would say we are 10-15% of us in the women. And all those were really wanting to do. For one reason, they were all very capable. They are all very go-getters. And I am telling you how we managed ourselves at that time when women, it was very difficult for women to work. We worked 16 to 20 hours a day because the systems integration takes throughout the day. Sometimes we used to leave at 4 a.m. in the morning and come back by 9 a.m. in the morning. And that is the time, then you really have to look after the small kids. You have to manage to provide the support for those growing years. Right. But I think if you make your value at home, when you make them understand that what you are doing is very important for the nation, it's not important for probably me only, it is probably important, and it will decide the capability of the country, people understand, and the support was garnered, support was provided, and I think all round, I would say, whether it's parent-in-laws or the parents or the household, where you really put in your efforts to make them understand. I think that's the main thing, that you are doing something worthwhile. That's where I got the good support, and I think I never had any kind of a day where I had to beg for it. I commanded it, I asked for it, and I got it. I think I was very vocal about what I want, and I was very assertive about what is the kind of support I am looking for, because I don't want to compromise on those certain things also. And I got it. I think it's the way to go for every woman. If they want it, they have to ask for it. They have to garner it for themselves.